Morgue Ship by Bradbury. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Morgue Ship by Bradbury. He heard the starport grind open, and the movement of the metal claws groping into space. Then the starport closed. There was another dead man aboard the Constellation. Sam Burnett shook his long head, trying to think clearly. Pallid and quiet, 3 bodies lay on the cold, transparent tables around him. Machines stirred, revolved, hummed. He didn't see anything but a red haze over his mind. It blotted out the far wall of the laboratory where the shelves went up and down, numbered in scarlet, keeping the bodies of soldiers from all further harm. Burnett didn't move. He stood there in his rumpled white surgical gown, staring at his fingers gloved in bone-white rubber, feeling all tight and wild inside himself. It went on for days, moving the ship, opening the starport, extending the retriever claw, plucking some poor warrior's body out of the void. He didn't like it any more. 10 years is too long to go back and forth from Earth to nowhere. You came out empty and you went back full cargo, with a lot of warriors who didn't laugh or talk or smoke, who just lay on their shelves, all 100 of them, waiting for a decent burial. Number 98, coming matter-of-fact and slow. Rice's voice from the ceiling radio hit Burnett. Number 98, Burnett repeated. Working on 95, 96, and 97 now. Blood pumps, preservative, slight surgery. Off 1,000,000 miles away, his voice was talking. It sounded deep. It didn't belong to him anymore. Rice said, "Boy, oh, body. 2 more pickups and back to New York. Me for a 10-day drunk." Burnett peeled the gloves off his huge, red, soft hands, slapped them into a floor incinerator mouth. Back to Earth, then spin around and shoot right back again in the trail of the war rockets that blasted one another in galactic fury, to sidle up behind gutted wrecks of ships, salvaging any bodies still intact after the conflict. 2 men, Rice and himself, sharing a cozy morgue ship with 100 other men who had forgotten quite suddenly, however, to talk again. 10 years of it. Every hour of those 10 years eating like maggots inside, working out to the surface of Burnett's face, working under the husk of his starved eyes and starved limbs. Starved for life, starved for action. This would be his last trip, or he'd know the reason why. "Sam!" Burnett jerked. Rice's voice clipped through the drainage preservative lab, bounded against glassite retorts, echoed from the refrigerator shelves. Burnett stared at the table bodies as if they would leap to life, even while preservative was being pumped into their veins. "Sam, on the double, up the rungs." Burnett closed his eyes and said a couple of words, firmly. Nothing was worth running for any more. Another body. There had been 100,000 bodies preceding it. Nothing unusual about a body with blood cooling in it. Shaking his head, he walked unsteadily toward the rungs that gleamed up into the airlock control room sector of the rocket. He climbed without making any noise on the rungs. He kept thinking the one thing he couldn't forget. You never catch up with a war. All the color is ahead of you, the drive of orange rocket traces across stars, the whamming of steel-nosed bombs into elusive targets, the titanic explosions and breathless pursuits, the flags and the excited glory are always 1,000,000 miles ahead. He bit his teeth together. You never catch up with a war. You come along when space has settled back, when the vacuum has stopped trembling from unleashed forces between worlds. You come along in the dark quiet of death to find the wreckage plunging with all the fury of its original acceleration in no particular direction. You can only see it. You don't hear anything in space but your own heart kicking your ribs. You see bodies, each in its own terrific orbit, given impetus by grinding collisions, tossed from mother ships and dancing head over feet forever and forever with no goal. Bits of flesh and ruptured spacesuits, mouths open for air that had never been there in 100 billion centuries, and they kept dancing without music until you extended the retriever claw and culled them into the airlock. That was all the war glory you got. Nothing but the stunned, shivering silence, the memory of rockets long gone, and the shells filling up too quickly with men who had once loved laughing. You wondered who all the men were, and who the next ones would be. After 10 years, you made yourself blind to them. You went around doing your job with mechanical hands. But even a machine breaks down. Sam! Rice turned swiftly as Burnett dragged himself up the ladder. Red and warm, Rice's face hovered over the body of a sprawled enemy official. "Take a look at this." Burnett caught his breath. His eyes narrowed. There was something wrong with the body. His experienced glance knew that. He didn't know what it was. Maybe it was because the body looked a little too dead. Burnett didn't say anything, but he climbed the rest of the way, stood quietly in the gray metal airlock. The enemy official was as delicately made as a fine white spider. Eyelids closed, were faintly blue. The hair was thin silken strands of pale gold, waved and pressed close to the veined skull. Where the thin-lipped mouth fell open, a cluster of needle-tipped teeth glittered. The fragile body was enclosed completely in milk-white synthisilk, a holstered gun at the middle. Burnett rubbed his jaw. Well? Rice exploded. His eyes were hot in his young, sharp-cut face, hot and black. "Good Lord, Sam, do you know who this is?" Burnett scowled uneasily and said no. "It's Lethla," Rice retorted. Burnett said, "Lethla?" And then, "Oh, yes, Criere's major domo. That right?" "Don't say it calm, Sam. Say it big. Say it big. If Lethla is here in space, then Criere's not far away from him." Burnett shrugged. More bodies, more people, more war. What the hell? What the hell? He was tired. Talk about bodies and rulers to somebody else. Rice grabbed him by the shoulders. "Snap out of it, Sam. Think. Criere, the Almighty, in our territory. His right-hand man dead. That means Criere was in an accident, too." Sam opened his thin lips, and the words fell out all by themselves. "Look, Rice, you're new at the game. I've been at it ever since the Venus-Earth mess started. It's been seesawing back and forth since the day you played hockey in the 10th grade, and I've been in the thick of it. When there's nothing left but seared memories, I'll be prowling through the void, picking up warriors and taking them back to the good green earth. Grisly, yes, but it's routine. As for Criere, if he's anywhere around, he's smart. Every precaution is taken to protect that one." "But Lethla, his body must mean something." "And if it does, have we got guns aboard this Morgue Ship? Are we a battle cruiser to go against him? We'll radio for help." "Yeah, there's a warship within our radio range. 700,000 miles will get it. Unfortunately, the tide of battle has swept out past Earth and a new war concerning Io. That's out, Rice." Rice stood about 3 inches below Sam Burnett's 6'1", jaw hard and determined. He stared at Sam, a funny light in his eyes. His fingers twitched all by themselves at his sides. His mouth twisted. "You're one hell of a patriot, Sam Burnett." Burnett reached out with one long finger, tapped it quietly on Rice's barrel chest. "Haul a cargo of corpses for 3,000 nights and days and see how patriotic you feel. All these fine-muscled lads, bloated and crushed by space pressures and heat blasts. Fine lads who start out smiling and get the smile burned off down to the bone." Burnett swallowed and didn't say anything more, but he closed his eyes. He stood there, smelling the death odor in the hot air of the ship, hearing the chug, chug, chug of the blood pumps down below, and his own heart waiting warm and heavy at the base of his throat. "This is my last cargo, Rice. I can't take it any longer, and I don't care much how I go back to Earth. This Venusian here, what's his name, Lethla? He's number 98. Shove me into shelf 99 beside him and get the hell home. That's how I feel." Rice was going to say something, but he didn't have time. Lethla was alive. He rose from the floor with slow, easy movements, almost like a dream. He didn't say anything. The heat blast in his white fingers did all the necessary talking. It didn't say anything either, but Burnett knew what language it would use if it had to. Burnett swallowed hard. The body had looked funny, too dead. Now he knew why. Involuntarily, Burnett moved forward. Lethla moved like a pale spider, flicking his fragile arm to cover Burnett, the gun in it like a dead cold star. Rice sucked in his breath. Burnett forced himself to take it easy. From the corners of his eyes he saw Rice's expression go deep and tight, biting lines into his sharp face. Rice got it out finally. "How'd you do it?" he demanded, bitterly. "How'd you live in the void? It's impossible." A crazy thought came ramming down and exploded in Burnett's head. You never catch up with a war. But what if the war catches up with you? What in hell would Lethla be wanting aboard a Morgue Ship? Lethla half crouched in the midst of the smell of death and the chugging of blood pumps below. In the silence he reached up with quick fingers, tapped a tiny crystal stud upon the back of his head, and the halves of a microscopically thin chrysalis parted transparently off of his face. He shucked it off, trailing air tendrils that had been inserted, hidden in the uniform, ending in thin globules of oxygen. He spoke. Triumph warmed his crystal-thin voice. "That's how I did it, Earthman." "Glassite," said Rice. "A face-molded mask of glassite." Lethla nodded. His milk-blue eyes dilated. "Very marvelously pared to an unbreakable thickness of 1/30th of an inch, worn only on the head. You have to look quickly to notice it, and unfortunately, viewed as you saw it outside the ship, floating in the void, not discernible at all." Prickles of sweat appeared on Rice's face. He swore at the Venusian, and the Venusian laughed like some sort of stringed instrument, high and quick. Burnett laughed too, ironically. First time in years a man ever came aboard the Constellation alive. It's a welcome change. Lethla showed his needle-like teeth. "I thought it might be. Where's your radio?" "Go find it," snapped Rice, hotly. "I will." One hand blue-veined on the ladder rungs. Lethla paused. "I know you're weaponless. Purple Cross regulations. And this airlock is safe. Don't move." Whispering, his naked feet padded wide up the ladder. 2 long breaths later, something crashed, metal and glass in coils. The radio. Burnett put his shoulder blades against the wall metal, looking at his feet. When he glanced up, Rice's fresh, animated face was spoiled by the new bitterness in it. Lethla came down, like a breath of air on the rungs. He smiled. "That's better. Now we can talk." Rice said it slow. "Interplanetary law declares it straight, Lethla. Get out. Only dead men belong here." Lethla's gun grip tightened. "More talk of that nature, and only dead men there will be." He blinked. "But first we must rescue Crier." Crier? Rice acted as if he had been hit in the jaw. Burnett moved his tongue back and forth on his lips silently, his eyes lidded, listening to the two of them as if they were a radio drama. Lethla's voice came next. "Rather unfortunately, yes. He's still alive, heading toward Venus at an orbital velocity of 2,000 miles per hour, wearing one of these air chrysali. Enough air for 2 more hours. Our flagship was attacked unexpectedly yesterday near Mars. We were forced to take to the lifeboats, scattering. Crier and I in one, the others sacrificing their lives to cover our escape. We were lucky. We got through the Earth cordon unseen, but luck can't last forever. We saw your Morgue Ship an hour ago. It's a long, long way to Venus. We were running out of fuel, food, water. Radio was broken. Capture was certain. You were coming our way. We took the chance. We set a small time bomb to destroy the life rocket and cast off, wearing our chrysali helmets. It was the first time we ever tried using them to trick anyone. We knew you wouldn't know we were alive until it was too late, and we controlled your ship. We knew you picked up all bodies for brief exams, returning alien corpses to space later." Rice's voice was sullen. "A setup for you, huh? Traveling under the protection of the Purple Cross, you can get your damned almighty safe to Venus." Lethla bowed slightly. "Who would suspect a Morgue rocket of providing safe hiding for precious Venusian cargo?" "Precious is the word for you, brother," said Rice. "Enough." Letha moved his gun several inches. Accelerate towards Venus. Mote detectors wide open. Crier must be picked up. Now. Rice didn't move. Burnett moved first, feeling alive for the first time in years. Sure, said Sam, smiling. We'll pick him up. No tricks, said Letha. Burnett scowled and smiled together. No tricks. You'll have Crier on board the Constellation in half an hour, or I'm no coroner. Follow me up the ladder. Letha danced up, turned, waved his gun. Come on. Burnett went up, quick, almost as if he enjoyed doing Letha a favor. Rice grumbled and cursed after him. On the way up, Burnett thought about it, about Letha poised like a white feather at the top, holding death in his hand. You never knew whose body would come in through the starport next. Number 98 was Letha. Number 99 would be Crier. There were 2 shelves numbered and empty. They should be filled. And what more proper than Crier and Letha should fill them? But he chewed his lip. That would need a bit of doing, and even then the cargo wouldn't be full. Still one more body to get. 100, and you never knew who it would be. He came out of the quick thoughts when he looped his long legs over the hull rim, stepped up, faced Letha in a cramped control room that was one glittering swirl of silver levers, audio plates and visuals. Chronometers clicking told of the steady dropping toward the sun at a slow pace. Burnett set his teeth together, bone against bone. Help Crier escape. See him safely to Venus, and then be freed. Sounded easy. Wouldn't be hard. Venusians weren't blind with malice. Rice and he could come out alive if they cooperated. But there were a lot of warriors sleeping on a lot of numbered shelves in the dim corridors of the long years, and their dead lips were stirring to life in Burnett's ears. Not so easily could they be ignored. You may never catch up with a war again. The last trip. Yes, this could be it. Capture Crier and end the war. But what ridiculous fantasy was it made him believe he could actually do it? 2 muscles moved on Burnett, one in each long cheek. The sag in his body vanished as he tautened his spine, flexed his lean sinewed arms, wet thin lips. Now, where do you want this crate? He asked Letha easily. Letha exhaled softly. Cooperation. I like it. You're wise, Earthman. Very, said Burnett. He was thinking about 3,000 eternal nights of young bodies being ripped, slaughtered, flung to the vacuum tides. 10 years of hating a job and hoping that someday there would be a last trip and it would all be over. Burnett laughed through his nose. Controls moved under his fingers like fluid, loved, caressed, tended by his familiar touching. Looking ahead, he squinted. There's your ruler now, Letha, doing somersaults. Looks dead. A good trick. Cut power. We don't want to burn him. Burnett cut. Crier's milky face floated dreamily into a visual screen, eyes sealed, lips gaping, hands sagging, clutching emptily at the stars. We're about 50 miles from him, catching up. Burnett turned to Letha with an intense scowl. Funny, this was the first and the last time anybody would ever board the Constellation alive. His stomach went flat, tauten with sudden weakening fear. If Crier could be captured, that meant the end of the war, the end of shelves stacked with sleeping warriors, the end of this blind searching. Crier, then, had to be taken aboard. After that, Crier, the Almighty, at whose behest all space had quivered like a smitten gong for part of a century. Crier, revolving in his neat water-blue uniform, emblem shining gold, heat gun tucked in a glossy jet holster. With Crier aboard, chances of overcoming him would be eliminated. Now, Rice and Burnett against Letha. Letha favored because of his gun. Crier would make odds impossible. Something had to be done before Crier came in. Letha had to be yanked off guard, shocked, bewildered, fooled. Somehow, but how? Burnett's jaw froze tight. He could feel a spot on his shoulder blade where Letha would send a bullet crashing into rib, sinew, artery, heart. There was a way, and there was a weapon, and the war would be over, and this would be the last trip. Sweat covered his palms in a nervous smear. Steady, Rice, he said matter-of-factly. With the rockets cut, there was too much silence, and his voice sounded guilty standing up alone in the center of that silence. Take controls, Rice. I'll manipulate the starport. Burnett slipped from the control console. Rice replaced him grimly. Burnett strode to the next console of levers. That spot on his back kept aching like it was sear-branded X, for the place where the bullet sings and rips. And if you turn quick, catching it in the arm first, why... Crier loomed bigger, a white spider delicately dancing on a web of stars. His eyes flicked open behind the glassite sheath and saw the constellation. Crier smiled. His hands came up. He knew he was about to be rescued. Burnett smiled right back at him. What Crier didn't know was that he was about to end a 10 years' war. There was only one way of drawing Letha off guard, and it had to be fast. Burnett jabbed a purple-topped stud. The starport clashed open, as it had done 1,000 times before, but for the first time it was a good sound, and out of the starport, at Sam Burnett's easily fingered directions, slid the long claw-like mechanism that picked up bodies from space. Letha watched, intent and cold and quiet. The gun was cold and quiet, too. The claw glided toward Crier without a sound, now, dreamlike in its slowness. It reached Crier. Burnett inhaled a deep breath. The metal claw cuddled Crier in its shiny palm. Letha watched. He watched while Burnett exhaled, touched another lever, and said, "You know, Letha, there's an old saying that only dead men come aboard the Constellation. I believe it." And the claw closed as Burnett spoke, closed slowly and certainly, all around Crier, crushing him into a ridiculous posture of silence. There was blood running on the claw, and the only recognizable part was the head, which was carefully preserved for identification. That was the only way to draw Letha off guard. Burnett spun about and leaped. The horror on Letha's face didn't go away as he fired his gun. Rice came in fighting, too, but not before something like a red-hot ramrod stabbed Sam Burnett, catching him in the ribs, spinning him back like a drunken idiot to fall in a corner. Fists made blunt flesh noises. Letha went down, weaponless and screaming. Rice kicked, and after a while Letha quit screaming, and the room swam around in Burnett's eyes, and he closed them tight and started laughing. He didn't finish laughing for maybe 10 minutes. He heard the retriever claws come inside, and the starport grind shut. Out of the red darkness, Rice's voice came, and then he could see Rice's young face over him. Burnett groaned. Rice said, "Sam, you shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have, Sam." "To hell with it," Burnett winced, and fought to keep his eyes open. Something wet and sticky covered his chest. "I said this was my last trip, and I meant it. One way or the other, I'd have to quit. This is the hard way. Maybe. I don't know. Kinda nice to think of all those kids who'll never have to come aboard the Constellation, though, Rice." His voice trailed off. "You watch the shelves fill up, and you never know who'll be next. Who'd have thought 4 days ago?" Something happened to his tongue so it felt like hard ice blocking his mouth. He had a lot more words to say, but only time to get a few of them out. "Rice." "Yes, Sam." "We haven't got a full cargo, boy." "Full enough for me, sir, but still not full. If we went back to center base without filling the shelves, it wouldn't be right. Look there, number 98 is Letha. Number 99 is Crier. 3,000 days of rolling this rocket, and not once come back without a bunch of the kids who want to sleep easy on the good green earth. Not right to be going back anyway, but the way we used to." His voice got all full of fog, as thick as the fists of a dozen warriors. Rice was going away with him. Rice was standing still, and Burnett was lying down, not moving, but somehow Rice was going away 1,000,000 miles. "Ain't I one hell of a patriot, Rice?" Then everything got dark except Rice's face, and that was starting to dissolve. 98 Letha, 99 Crier. He could still see Rice standing over him for a long time, breathing out and in. Down under the tables the blood pumps pulsed and pulsed, thick and slow. Rice looked down at Burnett, and then at the empty shelf at the far end of the room, and then back at Burnett again. And then he said softly, 100. End of Morgue Ship by Ray Bradbury.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
The Last Supper by T.D. Hamm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ethan. The Last Supper by T.D. Hamm. Hampered as she was by the child in her arms, the woman was running less fleetly now. A wave of exultation swept over Guldran, drowning out the uneasy feeling of guilt at disobeying orders. The instructions were mandatory and concise. No capture must be attempted individually. In the event of sighting any form of human life, the ship must be notified immediately. All small craft must be back at the landing space not later than 1 hour before takeoff. Anyone not so reporting will be presumed lost. Guldran thought uneasily of the great seas of snow and ice sweeping inexorably toward each other since the earth had reversed on its axis in the great catastrophe a millennium ago. Now, summer and winter alike brought paralyzing gales and blizzards, heralded by the sleety snow in which the woman's skin-clad feet had left the tracks which led to discovery. His trained anthropologist's mind speculated avidly over the little they had gotten from the younger of the two men, found nearly a week before, nearly frozen and half-starved. The older man had succumbed almost at once. The other, in the most primitive sign language, had indicated that, of several humans lying in caves to the west, only he and the other had survived to flee some mysterious terror. Guldran felt a throb of pity for the woman and her child, left behind by the men, no doubt as a hindrance. But what a stroke of fortune that there should be left a male and female of the race to carry the seed of Terra to another planet. And what a triumph if he, Guldran, should be the one to return at the 11th hour with the prize. No need of calling for help. This was no armed war party, but the most defenseless being in the universe, a mother burdened with a child. Guldran put on another burst of speed. His previous shouts had served only to spur the woman to greater efforts. Surely there was some magic word that had survived even the centuries of illiteracy. Something equivalent to the bread and salt of all illiterate peoples. Cupping his hands to his mouth, he shouted, "Food! Food!" Ahead of him the woman turned her head, leaped lightly in mid-stride, and went on, slowing a little, but still running doggedly. Guldran's pulse leaped. He yelled again, "Food!" The instant that his foot touched the yielding surface of the trap, he knew that he had met defeat. As his body crashed down on the fire-sharpened stakes, he knew too the terror from which the last men of the human race had fled. Above him the woman looked down, her teeth gleaming wolfishly. She pointed down into the pit, spoke exultantly to the child. "Food," said the last woman on earth. End of The Last Supper by T.D. Hamm. Recording by Ethan. Stopover Planet by Robert E. Gilbert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ethan. Stopover Planet by Robert E. Gilbert. At 2:34 a.m., Patrolman Louis Wedby left the Zip Cab station. With arch supports squeaking and nightstick swinging, Wedby walked east to the call box at the corner of Sullivan and Cherokee. The traffic signal suspended above the intersection blinked a cautionary amber. Not a car moved on the silent streets. Wedby reached for the box. Then he swore softly and stepped off the curb. "Pardon me," he said, for he believed that a policeman should be courteous at all times, even when arresting a school-zone speedster. This, however, was not a speedster. It seemed to be a huge man standing on top of a truck and cutting down the stoplight. "What's going on here?" Wedby asked. Honey Child Bakery was advertised on the side of the truck. Instinctively, Wedby jammed his whistle in his mouth when he realized that the man on the truck wore something like a suit of long underwear made of improbable black fur sprinkled with tiny red spots. "What are you doing to the stoplight?" Wedby demanded. The amber light quit blinking without the expected electrical display. Sinuous as beheaded snakes, the wires and cables supporting the traffic signal fell into the street. The unusual man pocketed his cutting tool, a long, thin tube, and lowered the stoplight to the truck. He looked at Wedby. The corner street lamp reacted upon his eyes like a flashlight thrown on a tomcat in an alley. The eyes gleamed green. Wedby's whistle arced to the end of the chain and clanked against his metal buttons. A block away on Center Street, a heavy truck roared through the business section. "I am promoting you to captain. You will replace Hanks, whom I am demoting," the figure on the truck announced. "Chief Grinstaff?" Wedby wondered. The chief of police glared down at the patrolman. He hooked a bright metal globe to the stoplight, lifted it in one hand, and jumped, landing lightly on the pavement. "Put this in the mobile unit," he said. "The truck. I evil." "Huh? Sure, Chief," Wedby said. He tucked his nightstick under his arm and prepared to accept a heavy load. Tensed muscles almost felled him when the signal proved to weigh not more than 1 pound. Chief Grinstaff opened the doors in the rear of the truck, releasing a faint odor of stale bread. The truck was empty. Wedby deposited the almost weightless burden. The chief looked him in the eye. "I am promoting you to captain," he repeated. "You will replace Hanks, whom I am demoting." "Thanks, Chief," Wedby exulted. "You know, Hanks didn't treat me fair that time. "Yes, I know all about that," the chief interposed. "Go bring the postage box and place it in the truck." "The which? Oh, you mean the mailbox." Wedby walked across the street to the square green box with the rounded metal top. Another of the globes had been attached to the mailbox, and the legs had been burned loose from the concrete sidewalk. Confidently, Wedby lifted the light object, carried it to the truck, and deposited it inside. "Bleachers there," said Chief Grinstaff. "What you say, Chief?" "Stands there. No, stand there." Patrolman Wedby stood by the back of the truck. Chief Grinstaff placed a device like an atomizer under Wedby's nose and released the spray. Miss Betsy Tapp awoke after not more than 1 hour of fitful sleep. The door to the garage apartment shook under the tattoo of a heavy fist. Miss Tapp's heart thudded somewhere inside her 38-inch bosom. She lay rigid in darkness, penetrated only by the glimmer of a distant street light. The knocking ceased. Boards creaked on the platform outside the door. A face appeared at the window, a face in complete shadow except for 2 eyes that glowed with greenish light. Miss Tapp, unaware of the disarray of her nightgown, sat upright. The alarm clock on the floor by the bed clacked in the stillness. The tap in the kitchen cubicle dripped. Timbers, contracting in the cool of early morning, popped faintly. "I need to marry you," the face said. "I was wrong tonight. Forgive me." "Fred?" Miss Tapp gasped in sudden joy. "Open the portal," Fred said. Wrenching metal curlers from her permanently waved hair, Miss Tapp bounded to the door. She released the catch and threw herself at the figure on the landing. Fred purred. "I want to marry you. I was wrong tonight. Forgive me." "Oh, Fred," Miss Tapp sighed. "I knew you'd come back. You just had too much to drink. I forgive you, Fred. Yes. Bring your rayon crepe with tall tucking." "What, Fred?" "Bring your garb, your clothing. Hurry." Miss Tapp skillfully fought a blush. "Oh, Fred, I'm sorry. I'll be dressed in a minute." Fred slowly stated, "I want to marry you. I was wrong tonight. Forgive me." He walked into the apartment and rapidly gathered and rolled together the dress and undergarments scattered on and about the chair. He stuffed the spike-heeled shoes into pockets of his black fur suit and lifted Miss Tapp in his arms. "We're eloping," Miss Tapp sighed as Fred carried her down the outside stairs. A Honeychild bakery truck with rear doors open waited in the driveway. Fred tossed the roll of clothing and the slippers into the truck and swiftly sprayed Miss Tapp. An unearthly glow permeated the bedroom and cast the black shadows of heavy furniture against the faded papered walls. Within the glow 2 dots of green flickered. The Reverend Enos Shackelford dropped on creaking knees and bowed his grizzled head. A voice said, "Well done, good and faithful servant. Arise and follow me." "Lord," said Reverend Shackelford, "I have served thee faithfully all the days of my life. Remember me when thou comest into thy kingdom. Remember also, yes. Well done, good and faithful servant. Arise and follow me." Shackelford stood on tottering old legs. His nightshirt hung below his knees. Horrified shock blanched his lined face. "Blasphemer!" he cried. "False prophet! Get thee behind me, Satan!" The glow danced and faded. A towering black shape pointed a bent rod. The rod hissed. The Reverend Shackelford staggered against a small table, dragging it with him to the floor. He lay still with one gnarled old hand on a large golden-edged book that had fallen from the table. "You're fired," the man in the dream said over and over. Calvin C. Keir rolled off the half-bed, struck the floor, and awoke. "First time I've fallen out of bed in years," he groaned. His shaking hand fumbled with the switch and succeeded in turning on the lamp. Mrs. Calvin C. Keir sprawled on her back in the other bed and snored. "You and your $15,000 house," Keir muttered. He combed his thinning hair with his fingers. "You and your sterling silver. You and your chosen pattern. Your service for 8. How far do you think $54 a week will go with 12 gauge shells, 3 1/4 a box?" Green eyes glittered beside the frilly dressing table. The man standing there said, "I'm not igniting you. I'm giving you a bonus for your fine work. Enough currency to pay the loan on this house. You'll be making $200 per week. This fall I'll take you hunting at my place in the country." "Boss?" Keir mumbled. "I mean, Mr. Darmond?" "Put on your clothing," the boss said. "I'll show you your new office. You may have a secretary also. I'm not firing you. I'm giving you a bonus." Keir sat gasping on the floor. "That's great, boss," he exclaimed. "I thought I did an extra special job on the plastics mill design. It'll mean a lot to the company. Yes. Dress quickly." Keir threw off his pajamas and started stuffing arms and legs into his clothes. Mrs. Keir opened her eyes and squeaked like a dying rabbit. The bent rod in the boss's hand hissed, and Mrs. Keir stopped squeaking. With tie flapping, shirt unbuttoned, shoes unlaced, Keir followed the boss through the living room and down the flagstone walk to the street. The boss opened the doors of the Honeychild bakery truck and said, "In here." Mrs. Jane Huprich dropped her mop. Her varicose legs trotted across the wet lobby of the Jordan building, and her flabby fat arms reached for the tall man with bright eyes who stood near the elevators. "It's me, Mom," the man cried. "Matt," Mrs. Huprich cried. "Matt, baby." "I got a full pardon, Mom," Matt said, stroking her tangled white hair. "Right from the ruling state official. You won't have to scrub floors anymore. I'm going straight, Mom. I'm a good mechanic now. They learned me a lot in the enclosure. Come on, I got a used truck outside I bought cheap." Mrs. Huprich and son walked through the oddly twisted doors of the Jordan building and into the gray twilight that awaited dawn. The Honeychild bakery truck waited too. Gary Abston pedaled his bicycle against the flow of cars carrying day-shift workers through the half-light. He whirled into Walnut Street, twisted a fresh copy of the Morning Herald into a fiendishly clever knot, and hurled it in the general direction of a front porch that flashed past on his right. Never slowing, Gary threw the next paper entirely across the street. He chuckled as it cleared a picket fence. "Bang, bang," he blurted. His red shirt, with a picture of a mounted cowboy on the back, ballooned in the early morning breeze. "Whoa!" Gary roared. He stopped, held the bicycle upright with one foot on the pavement. A tall, lanky, slightly bow-legged man with squinting, luminous green eyes stood on the sidewalk. Gary looked at the man. The newspapers fluttered to the parkway. The bicycle clattered in the street. "Howdy, partner," the tall man said. "The rustlers are heading for the plateau. We'll take the short gash and head 'em off at the canyon." "Ramrod Jones?" Gary chirped. "Here's the truck I haul, Quiz Kid, the IQ horse. In. Let's get after the rustlers," Jones said. "Gee, I've seen all your pictures, Ramrod," Gary said. "Silver City Raiders, Rustlers of Silver City Rustlers." The great cowboy lifted the newsboy into the Honeychild truck. Pink and rose clouds drifted through a brightening sky as the Honeychild bakery truck careened along a narrow road badly in need of rock and grading. From the road the truck rattled into a rutted track through dewy woods and skidded swaying to a stop at the side of a long, low, grassy hill. The tall creature dressed in black, red-spotted fur stepped from the cab. An opening appeared in the hillside. 4 machines, dull metal eggs balancing on single tractor treads, rolled silently through the opening. Jointed steel arms darted from recesses in the eggs. One machine opened the truck doors. The creature walked up a ramp inside the hill and entered a shimmering metallic compartment. "Greetings, EO. I have returned." EO, who wore a suit of white fur, hummed. "None too soon, Za. We miscalculated dawn. What success?" "An excellent group," Za said. He stretched and reclined on a transparent slab. "The servants are unloading the vehicle. I captured a young male, a mature male, an aged male, some sort of official or guardian male, a mature female, and an aged female." "Let's view them," EO said. "You can rest after we're away." The tall creatures entered a second compartment, furnished with a large table upon which the silent machines deposited inanimate bodies. "Extraordinary," said EO, staring at Miss Betsy Tapp. "These things have reached a peak of mammalian development." "Her correct garments are in this bundle," Za explained. "The servants are bringing the properties now. I secured a signaling device and a box used in an extremely primitive system of communication. Also, I brought the quaint muscle-powered vehicle ridden by the young male. The photographs should be sufficient for other details." "Any difficulty?" EO asked as the machines dumped Patrolman Wedby on the table. "The language was the greatest obstacle," Za said. "The same word has many different meanings, or many different words have the same meaning. Rather crude." "Did you use bait or force?" "Bait," Za said. "It's much simpler. This is a completely selfish, egocentric breed. Most of them have one thing in mind which they want solely for themselves. Their sending power is weak, but that one selfish desire is powerful enough to be received. I merely dangled it before their minds, and they were hooked." He tapped on the foot of Calvin C. Keir. "I killed this one's female companion. She awoke and screamed. The males and females pair off and live together for years. Strange custom. Breeding seems to be only one reason for their mutual bondage." Za pointed to Mrs. Jane Huprich. "The old female may be an exception to the selfishness. I couldn't decide whether she most wanted to be relieved of cleaning floors by primitive methods, or wanted her male offspring to be released from some structure where he had been secured for reasons I couldn't determine." The machines deposited the Reverend Enos Shackelford, and then lined up in a precise row. "This thing is dead," EO buzzed. Za shook his head. "That was the only genuine exception. He confused me till I forgot his proper clothing, but some can be devised from the other samples. He seems to have been a witch doctor. His mind was cluttered with myths and superstitions from an ancient text. I don't understand him, EO, and wish I had time to study the phenomena. He was different from the others. He believed in something and considered himself lowly and humble. The minds of the others were in constant confusion. They believed, actually, in nothing. Somehow he saw me, Io. I was forced to kill him. No harm done, Io decided. He faced the machines and said, "Destroy the vehicle. Draw in the camouflage net. Prepare for takeoff." The machines rolled from the compartment, and the two creatures followed. "Seal it," Io said. "I'll plasticize them when we're in space." "Fine work, Za. I can see the plaque now. Mounted by Io, collected by Za. Typical street corner on planet Earth. Star Sol. The directors will surely give the group a prominent place in the Galactic Museum of Natural History." "Yes," Za agreed, glancing back at the Reverend Enos Shackelford. This planet was a fortunate stopover. End of Stopping Over by Robert E. Gilbert. Recording by Ethan.
Accidental Death by Peter Bailey. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sam Carcamo. Accidental Death by Peter Bailey. The wind howled out of the northwest, blind with snow and barbed with ice crystals. All the way up the half-mile precipice, it fingered and wrenched away at groaning ice slabs. It screamed over the top, whirled snow in a dervish dance around the hollow there, piled snow into the long furrow, plowed ruler straight through streamlined hummocks of snow. The sun glinted on black rock glazed by ice, chasms and ridges and bridges of ice. It lit the snow slope to a frozen glare, penciled black shadow down the long furrow, and flashed at the furrow's end on a thing of metal and plastics, an artifact thrown down in the dead wilderness. Nothing grew, nothing flew, nothing walked, nothing talked. But the thing in the hollow was stirring in stiff jerks like a snake with its back broken or a clockwork toy running down. When the movement stopped, there was a click, and a strange sound began, thin, scratchy, inaudible more than a yard away, weary but still cocky. There leaked from the shape in the hollow the sound of a human voice.
"I've tried my hands and arms, and they seem to work,"
it began.
"I've wiggled my toes with entire success. It's well on the cards that I'm all in one piece and not broken up at all, though I don't see how it could happen. Right now, I don't feel like struggling up and finding out. I'm fine where I am. I'll just lie here for a while and relax, and get some of the story on tape. This suit's got a built-in recorder. I might as well use it. That way, even if I'm not as well as I feel, I'll leave a message. You probably know we're back, and wonder what went wrong. I suppose I'm in a state of shock. That's why I can't seem to get up. Who wouldn't be shocked after luck like that? I've always been lucky, I guess. Luck got me a place in the Whale. Sure, I'm a good astronomer, but there are lots of other guys. If I were 10 years older, it would have been an honor being picked for the first long jump in the first starship ever. At my age, it was luck. You'll want to know if the ship worked. Well, she did. Went like a bomb. We got lined up between Earth and Mars. You'll remember. And James pushed the button marked jump. Took his finger off the button and there we were, Alpha Centauri. 2 months later in your time, 1 second later by us. We covered our whole survey assignment like that. Smooth as a pint of old and mild, which right now I could certainly use. Better yet, be a pint of hot black coffee with sugar in it. Failing that, I could even go for a long drink of cold water. There was never anything wrong with the Whale, till right at the end, and even then, I doubt if it was the ship itself that fouled things up. That was some survey assignment. We astronomers really lived. Wait till you see. But of course, you won't. I could weep when I think of those miles of lovely colored film, all gone up in smoke. I'm shocked, all right. I never said who I was. Matt Hennessy, from Farside Observatory, back of the moon. Just back from a proving flight cum astronomical survey in the Starship Whale. Whoever you are who finds this tape, you're made. Take it to any radio station or newspaper office. You'll find you can name your price and don't take any wooden nickels. Where had I got to? I told you how we happened to find Chang, hadn't I? That's what the natives called it. Walking, talking natives on a blue sky planet with 1.1 G gravity and 20% oxygen atmosphere at 15 psi. The odds against finding Chang on a 6-sun survey on the first star jump ever must be up in the Googles. We certainly were lucky. The Chang natives aren't very technical. Haven't got space travel, for instance. They're good astronomers, though. We were able to show them our sun in their telescopes. In their way, they're a highly civilized people. Look more like cats than people, but they're people, all right. If you doubt it, chew these facts over. 1. They learned our language in 4 weeks. When I say they, I mean a 10-man team of them. 2. They brew a near beer that's a lot nearer than the canned stuff we had aboard the Whale. 3. They've got a great sense of humor. Ran rather silly to practical jokes, but still. Can't say I care for the hot foot and belly laugh stuff myself, but tastes differ. 4. The 10-man language team also learned chess and table tennis. But why go on? People who talk English, drink beer, like jokes, and beat me at chess or table tennis are people for my money. Even if they look like tigers in trousers. It was funny the way they won all the time at table tennis. They certainly weren't so hot at it. Maybe that 10% extra gravity put us off our strokes. As for chess, Svendlov was our champion. He won sometimes. The rest of us seemed to lose whichever Chinksy we played. There again, it wasn't so much that they were good. How could they be, in the time? It was more that we all seemed to make silly mistakes when we played them, and that's fatal in chess. Of course, it's a screwy situation. Playing chess with something that grows its own fur coat, has yellow eyes, an inch and a half long, and long white whiskers. Could you have kept your mind on the game? And don't think I fell victim to their feline charm. The children were pets, but you didn't feel like patting the adults on their big grinning heads. Personally, I didn't like the one I knew best. He was called, we called him Charlie. And he was the ethnologist, ambassador, contact man, or whatever you like to call him, who came back with us. Why I disliked him was because he was always trying to get the edge on you. All the time he had to be top. Great sense of humor, of course. I nearly broke my neck on that butter slide he fixed up in the metal alleyway to the Whale's engine room. Charlie laughed fit to bust. Everyone laughed. I even laughed myself. Though doing it hurt more than the tumble had. Yes, life and soul of the party, old Charlie. My last sight of the minnow was a cabin full of dead and dying men. The sweetish stink of burned flesh and the choking reek of scorching insulation. The boat jolting and shuddering and beginning to break up. And in the middle of the flames, still unhurt, was Charlie. He was laughing. My God. It's dark out here. Wonder how high I am. Must be all of 50 miles, and doing 800 miles an hour at least. I'll be doing more than that when I land. What's final velocity for a 50-mile fall? Same as a 50,000-mile fall, I suppose. Same as escape. 24,000 miles an hour. I'll make a mess. That's better. Why didn't I close my eyes before? Those star streaks made me dizzy. I'll make a nice shooting star when I hit air. Come to think of it, I must be deep in air now. Let's take a look. It's getting lighter. Look at those peaks down there, like great knives. I don't seem to be falling as fast as I expected, though. Almost seem to be floating. Let's switch on the radio and tell the world hello. Hello, Earth. Hello. Again. And goodbye. Sorry about that. I passed out. I don't know what I said, if anything. And the suit recorder has no playback or eraser. What must have happened is that the suit ran out of oxygen, and I lost consciousness due to anoxia. I dreamed I switched on the radio, but I actually switched on the emergency tank, thank the Lord, and brought me round. Come to think of it, why not crack the suit and breathe fresh air instead of bottled? No, I'd have to get up to do that. I think I'll just lie here a little bit longer and get properly rested up before I try anything big like standing up. I was telling about the return journey, wasn't I? The long jump back home, which should have dumped us between the orbits of Earth and Mars. Instead of which, when James took his finger off the button, the mass detector showed nothing except the noise level of the universe. We were out in that no place for a day. We astronomers had to establish our exact position relative to the solar system. The crew had to find out exactly what went wrong. The physicists had to make mystic passes in front of meters and mutter about residual folds and stress-free space. Our task was easy, because we were about a half light year from the sun. The crew's job was also easy. They found what went wrong in less than half an hour. It still seems incredible. To program the ship for a star jump, you merely told it where and where you wanted to go. In practical terms, that entailed first a series of exact measurements, which had to be translated into the somewhat abstruse coordinate system we used based on the topological order of mass points in the galaxy. Then, you cut a tape on the computer and hit the button. Nothing was wrong with the computer. Nothing was wrong with the engines. We'd hit the right button, and we'd gone to the place we'd aimed for. All we'd done was aim for the wrong place. It hurts me to tell you this, and I'm just attached personnel with no spaceflight tradition. In practical terms, one highly trained crew member had punched a wrong pattern of holes on the tape. Another, equally skilled, had failed to notice this when reading back. A childish error, highly improbable, twice repeated, thus squaring the improbability. Incredible. But that's what happened. Anyway, we took good care with the next lot of measurements. That's why we were out there so long. They were cross-checked about 5 times. I got sick, so I climbed into a spacesuit and went outside and took some photographs of the sun, which I hope would help to determine the hydrogen density in the outer regions. When I got back, everything was ready. We disposed ourselves about the control room and relaxed for all we were worth. We were all praying that this time nothing would go wrong, and all looking forward to seeing Earth again after 4 months' subjective time away. Except for Charlie, who was still chuckling and shaking his head, and Captain James, who was glaring at Charlie and obviously wishing human dignity permitted him to tear Charlie limb from limb. And then James pressed the button. Everything twanged like a bowstring. I felt myself turned inside out, passed through a small sieve and poured back into shape. The entire bow wall screen was full of Earth. Something was wrong, all right, and this time it was much, much worse. We'd come out of the jump about 200 miles above the Pacific, pointed straight down, traveling at a relative speed of about 2,000 miles an hour. It was a fantastic situation. Here was the Whale, the most powerful ship ever built, which could cover 50 light years in a subjective time of 1 second, and it was helpless, for, as of course you know, the star drive couldn't be used again for at least 2 hours. The Whale also had ion rockets, of course, the standard deuterium fusion thing with direct conversion. As again you know, This is good for interplanetary flight because you can run it continuously and it has extremely high exhaust velocity. But in our situation, it was no good because it has rather a low thrust. It would have taken more time than we had to deflect us enough to avoid a smash. We had 5 minutes to abandon ship. James got all of us into the minnow at a dead run. There was no time to take anything at all except the clothes we stood in. The minnow was meant for short, heavy hops to planets or asteroids. In addition to the ion drive, it had emergency atomic rockets, using steam for reaction mass. We thank God for that when Kazamian canceled our downward velocity with them in a few seconds. We curved away up over China, and from about 50 miles high we saw the whale hit the Pacific. 600 tons of mass at well over 2,000 miles an hour make an almighty splash. But by now, you'll have divers down. But I doubt they'll salvage much you can use. I wonder why James went down with the ship, as the saying is. Not that it made any difference. It must have broken his heart to know that his lovely ship was getting the chopper. Or did he suspect another human error? We didn't have time to think about that, or even to get the radio working. The steam rockets blew up. Poor Kazamian was burned to a crisp. Only thing that saved me was the spacesuit I was still wearing. I snapped the faceplate down because the cabin was filling with fumes. I saw Charlie coming out of the toilet. That's how he'd escaped. And I saw him beginning to laugh. Then the port side collapsed and I fell out. I saw the launch spinning away, glowing red against a purplish black sky. I tumbled head over heels towards the huge curved shield of Earth, 50 miles below. I shut my eyes, and that's about all I remember. I don't see how any of us could have survived. I think we're all dead. I'll have to get up and crack this suit and let some air in, but I can't. I fell 50 miles without a parachute. I'm dead, so I can't stand up.
There was silence for a while, except for the vicious howl of the wind. Then snow began to shift on the ledge. A man crawled stiffly out and came shakily to his feet. He moved slowly around for some time. After about 2 hours, he returned to the hollow, squatted down and switched on the recorder. The voice began again, considerably weaker.
Hello there. I'm in the bleakest wilderness I've ever seen. This place makes the moon look cozy. There's precipice around me every way but one, and that's up. So it's up I'll have to go, till I find a way to go down. I've been chewing on snow to quench my thirst, but I could eat a horse. I picked up a shortwave broadcast on my suit, but couldn't understand a word. Not English, not French. And there I stick. Listen to it for 15 minutes just to hear a human voice again. I haven't much hope of reaching anyone with my 5 milliwatt suit transmitter, but I'll keep trying. Just before I start the climb, there are 2 things I want to get on tape. The first is how I got here. I've remembered something from my military training when I did some parachute jumps. Terminal velocity for a human body falling through air is about 120 miles per hour. Falling 50 miles is no worse than falling 500. You'd be lucky to live through a 500-foot fall, true, but I've been lucky. The suit is bulky but light, and probably slowed my fall. I hit a 60-mile-an-hour updraft this side of the mountain, skidded downhill through about half a mile of snow, and fetched up in a drift. The suit is part worn, but still operational. I'm fine. The second thing that I want to say is about the Chingsi, and here it is. Watch out for them. Those jokers are dangerous. I'm not telling how because I've got a scientific reputation to watch. You'll have to figure it out for yourselves. Here are the clues. 1. The Chingsi talk and laugh, but after all, they aren't human. On an alien world 100 light years away, why shouldn't alien talents develop? A talent that's so uncertain and rudimentary here that most people don't believe it might be highly developed out there. 2. The whale expedition did fine till it found Chang. Then it hit a seam of bad luck. Real stinking bad luck that went on till it looks fishy. We lost the ship. We lost the launch. All but one of us lost our lives. We couldn't even win a game of ping pong. So what is luck? Good or bad? Scientifically speaking, future chance events are by definition chance. They can turn out favorable or not. When a preponderance of chance events has occurred unfavorably, you've got bad luck. It's a fancy name for a lot of chance results that didn't go your way, but the gambler defines it differently. For him, luck refers to the future, and you've got bad luck when the future chance events don't go your way. Scientific investigations into this have been inconclusive, but everyone knows that some people are lucky and others aren't. All we've got are hints and glimmers, the fumbling touch of a rudimentary talent. There's the evil eye legend and the Jonah, bad luck bringers. Superstition? Maybe. But ask the insurance companies about accident prones. What's in a name? Call a man unlucky and you're superstitious. Call him accident prone and that's sound business sense. I've said enough. All the same, search the space flight records. Talk to the actuaries. When a ship is working perfectly and is operated by a hand-picked crew of highly trained men in perfect condition, how often is it wrecked by a series of silly errors happening one after another in defiance of probability? I'll sign off with 2 thoughts, one depressing and one cheering. A single Chingsi wrecked our ship and our launch. What could a whole planet of them do? On the other hand, a talent that manipulates chance events is bound to be chancy. No matter how highly developed, it can't be surefire. The proof is that I've survived to tell the tale.
At 20 below zero and 50 miles an hour, the wind ravaged the mountains. Peering through his polarized visor at the white waste and the snow-filled air howling over it, sliding and stumbling with every step on a slope that got gradually steeper and seemed to go on forever, Matt Hennessy began to inch his way up the north face of Mount Everest. End of Accidental Death by Peter Bailey. Recording by Sam Carcamo. The Smiler by Albert Herrnhuter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sam Carcamo. The Smiler by Albert Herrnhuter.
Your name?
Cole. Martin Cole.
Your profession?
A very important one. I am a literary agent specializing in science fiction. I sell the work of various authors to magazines and book publishers. The coroner paused to study Cole, to ponder the thin, mirthless smile. The coroner said,
Mr. Cole, this inquest has been called to look into the death of one Mr. Sanford Smith, who was found near your home with a gun in his hand and a bullet in his brain. The theory of suicide has been
rather hard to rationalize. The coroner blinked.
You could put it that way.
I would put it even stronger. The theory is obviously ridiculous. It was a weak cover-up, the best I could do under the circumstances.
You are saying that you killed Sanford Smith?
Of course. The coroner glanced at his 6-man jury, at the 2 police officers, at the scattering of spectators. They all seemed stunned. Even the reporter sent to cover the hearing made no move toward the telephone. The coroner could think of only the obvious question.
Why did you kill him?
He was dangerous to us.
Whom do you mean by us?
We Martians, who plan to take over your world. The coroner was disappointed. A lunatic. But a lunatic can murder. Best to proceed, the coroner thought.
I was not aware that we have Martians to contend with.
If I'd had the right weapon to use on Smith, you wouldn't be aware of it now. We still exercise caution. The coroner felt a certain pity.
Why did you kill Smith?
We Martians have found science fiction writers to be our greatest danger. Through the medium of imaginative fiction, such writers have more than once revealed our plans. If the public suddenly realized that, the coroner broke in.
You killed Smith because he revealed something in his writings?
Yes, he refused to take my word that it was unsaleable. He threatened to submit it direct. It was vital material.
But there are many other such writers you can't control.
We control 90% of the output. We have concentrated on the field, and all of the science fiction agencies are in our hands. This control was imperative.
I see.
The coroner spoke in the gentle tones one uses with the insane.
Any writing dangerous to your cause is deleted or changed by the agents.
Not exactly. The agent usually persuades the writer to make any such changes, as the agent is considered an authority on what will or will not sell.
The writers always agree?
Not always. If stubbornness is encountered, the agent merely shelves the manuscript and tells the writer it has been repeatedly rejected. The coroner glanced at the 2 policemen. Both were obviously puzzled. They returned the coroner's look, apparently ready to move on his order. The thin, mirthless smile was still on Cole's lips. Maniacal violence could lie just behind it. Possibly Cole was armed. Better to play for time. Try to quiet the madness within. The coroner continued speaking.
You Martians have infiltrated other fields also?
Oh yes. We are in government, industry, education. We are everywhere. We have, of course, concentrated mainly upon the ranks of labor and in the masses of ordinary everyday people. It is from these sources that we will draw our shock troops when the time comes.
That time will be...
soon. Very soon. The coroner could not forbear a smile.
You find science fiction writers more dangerous than true scientists?
Oh, yes. The scientific mind tends to reject anything science disproves. There was now a mocking edge to Cole's voice. Science can easily prove we do not exist.
But the science fiction writer?
The danger from the imaginative mind cannot be overestimated. The coroner knew he must soon order the officers to lay hands upon this madman. He regretted his own lack of experience with such situations. He tried to put on a soothing, confidential note into his voice.
You said a moment ago that if you'd had the right kind of weapon to use on Smith...
Cole reached into his pocket and brought out what appeared to be a fountain pen. This! It kills instantly and leaves no mark whatever. Heart failure is invariably stated as the cause of death. The coroner felt better. Obviously, Cole was not armed. As the coroner raised his hand to signal the officers, Cole said, "You understand, of course, that I can't let you live."
"Take this man into custody."
The police officers did not move. The coroner turned on them sharply. They were smiling. Cole pointed the fountain pen. The coroner felt a sharp chill on his flesh. He looked at the jury, at the newspaperman, the spectators. They were all smiling. Cold, thin, terrible smiles. A short time later, the newspaperman phoned in his story. The afternoon editions carried it. Coroner Bell dies of heart attack. Shortly after this morning's inquest, which resulted in a jury verdict of suicide in the case of Sanford Smith, Coroner James Bell dropped dead of heart failure in the hearing room of a county building. Mr. Bell leaves a wife and... End of The Smiler by Albert Herrnhuter. Recording by Sam Carcamo.
Zero Hour by Alexander Blade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is a recording by Alicia. 0 Hour by Alexander Blade. Dad had already gone when Bobby got up. This disappointed Bobby a little, but then he remembered. This was the big day. Naturally, Dad would get over to the project early, and at 4 o'clock, Bobby shivered deliciously at the thought of it. He ate his breakfast in silence with Mum across the table, drinking a cup of coffee and looking at a fashion catalogue. He was glad she was occupied, because he didn't want to talk. Not today, he didn't. Might spill something secret. Might even let out the big secret. That would be terrible. Of course, all things were secret at Buffalo Flats. So secret that top scientists like Dad didn't even discuss them with wives like Mum. And wives like Mum never asked. So it was really something to sit there eating breakfast, knowing that today, Dad was going to rocket to the moon. And with Mum not even knowing the lunar project was in the works, so naturally not dreaming that he was going with Dad. The thrill was overpowering. Maybe they would have radio communication after they got there, and he would call back and say, "Hello, Mum, guess where I am? On the moon with Dad." And Mum would say, "Why, Bobby, scaring me to death like this? I was looking all over for you," sounding very angry, but not being really angry after all. Because maybe Dad would cut in and say, "Yeah, he's right here with me, dear. What do you think of this boy of ours?" Bobby gulped the last of his cereal so he could go outside and wriggle for joy. As he got up from his chair, Mum said, "And what's your plan for today, young man? Davy Crockett or Buck Rogers?" Bobby had a quick thought. A sudden temptation. Why not give Mum a hint? Why, he could even tell her, and she still wouldn't know. Then later, after he was gone, she would remember back and say, "That boy, when he tells you something, he really means it." Bobby smiled and said, "I think I'll go to the moon today." Mum smiled too and went back to her fashions. "Well, see to it your fuel mixture's correct." "I'll check it." "And Mum, I might not be home from lunch." "Where will you be?" "Oh, I don't know." "Well, mind your manners and say thank you when you leave." Mrs. Kendall, still smiling, watched Bobby dash out into the yard. Living on a restricted government area had one compensation at least. You didn't have to worry about your children. 4 dozen families, all with offspring, trapped behind 10-foot patrolled fence. Here nobody worried about their children. They came and went, and at noon a mother fed whatever number happened to be in the house at the time. Mrs. Kendall usually drew 6 or 7. It would be a relief to dodge the chore for one Saturday. Out in the backyard, Bobby fussed around his space rocket a little, tightening a screw here, hammering in a nail there, just until he could slip away without Mum noticing his direction. It wasn't a bad rocket at that, he thought. 6 feet long with 2 seats and a keen instrument panel. But kid stuff, of course. After he found the way in through the sewer, he hadn't paid any more attention to his own ship. He could see Mum through the window, back in her book, so he went casually out through the back gate and turned left, kicking up pebbles as he sauntered along and trying to look as though he had no place to go. Had to be careful, didn't want to bump into any of the other kids either today. The way in through the sewer was at a place behind Laboratory B. There was a kind of alley there that nobody ever walked through, and then this round lid you could lift up and look under, and a ladder you could climb down. Bobby hadn't dared go down at first, but after thinking about it overnight, his curiosity won out and he went back and ducked down into the lower level. He called it a sewer because of sewers being underground, but this place was clean and had bunches of wires strung in every direction and faint little lights you could see by. Bobby went further and further every trip he took, never telling anybody because you weren't supposed to talk about things at Buffalo Flats, not even to the other kids. Then he found the big drone where they were building the rocket. It was so sleek and beautiful and shiny that he just stared at it, up through the grating in the floor that was for air circulation or something. He didn't know it was the moon rocket at first, not until he'd gone back several times to peek up at it, and then one day 2 scientists came walking along right in front of his nose. One of them was Dad. Bobby almost called out, but he caught himself and just listened to them talking. This was his first time his conscience bothered him about going underneath the drone. He thought about it a lot, whether it was the right thing to do, and while he was never able to still his conscience completely, he quieted down by saying he really wasn't doing any harm because he never told anybody what he saw. He learned the rocket was going to the moon by listening to Dad and the other scientists talk when they thought they were alone. And it was funny, because even there they spoke in low voices and didn't give away much. He had known now for 3 days that at 4 o'clock the roof would open and the drone would be turned into a blast pit and the rocket would shoot through the space to the moon. That was all he did know for sure. None of the men had said who was going on the first trip to the moon. Nothing had been said of that subject at all, but Bobby knew Dad would go. He would have to. After all, Dad was the second biggest scientist at Buffalo Flats, second to only Schleimer himself, and Professor Schleimer was very old and certainly wouldn't make the trip. That left Dad. Dad would just have to go in order to run the rocket. There probably wasn't anyone else smart enough in the whole place. The idea of going himself had been born the previous day, when he found a larger grating in the floor near the rocket, and realized if he was very careful, he could climb out of the sewer and duck into the rocket when nobody was looking. Once inside, he was pretty sure he'd find a place to hide until blast-off. All the men would probably be strapped in bunks, but if he found a place he could wedge himself in, he didn't think he'd get hurt. Then, halfway to the moon, he would come out and find Dad, and would be surprised. At first, thinking about it, he'd been scared, but after he realized how proud Dad and Mum would be, he made up his mind. Now, crouched beside the grating near the ship, he waited while 2 men, technicians in white overalls, walked by. One of them said, "Well, whatever happens, she'll make a big splash." "You said it. Hope the brains know what they're doing." That made Bobby mad. Who said Dad didn't know what he was doing? Dad was just about the smartest scientist in the world. After the 2 men left, he waited a long time. He heard voices, but no one came in sight. Taking a deep breath, he opened the grating and got out. It was only 4 steps to the open port of the rocket. There was a little ramp they'd used to roll things in, and Bobby's feet touched it but lightly as he jumped into the ship. He found himself in some kind of a storeroom. It would be a good place to hide, all right. It was full of aluminium barrels, all the same size. He found a space between 2 rows and sat down and got his breath back. It was very quiet around him. Scary quiet, but he set his lips firmly. He was going to the moon with Dad. John Kendall was a little late that night. He kissed his wife and said, "Well, did you see the big skyrocket?" "How could I miss it, darling? Your supper is in the oven." "I could use a martini first." Coming right up. While Myra fixed the drink, John lay back in his easy chair and closed his eyes. We'd hoped to stage a little ceremony at the launching, but Washington said no. The Russians? The Eastern Coalition. It was a race. That was why it had to be so secret. Washington said, "Light the fuse and fire the thing." "Is it still hush-hush?" "No, not between us at least. We fired an explosion rocket at the moon. It will hit in about an hour, and telescopes will show a big purple spot where our explosives go off and throw dye all over the place." Myra handed him a dry martini. "I see. Lots of fun, no doubt, but what's the purpose? 4th of July on the moon?" "Oh, no. If the experiment is a success, the next rocket will carry men instead of a bomb." Myra went to the kitchen to see about supper. John called, "Where's Bobby? In bed, I suppose." Myra didn't hear, and John sent down his drink and moved towards the bedroom. Maybe he was still awake. Bobby rolled over. His eyes popped open. "Dad, I thought you went to—" John Kendall sat down on the edge of the bed and tousled his son's hair. "No, son, it's the old terra firma for me. Did you see the rocket blast?" "Uh-huh, it was really something. It went to the moon, didn't it?" "That's right." Kendall smiled and thought, "Try keep a secret from the kids. It just can't be done." "How's your moon rocket coming along, son?" "Pretty good. Gee, Dad, as long as you didn't go, I'm glad I didn't go either." "You were planning to make the trip also?" "Uh-huh. I got into the rocket and was all set, but I got to thinking about Mum, how one of us should try stay and take care of her in case anything happened." "Smart thinking, son. Now you get to sleep. I'll have a little time tomorrow and we'll play some ball." "That will be keen." John Kendall smiled as he left the bedroom. Kids were wonderful. Give them a few old boards and a steering wheel, and they would build a ship to fly to the moon. What a wonderful dream world they lived in. Too bad they had to grow out of it. End of 0 Hour by Alexander Blade. Recording by Alicia.
Far From Home by J.A. Taylor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gauntz. Far From Home by J.A. Taylor. Far is a strictly relative term. Half a world away from home is sometimes no distance at all. Someone must have talked over the fence because the news hounds were clamoring on the trail within an hour after it happened. The harassed controller had lived in an aura of restricteds, classifieds, and top secrets for so long it had become a mental conditioning, and automatically hedged over information that had been public property for years via the popular technical mags. But in time they pried from him an admittance that the station service lift rocket A.J. Able Jake 4 had indeed failed to rendezvous with Space Station 1, due at 9:16 Greenwich that morning. The initial takeoff and ascent had gone to flight plan, and the pilot in the routine checkback after entering free flight had reported no motor or control faults. At this point, unfortunately, a fault in the tracking radar transmitter had resulted in it losing contact with the target. The controller did not, however, mention the defection of the hungover operator in fouling up the signal to the standby unit, or the consequent general confusion in the tracking network with no contact at all thereafter, and fervently hoped that gentlemen of the press were not too familiar with the organization of the tracking system. At least one of the more shrewd-looking reporters appeared as though he were mentally baiting a large trap, so the controller, throwing caution to the winds, plunged headlong into a violent refutal of various erroneous reports already common in the streets. Able Jake did not carry explosives or highly corrosive chemicals, only some waste disposal cylinders, dry foodstuffs, and sundry station household supplies. Furthermore, there was no truth in the oft-revived rumors of weakness in the so-called spine and rib construction of the Bauer and Hammond Type 3 vessel under acceleration strain. The type had been discontinued solely because the rather complicated structure raised certain stowage difficulties in service, with overlong turnabout times resulting. There may have been a collision with a meteor, he conceded, but it was thought highly unlikely. And now the urgent business of the search called. The controller escaped, perspiring gently. Able Jake was sighted a few minutes later, but it was another 3 hours before a service ship could be readied and got away without load to allow it as much operating margin as possible. Getting a man aboard was yet another matter. At this stage of space travel, no maneuver of this nature had ever been accomplished outside of theory. Fuel-thrust-mass ratios were still a thing of pretty close reckoning, and the service lift ships were simply not built for it. The ship was in an elliptical orbit and a full degree off its normal course. A large part of the control room was demolished, and there was a lengthy split in the hull. There was no sign of the pilot, and some of the cargo was missing also. The investigating crew assumed the obvious, and gave it as their opinion that the pilot had been literally disintegrated by the intense heat of the collision. The larger part of the world's population made it a point to listen in on the first space burial service in history over the absent remains of Johnny Melland. Such a small thing to cause such a fury, a mere 20 Earth pounds of an indifferent grade of rock in a little iron, an irregular, ungraceful lump spawned somewhere 1 billion years before as a star died, but it still had most of the awesome velocity and inertia of its birth. Able Jake, with the controlling influence of the jet's cut, had yawed slightly and was now traveling crabwise. The meteor, on its own course, a trifle oblique to that of the ship, struck almost directly the slender spring-steel spine, the frightful energy of the impact transmuted on the instant into a heat that vaporized several feet of the nose and spine before the dying shock caused an anguished flexing of the ship's backbone. Thrust violently outward along the radial members, and so against the ribs and hull sheathing on that side, Able Jake's hull split open like a pea-pod for fully half its length, and several items of its cargo burst from their lashings, erupted from the wound. Johnny was not inboard at the time, but floating, spacesuited alongside, freeing a fouled lead to the radar bowl, swearing occasionally, but without any real passion at the stupidity of the unknown maintenance man who failed to secure it properly. For some odd reason he had never quite lost the thrill of his first trip outside, and donning pressure suit with the speed of long practice, sneaked as many inspections as possible, with or without due cause. The second's fury that reduced the third stage of a $5 million rocket to junk was evident to him only as a brilliant blue-white flash, a hammer-like shock through the antenna support that left his wrist and forearm numb. Then a violent wrench as a long cylinder expelled from the split hull caught the loop of his lifeline and dragged him in, till he clashed hard against it, the suddenly increased tension or a sharp edge parting the line close to the anchored end. He clawed blindly for a hold, found something he could not at that moment identify, and hung on. For a short time his vision seemed dulled, and that part of his mind, trained to the quick analysis of sudden situations, groped but feebly through a haze of shock to understand what had happened. Orienting himself, he found he was gripping a brace of the open-mounted motor on one of the waste disposal cylinders. About him he could see other odd items of the cargo, some clustering fairly closely, others just perceptibly drifting farther away, to one side or downwards, the earth rolling vastly pole over pole, and with her own natural rotation giving an odd illusion of slipping sideways from under him. Only a sudden sun-glint on the stubby, swept-back wings showed him where Able Jake was. Far away, too far, spinning slowly end over end. His sideways expulsion from the ship then had been enough to give him and his companion debris a divergent course. Spacemen accept without question the fact of a ship or a station always at hand with a safety man on watch at all times over those outside, and a bug within signaling distance constantly. They do not conceive of any other state of affairs. Now Johnny had to face the fact that he was in such a position, entirely and utterly alone, except for the useless flotsam that came with him. He might have flung himself into a mad chase after the ship on his suit jets, except that the thought of leaving his little island, cold comfort though it was, to plunge into those totally empty depths was suddenly horrible. The tide of panic rose within him. He knew the sickening bodily revolt of blind, unreasoning terror, the terror of the lost, the terror of certain untimely death, but mostly of death so dreadfully alone. He might have gone insane. In the face of the insoluble problem, his mind might have retreated into a shadow world of its own, perhaps to prattle happily the last few hours away. But there was something else there. The pre-flight school psychiatrist had recognized it. Johnny himself probably wouldn't have, and it wasn't their policy to tell him. It saved him. The labored heart-pounding and the long shuddering gasps slowed in time, and with the easing of his physical distress, he found enough heart to muster a wry little smile at the thought that of the castaways of history, he at least stood fair to be named the most unique. And after a while, shaking himself mentally, a little ashamed of his temporary fall from grace, he followed the example of the more intelligent of his predecessors, and settled down to itemize his assets, analyze his position, and conjecture the chances of survival. Item. He was encased in a Denby Brothers spacesuit Mark III open space usage, meant for no-gravity use. Therefore it had no legs as such, the lower half being a rigid cylinder, allowing considerable movement within, and having a swivel-mounted rocket motor at its base controlled by toe pedals inside. The upper half, semi-flexible, with jointed arms ending in gloves from which by contorting the shoulders the hands could be withdrawn into the sleeves when not in use. A metal and tinted plastic helmet with earphones, mic, and chin switch. An oxy air conditioning and reprocessing unit with its spare pure oxygen tank. On this he could possibly depend for 12 hours given no undue exertion, and with the most rigid economy all of the time. The power pack for suit operation and radio had a safety margin of 1 hour over the maximum air supply, if the radio wasn't used. At this time Johnny couldn't see much use for it. Item. 1 waste disposal cylinder, expendable, complete with motor and full fuel tanks, packed, according to his loading manifest, with sundry supplies to avoid dead stowage space. Seldom used, since most station waste was ferried down in the otherwise empty service ships. They occasionally handled certain laboratory refuse it was considered best to destroy in space. The cylinders were decelerated and allowed to fall into atmosphere where the friction of the unchecked plunge burned up what the magnesium charge inside had not already. The rest of the shipwrecked material had by now drifted beyond easy reach, and Johnny did not feel like wasting fuel rounding it up. Position. A matter of memory and some guesswork by now. Some 10 minutes out of powered flight at the time of collision, coasting up to station orbit where a quick boost from the jets would have made up his lost velocity to orbit standard. But there would be no boost now. So he'd just fall off around the other side, falling around and into Mother Earth, to skim atmosphere and climb on past and up to touch orbit altitude, and down again, a nice elliptical orbit. Apogee 1,000-odd miles, perigee 60, 70 perhaps. How much speed had he left? How long would it be before he brushed the fringe of atmosphere once too often and too deep? Just another meteor. And survival. A comparatively simple problem, since the mechanics of it were restricted by a simple formula, in which his role would seem to be a passive one. To survive, he must be rescued by his own kind in 12 hours or less. To be rescued, he must be seen or heard. Since his radio was a simple short-range intercom, it followed that he must be seen first and heard later. Being seen meant making a sufficiently distinguishable blip on somebody's radar screen to arouse comment over a blip where, according to schedule, no orbiting blip should be. Johnny was painfully aware that the human body is very small in space. The cylinder would be a help, but he doubted it would be enough. Then he thought of the material inside the cylinder. He pried back the lugs holding the cover in place with the screwdriver from his belt kit. He started pulling out packages, bags, boxes, thrusting them behind him, above him, downwards. Cereals, ready-mixed pastries, bundles of disposable paper overalls. Toilet paper. He worked furiously, now stuck halfway down the cylinder, kicking the bundles behind him. He emerged finally in a flurry of articles, clutching a large plastic bag that had filled the entire lower end of the tank. About him drifted a sizable cloud of station supplies, stirring sluggishly after his emergence. He pushed them a bit more, distributing them as much as possible without losing them altogether. Johnny tore open the big bag and was instantly enveloped in clinging folds of ribbon released from the pressure of its packing. He knew what it was now. The big string of ribbon chutes for the Venus expedition, intended for dropping a remote-controlled mobile observer to the as-yet unseen and unknown surface. Johnny had ferried parts of the crab-like mechanical monster on the last run, and illogically found himself worrying momentarily over the setback to the probe his mischance would cause. But in the next minute he was making fast the lower end of the string to the WD cylinder. Then, finding the top chute, he towed his pedals and jetted himself out, trailing the string out to its full extent. Now the period of action was over, and he had done all he could. Johnny found himself dreading the time of waiting to follow. He would have time for thinking, and thinking wasn't profitable under the circumstances unless it were something definitely constructive and applicable to his present and future well-being. Waiting was always bad. Surely they would find him soon. Surely they would press the search farther even when they had found Abel Jake, as they couldn't fail to in time. A tightness started in his throat. Johnny quickly drowned the thought in a flood of inconsequential nonsense. A trick he had learned as a green pilot. He might sleep, though, if sleep were a possible thing in this cold emptiness. No one, to his recollection, had ever done so outside a ship or station. The space psychology types would be interested, doubtless. Johnny tied his lifeline to the WD cylinder, then jetted clear of his artificial cloud, positioning himself so that it formed a partial screen between himself and the sun. He turned his oxygen down to the bare minimum, and the thermostat as low as he dared. He commenced a relaxation exercise, and was pleased when it worked after a fashion, a mental note for Beaufort at the station. A drowsiness crept over him, dulling a little the thin edge of fear that probed his consciousness. Face down towards the earth he hung. The slow noise of his breathing only intensified the complete silence outside. The well-padded suit encompassed him so gently there was no sense of pressure on his body to make up for the weightlessness. Johnny felt as though he were bodiless, a naked brain with eyes only, hanging in nothingness. Beneath, earth rolled over with slow majesty once every 2 hours. His altered course was evident now, passing almost directly over the geographic poles proper, instead of paralleling the twilight zone where night and day met. Sometimes he caught the faint glow of a big city on the night side, but the sight only stirred the worm of anxiety, and he closed his eyes. Johnny was beginning to feel very comfortable. He supposed sleepily that this was the way you were assumed to feel while freezing to death in a snowbank, or so he had heard. Air and heat too low, perhaps. He should really turn it up a notch. On the other hand, it was perhaps a solution to the problem of dying. A gentle sleep while the stomach was still full enough from the last meal to be reasonably comfortable and the throat yet unparched. Would it be the act of an unbalanced mind or one of the most supreme sanity? He dozed and dreamed a bit in fragments and snatches, but it was not a good sleep. There was no peace in it. At one time he seemed to be standing outside the old fretworked boarding house he lived in, looking in at the window of the sitting-room, where the ancient wispy landlady sat among her anti-massacred chairs and the ridiculous tiny seashell ashtrays that overflowed after 2 butts. He wanted desperately to get in and sprawl in the huge bat-winged chair by the fire, and stroke the enormous old grey cat that would leap up and trample and paw his stomach, before settling down to grumble to itself asthmatically for hours. It was cold and dark out here, and he wanted to get into the friendliness and the warmth and the peaceful, familiar security. But he didn't dare go around to the door, because he knew if he did, the vision would vanish, and he'd never find it again. He scratched and beat at the window, but his fingers made no sound. He tried to shout, but his cries were only strangled whispers, and the old lady sat and rocked and talked to the big grey cat and never turned her head. The fire seemed to be flaring up suddenly. It was filling the whole room. A monstrous furnace. It shouldn't do that, he knew, but the old lady didn't seem to mind sitting there rocking amid the flames, and it was so nice and warm. The fire kept growing and swelling, though. Soon it burst through the window and engulfed him. Too hot. Too hot. Johnny swam hazily back to consciousness with an aching head and thick mouth. He saw that he had drifted clear of his protective screen somehow, and the sun beat full on him. With clumsy fumbling hands that seemed to belong to somebody else, he managed the air valve. The increased oxygen reviving him enough to find the pedals and jet erratically about till he gained the shadow once more. Now he was entering upon the worst phase of the living nightmare. Awake, the doubts and fears of his position tormented him. Wearied, he feared to sleep, yet continually he found himself nodding only to jerk awake with that suddenness that is like a physical blow. Each one of these awakenings took away a little more of his self-control, till he was reduced to near hysteria, muttering abstractly, sometimes whimpering like a lost child, now seized with a feverish concern for his air supply. He would at one instant cut it down to a dangerous minimum, then, remembering the near disaster of his first attempt at economy, frantically turn it up till he was in danger of an oxygen jag. In a moment he would forget and start all over again. In addition, he was now realizing bitterly what he had subconsciously denied to himself for so long. that they had found Able Jake and drawn the obvious conclusion, that he had been obliterated or blown out through the hull by the collision without warning or preparation, that he was undoubtedly dead, if not vaporized altogether, and, as they must, considering the expense of a probably fruitless search, abandon him. There came the moment when Johnny accepted this in full. This was directly after the time when, sliding down the long hill to the perigee of his orbit, he turned on his radio and cried for help. It was a bare 100 miles or less to that wonderful world below, but there was the Heaviside layer, and the weak signals beat but feebly against it. All that seeped through by some instant's freak of transmission was a fragment of incoherent babble, to reach the uncomprehending ear of an Arkansas ham, and give that gentleman uneasy sleep for some time to come. He kept calling mechanically even after perigee was long past, praying for an answer from the powerful transmitters below or from a searching ship. But when there was no slightest whisper in his phones or answering flare among the stars, Johnny came to the end of faith, even of awareness, for his own ears did not register the transition of his calls to an insane howling of intermixed pleas, threats, condemnation, a sewer flood of foul vilification against those who had betrayed him. Bright and beautiful earth rolled blandly beneath him. The sun was a remote, impersonal thing, and the stars mocked silently. After a while, the radio carried only the agonized sounds of a man who had forgotten how to cry and must learn again. There were times after this when he observed, incuriously, a parade of mind pictures, part memory, part pure hallucination, and containing nothing of reason. Other times when he thought not at all. The sun appeared to dwindle, retreating and fading far away into a remote place where there were no stars at all. It became a feeble candle, guttered unsteadily a moment, and suddenly winked out. Abruptly Johnny was asleep. He opened his eyes and surveyed the scene with an oddly calm and dispassionate curiosity, not that he expected to find his status changed in any way, but because he had awakened with a queer sense of unreality about the whole business. He knew vaguely that he had had a bad time in the last few hours, but could remember little of the details, save that it was like one of those fragmentary nightmares in the instant between sleeping and waking, when it is difficult to divide the fact from the dream. Now he must reassure himself that this facet of it was real, and when he had done so, realized with a faint shock that he was no longer afraid. Fear, it seemed, had by its incessant pressure dulled its own edge. The acceptance of inevitable death was still there, but now it seemed to have little more significance than the closing of a book at the last page. It is possible that Johnny was not wholly sane at this point, but there is no one to witness this, and Johnny, not given to introspection at any time, felt no spur to self-analysis, beyond a brief mental registration of the fact. So he made his visual survey, saw that it was real, nothing had changed, noted with mild surprise that he'd somehow remained in the shadow of his screen this time. He had lost track of time entirely, but the suit's air supply telltale was in the yellow, indicating about 2 hours more or less to go on breathing. In quick succession he reviewed the events, accepted the probability of the abandoned search without a qualm, and made his decision. There was no need to wait about any longer. A quick flip of the helmet lock, a moment's unpleasantness perhaps, and out. As for the rest, a spaceman needs no sanctified ground, and the incorruptible vault of space is as good a place as any, and perhaps the more fitting for one of the first to travel its ways. Well then, quickly. Johnny raised his hands. But still, man has his pride and his vanity. Johnny, though not necessarily prone to inflated valuation of himself, still has just enough vanity left to resent the thought of this anonymous snuffing out in the dark. There should be, he thought, at least some outward evidence of his passing, something like a flare of light, perhaps, that would in effect say, if only to one solitary stargazer, here at this position, at this instant, Johnny Melland, spaceman, had his time. The whimsy persisted. Johnny, casting about mentally for some means to the end, recalled the thermite bomb for the WD cylinder, and was hauling himself into it when he remembered the charges for this lot had gone up with Sally Uncle 1 2 days before. But now he'd actually touched the metal cylinder, and, as though the brief contact had completed some obscure mental circuit, the mad idea was conceived. flared up into an irrepressible brilliance and exploded in a harsh bark of laughter. One last push to his luck, then, hardly worse than a gambler's last chip, except that the consequences of failure were somewhat more certain. Either way, he'd have what he wanted, survival, or, in the brief incandescence of a friction's heat, a declaration of his passing. A waste disposal cylinder will carry the equivalent of about 3 tons of refuse. Its motor is designed to decelerate that mass by 1,075 miles per hour in order to allow it to assume a descending orbit. Less the greater part of the customary mass, it should be considerably more effective, and since he was already in what constituted a descent path, but for a few miles and a little extra velocity, there would not be the long fall afterwards to pick up what he'd lost. From there on, his plan entered the realm of pure hypothesis. Except for the broad detail, the rest depended on luck and whatever freakish conditions might arise in his favor during the operation. These too would be beyond his control, and any move to take advantage of them would have to be instinctive, providing he was in any shape to do so. The tendency to gnaw worriedly at 1,000 disturbing possibilities drowned quickly in a rapidly rising sense of reckless abandon that possessed him. The prospect of positive action of any sort served to release any tension left in him, and almost gaily he moved to set his plan in action. He jimmied the timer on the rocket motor so it would fire to the last drop. The string of ribbon chutes he reeled in hand over hand, stuffing it into the cylinder, discovering in the process why the chute section hands at base wore that harried look. The mass of slithering, incomprehensible white and yellow ribbon and its shrouds resisted him like a live thing. In the end, Johnny managed to bat and maul the obstreperous stuff down the length of the tank. Even so, it filled it to within a couple of inches of the opening. Now he cut off a length of his lifeline and attached one end to the spring-loaded trigger release on the motor control, leaving enough to trail the length of the cylinder and double back inside when he wanted it. He blessed the economically minded powers that insisted on manual firing control on these one-shot units instead of the complex radio triggers beloved of the technical brains. Making fast to the chutes was a major problem, but eventually he managed a makeshift harness of the remainder of the safety line. He wound it awkwardly around himself with as many turns as possible, each returned again and again through the ring at the end of the master shroud. By now he was casting anxious glances at the earth below, aware that he must have passed apogee several minutes before, and that not more than some 20 minutes were left before the low point of this swing would be near. He was grimly aware also that it must be this time or not at all. The air telltale was well through the yellow band, and the next possible chance after this one was an hour's time away, when conditions inside the suit would be getting pretty sticky. Jockeying the unwieldy cylinder into the line of flight and making it stay there took a lot longer than Johnny counted on. With no other manual purchase than that afforded by his own lesser mass, the job proved almost impossible, and he had to use his suit motor. This caused some concern over his meager fuel supply, since his plan called for some flat-out jetting later on. In the frantic flurry of bending, twisting over and under, controlling, the veneer of aplomb began to wear. Johnny was sweating freely by the time he had the cylinder stabilized as best he could judge, and had gingerly worked himself into the open end as far as he could against the cushioning mass of the ribbon chute. He took the trigger lanyard loosely in his hand, and craning his neck to see past the bulk of the cylinder, he watched and waited. To the experienced lift pilot, there are certain subtle changes in color values over the Earth's surface as one approaches more closely the outer fringe of atmosphere. While braking approaches are auto-controlled, the pilot taking over only after his ship is in atmosphere, the conscientious man makes himself familiar with the feel of a visually timed approach, just in case, and Johnny was a good pilot. Watching equatorial Africa sliding obliquely towards him, Johnny suddenly gave thought to a possible landing spot for the first time. Not that he had any choice, but a picture of a cold, wet immersion in any of several possible bodies of water was not encouraging. The suit would probably float, but which end first was a matter for conjecture, and out of it he would be as badly off, for Johnny could not swim a stroke. Nor had he any clear idea how long it would take to slow down to a vertical drop. Able Jake made a full half-swing of the globe to break down, but Able Jake was an ultra-streamlined object with many times the mass and weight of Johnny and his rig. Furthermore, the ships were controllable to a certain degree, while Johnny was not, beyond the certain knowledge that the effect of the shoots would be quite violent and probably short-lived. The rest was unpredictable. He tried to shake off gloomy speculation, uneasily aware that much of the carefree confidence of the last hour had deserted him. In a more normal state of mind again, he became prey to tension once more, a pounding heart and dry mouth recalling mercilessly the essential frailties of his kind. So, with aching neck and burning eyes, he strained for a clear view past the length of the cylinder and, there, the preliminary to the visual changes, a sudden sweep of distortion over the landscape as his angle of sight through the refracting particles became more shallow. Now was the time he had judged the throat vein gyros should begin their run-up. He worked the lanyard back carefully, fearful an awkward movement might upset the cylinder's lineup, pulling the trigger lever over to half-cock where the micro-switch should complete circuit with the dry power pack. There should be approximately 1 minute before the major color changes began, which was also the minimum time for gyro run-up. Johnny resumed the watching and the waiting. How long is a minute? Is it the time it takes the fear-frozen trainee staring glass-eyed at the fumbled grenade to realize that this one at his feet is a dud? Or is it the time before the rock climber, clinging nail and toe to the rock face with the rope snapped suddenly taut, feels it at last slacken and sees the hands gripping safely come into sight? Perhaps the greenhorn, rifle a-waver, watching the glimpse of tawny color in the veldgrass and waiting the thunder and the charge, could say. They'd all be wrong. It's much longer. Long enough for Johnny to think of a dozen precautions he could have taken. A dozen better ways to rig this or that, long enough to worry about whether the gyros were really running up as they should. 1,000 queries and doubts piled mountainously upward to an almost unbearable peak of tension, till suddenly the browns and greens below flashed a shade lighter, and it was time, and the savage snap on the lanyard a blessed relief and total committal. In the few seconds after the firing of the prime and before the busy little timer snapped the valves wide open, Johnny managed to slip his toes under the jet pedals to avoid accidental firing. At the same time, he braced himself as rigidly as possible with aching arms against the walls of the cylinder. He saw briefly the flare of the jet reflected off the remnants of his cloud of station stores before deceleration with all its unpleasantness began. The lip of the cylinder's mouth swept up past his helmet as he was rammed deep into the absorbent mass of ribbon chute. This wasn't a padded contour chair under a mild 3G lift. The chutes took the first shock, but Johnny took the rest the hard way, standing bolt upright. He found, with some surprise, his head was right down through the neck ring and inside the suit proper, his arms half withdrawn from the sleeves, knees buckled to an almost unbelievable angle considering the dimensions of the lower case. He had time to hope fervently the cheap expendable motor wouldn't burn out its throat and send him cartwheeling through space, or blow the surrounding tanks before the blackout came down. He came out of it sluggishly, to find the relief from the dreadful pressure almost as stupefying as the deceleration itself. While his conscious mind screamed the urgency of immediate action, his bruised and twisted body answered but feebly. The condition of complete weightlessness and the springy reaction of the ribbon mass was all that allowed him finally to claw himself out of the cylinder to where he could use the suit jet without fear of burning the precious chutes. He was so tired. His muscles of their own accord seemed to relax intermittently, interfering with the control of his movements. Only the sudden sight of the earth, transformed by a weird illusion of position from a bright goal to an enormous distorted thing looming apparently over him with glowing menace, spurred his flagging resolution to frantic activity. He jetted straight back, trailing his string of chutes behind him, then, before the last was free of the cylinder, kicked himself around to assume the original course once more. At this stage it was no longer possible, even granted the time, to judge visually how near he was to the atmosphere. The uneasy feeling that he must already be brushing the troposphere jarred his nerves so that he merely gave himself a short flat-out boost in the right direction before spinning bodily 180 degrees so that he was traveling feet first. Reflected in the curved helmet face, the string of chutes obediently followed my leader around a ragged U-shape. The last, the small pilot chute, trailed limply around as he watched. There could surely be but a few seconds left before the grand finale. Johnny found he was unconsciously holding his breath, and as he deliberately inhaled long, slow draughts of his already staling air, realized abstractly that he seemed to be attempting to meet his possible end with some degree of dignity, if not with resignation, and wondered if he were the exception or the rule. Possibly, he thought sardonically, because there is so little room for dignity in our living years, and was mildly surprised at an uncharacteristic excursion into the realm of philosophy. There was a faintly perceptible tug on the harness. It was sustained, and now there came a definite strain. Reflected for a moment in the helmet face was a glimpse of the lead chute slowly opening out like a gigantic flower. Then, swiftly, in half a breath, the harness coils were tightening about him like steel fingers. The heavy ring at the end of the master shroud clashed against the back of his helmet and began a sickening, thrumming vibration there. The harness encompassed his torso like a vice, but his legs were unsupported and weighed what seemed 1,000 tons. He could feel them stretching. Somewhere a coil slipped a fraction. His arms were jerked suddenly upwards, and Johnny knew a sensation he'd never believed possible. At the same time, his leaden feet crashed down on the jet pedals. For a few brief, blessed moments, the intolerable extension eased a fraction with the firing of the suit jets. He cringed mentally from the thought of what was to come and thought hazily, "This is what the rack was like. This is going to be bad, bad, bad." It was impossible, and Johnny went out with the last drop of fuel. Somewhere there was a queer coughing sound like wind through a crevice. He strained to identify it, but an awful agony swamped him, and he fled before it back into the darkness, and later still a thumping and a rushing, gurgling sound. Dim, grotesque figures moved about him or swooped and hovered over him. He felt an unreasoning fear of them and tried to shut them out. They were holding him down, hurting him. One was pulling and twisting at his arm. He shouted and swore at it, telling it to leave him alone, but it ignored him or didn't seem to hear. There was a sudden dull snapping sound, and a little of the pain abated. The figures flowed together and swirled around like some great oily vortex, but never quite left him. Then there was a time when they separated jerkily and became the hazy but definable figures of men in rough seaman's clothes. Johnny had never heard Breton French before. In his dazed condition, the apparently insane gabble might well have been the tongue of another world and gave him little assurance. He hurt so badly and so generally that he could not have determined that he was lying down, save for a view of white clouds scuttling overhead. Some of the men were holding up what looked like a crumpled parody of a man. He recognized it without surprise as the soaking remains of his spacesuit, battered and with tattered shreds of outer cover and insulation hanging in festoons. A sharp, bearded face shot into focus abruptly, waving a hypodermic needle. It spoke English and observed passionately to either Johnny or itself that, "Name of a Spanish cow, what is it in men that they must abuse themselves so? Now here is one who is both squeezed and stretched alternately, as well as hammered, dehydrated, and almost asphyxiated, is it not? This will bear watching. It is alive, but there will have to be X-rays in profusion." It danced long, sensitive fingers over the welts and bruises and commented bluntly that it was well the fisherman had returned his arms and legs into their sockets before he fully regained consciousness. It muttered and clucked to itself as it used the hypo which Johnny could not feel. Formidable. The pleasant drowsiness came down just as he was identifying the queer smell as ozone, brine, and good fresh air. After a while they moved him to a small hospital in an up-coast town, where he slept much, suffered not a little, and, even waking, viewed the world incuriously through drug-laden eyes. Finally they allowed him to waken fully, and the sharp-faced doctor, together with 6 others from various parts of the world, decided that, after all, he seemed to be surviving. Johnny lay and itched intolerably in the cast that covered him from nape to thigh, and listened to the bustling of the elderly nursing sister who, good soul, having never been more than 10 miles from her town in her life, reminded him that it wanted but 2 days to Christmas, and opined that such a tragedy for Monsieur to be so far from home. Johnny smiled at the ceiling, not daring to laugh yet, and sniffed at the salt sea air with its undertone of rank seaweed and gloried in it. Even a chance whiff of that particular cigarette tobacco that only a Frenchman can appreciate. He thought that here, as across the water, night and day followed each other in their proper order, and the ground was a solid thing beneath the feet. Why, he could never be closer. End of Far From Home by J. A. Taylor.
Dr. X by Culpeper Chung. From Weird Tales, August 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Dr. X by Culpeper Chung. Our old professor Sven Borgen has become famous almost overnight, I remarked, glancing at the morning paper. You remember him, don't you, Pat? Sure, returned McKay, lazily flicking an imaginary speck of dust off his burnt orange tie. The Swede who used to lecture on psychology at GWI during our last year there. He was bow-legged and had a cast in his right eye. Erratic nut, what? We used to call him Bug. What has he done now? Proclaimed himself Emperor of Wuzhou, or eloped with his grandmother? Nothing of such international concern, I said. But he appears to have gotten himself in the limelight just the same. A few days ago, it became known that he had perfected an operation for grafting the brain of an animal in the cranium of another animal of the same species. In much the same way, as I understand it, that living tissue and bone are grafted on human beings. Ah, rejoined McKay, and yawned. What is Consolidated Steel quoted at this morning? His experiments have been successful to a degree almost past belief, I continued, ignoring his question. The paper says that out of 50 operations performed on dogs and other small mammals, only 2 prove fatal. These operations, the account continues, have been performed chiefly on living animals, but in one case at least, the brain of a living dog was grafted into the cranium of a dog killed by concussion of the brain. The dead dog was brought to life. Tough on the first pup, Pat commented. Although Borgen's experiments have been confined to animal subjects, I resumed, he was recently granted permission by the Swedish authorities to experiment with incurable patients in an asylum for the insane. But on the very day the story was given out to the papers, which, by the way, are playing it up big, he was run over by a streetcar and instantly killed. Lucky devil, said McKay, without much interest. If he had lived, he would have ended his days in the Dippy House. Brain graft. Pooh. The man had ants in his attic. I don't know so much about that, I rejoined. The paper says... Bunk, McKay interrupted rudely. The paper says, I continued doggedly, that he... Piffle. You're wrong, interposed a quiet voice behind us. Piffle is scarcely the word. The story about Dr. Borgen in the morning paper is quite true. I happen to know the facts in the case. I turned my head sharply and gazed at the speaker. He had stopped directly behind my chair and was gazing over my shoulder at the paper spread out over my knees. He was a tall man of uncertain age and nationality, although there was an elusive something about him that suggested the Scandinavian. He had a saw-turned face, the color of old parchment, a hawk-like nose, and a pair of glittering blue eyes that appeared greenly iridescent when one gazed into their depths. He was dressed in a shabby black suit of clothes, wore a slouch but pulled down over his forehead, a well-known brand of cigarette hung from between his thin red lips. An unprepossessing person, in short, and yet, strangely enough, one who at once roused my interest. "And who the devil might you be?" asked Mackay, looking him up and down with an insolent eye. "I beg your pardon," returned the stranger without embarrassment. "I happened to hear the tail end of your conversation as I was passing, and as Dr. Borgen once honored me with his friendship, I would not let your statement touching his mental condition pass unchallenged. Sven Borgen was not a lunatic, as you seem to think, but a genius whose death will prove a sad blow to science." "And this newspaper story is based on fact?" I questioned. "So far as it goes," nodded the stranger, tossing the stub of his cigarette into the sea. "But the best part of the story, the crowning achievement of Dr. Borgen's life, in fact, has not been told. I wonder if you would care to hear it." "Why not?" I asked, and looked at Mackay. Pat nodded, but whether in acquiescence or in order to get the sun out of his eyes, I could not tell. The stranger walked over to the rail and for a moment stood gazing out over the vast expanse of water beneath him. The giant Cunard liner, SS Princess Maritza, had just passed Sandy Hook, and, in a sea as smooth as glass, was gathering speed with every revolution of her engines, as she headed for European waters beneath the blazing hot sun. I propped my feet up on the rail and sprawled out comfortably in my steamer chair. The trip over, it appeared, had not been as monotonous as I had first believed. It promised well at the start, at any rate, I thought, as I watched the stranger coil his form into an unoccupied chair in front of us. Although the newspaper story fails to mention the fact, he began, directing his hypnotic gaze at Mackay, the idea of brain graft originated not with Dr. Borgen, but with a surgeon whom we will call Dr. X. To perfect this operation was Dr. X's lifelong ambition, and he worked and experimented for over 30 years with this end in view. Almost at the very beginning, however, he realized that he would be unable to carry on his experiments unassisted, and it was for this reason that he took his friend and colleague Sven Borgen into his confidence. With the latter's cooperation, the experiments were carried on in earnest over a period of many years, until at last science triumphed and the labors of the two surgeons were crowned with success. The brain graft was an accomplished fact. The experiments, however, had been confined to lower animals, and before revealing his secret to the world, Dr. X wanted to operate on subjects admitted from the human race. Think, gentlemen, what this operation, if successful, would mean to humanity. The alert brains of old men could be given a new lease on life in, say, the bodies of young, physically perfect lunatics, and the minds of geniuses could, by successive operations, be made to live on, perhaps, who knows, forever. It would only be a matter of time before the human race would become a race of supermen. But to continue, Dr. X, himself a very old man, had a son, a clean-limbed, strong-minded youngster about 22 years of age, who was attending a medical school in Copenhagen. One night, shortly after Dr. X had brought the first phase of his experiments to a successful conclusion, he received a telegram informing him that his son had been severely injured in an automobile accident. The message came in the dead of night, long after Dr. X had retired, but he hurried into his clothes and caught the first train to Copenhagen. The boy had been taken to hospital. He was suffering from compound fractures of the skull and was not expected to live. Indeed, he regained consciousness only long enough after his father's arrival to realize he was dying, and to beg his parent, in the name of science, to use his body to carry on the brain-grafting experiments. This the doctor promised to do, and in spite of his heroic efforts to save the boy, his son died almost immediately afterwards of a cerebral hemorrhage. It did not occur to Dr. X to break the promise he had made to the boy. He was perfectly willing to sacrifice his own life if necessary for the advancement of science, and it seemed but natural to him that his son should want his body to be used for the same purpose. So he did not hesitate. He telegraphed Dr. Borgen, and then had his son's body removed to a colleague's private hospital in the same city. Then he made his will. When Borgen arrived several hours later, Dr. X was ready for the operation, which was performed almost immediately afterward. I will not try to describe the operation itself. The technicalities would bore you. Suffice it to say that a short time after the two hemispheres of Dr. X's brain had been grafted in the cranium of his dead son, the organs of the latter began to function. In short, gentlemen, the operation was a success, and the dead man was brought to life. The stranger struck a match on the heel of his shoe and applied the flame to a fresh cigarette. Then he looked up, and his gaze encountered mine. I hastily averted my eyes. I certainly did not believe his story, but there was, nevertheless, an indefinable something about him that inspired, in me, an odd feeling of repugnance and fear. McKay yawned and reached for a cigar. "Well," he remarked, "your story is not uninteresting, but if you expect me to swallow it, you will be disappointed. Not that I doubt your sincerity, but, well, how do I know your story is based in fact? I confess it sounds very improbable to me. May I take the liberty of inquiring your name?" "Certainly," said the stranger, and fixed his hypnotic gaze on my friend's face. "Before I died, I was Dr. X's son." A sardonic smile twisted his thin red lips. "Now," he added slowly, "I am Dr. X." The end of Dr. X by Culpeper Chun.
The Cedar by Max Williams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gauntz. The Cedar by Max Williams. Being just plain Pop was not enough. He was bucking for all-fatherhood. It took me less than 3,000 years to catch up with Pop, which, all things considered, was pretty good going. I came out of overdrive at 018970 hours in orbit around an ugly-looking A3-type planet, and there was his ship below me. I slammed my cruiser down right alongside, hard enough to pulverize a couple feet of basalt and make Pop and his ship bounce a little. He'd put me to quite a bit of trouble, and I was annoyed. Pop got to his feet and stood there looking kind of sheepish as I climbed out of the cruiser. The old fool had his helmet off, and was breathing in the foul atmosphere as if it were health gas. His gills had begun to turn a little blue from the methane and CO2. He was a character, all right. His name wasn't really Pop, of course. I guess the nickname had been tacked on because he was such an eccentric old codger, and because he looked like a couple of billion years old. Actually, of course, he wasn't nearly that old. "Welcome aboard, Planet," he said. "I kind of figured you'd be along sooner or later, or someone like you." "Well, I'm here," I said. He looked harmless, but I kept a 201R projector on him just in case. Pop had given Security Division a lot of trouble, and I had strict orders. I crawled over to his ship and slid inside. The cabin looked neat enough, but the old fool had so much junk crammed into the ship you could hardly turn around. I found what I was looking for toward the bow. Row after row of cylindrical canisters. I broke one open, and the biodetector on my back began to stutter like crazy. I dropped it and sprayed them all until they glowed dull green. By then the contents were cooked. Pop was still standing in the same place when I crawled out, looking as casual as you please. He only had a few eyes on me. Most of them he had turned toward the planet's oversized satellite, and a raw, angry-looking sea that was breaking a few ship's lengths away. "How'd you catch up with me?" he asked. "Space warp. You left a trail a child could follow. I moved around his ship and found the reason he was looking so innocent. He'd already set up one of his canisters, and the seal was about to break. I sprayed it. So much for several billion one-celled forms of life bottled under pressure." "All right," I said. "That's the last of them. Let's get going." "Okay," said Pop. "Never argue with Security Division. Still, you've got to admit I gave you a good run for your money. And I seeded quite a mess of planets." I shouldn't have done it, but I was angry. I snapped a claw across his nerve center before he could draw it back into his shell. It must have hurt plenty, because 10 or 12 of his eyes began to water. "Seeded hell," I said. "You touched down on exactly 9,080 planets. And I sterilized every one of them after you left. That's what took me so long." He seemed to shrink a little inside, and for the first time I realized just how old the nut really was. "All that time," he said. "All that effort wasted. Damn. Double damn." "You should have figured that in the first place," I said. "Central Maxim 0438 clearly states that no life is to be introduced into the outer galaxies. And don't ask me why, I'm no biologist. I just follow orders." "Listen," said Pop. "Please listen. Back at Central Galaxy they think our race, is pretty much immortal. But they don't know. They don't know for sure if any life will be left in our galaxy after 200 or 300 wars like the last one, and—" "Hold it," I said. "You're wasting your time. I'm not a philosopher, and you know it." "That's right," said Pop. "And you're not a biologist either, you told me." He waved a claw in gesture of resignation number 7. "Well, maybe you're right. Maybe I have been an old fool. Let's go home. No use hanging around an ugly planet like this one." He made gesture of contempt number 15. "Well, I thought that's a relief. Maybe the old geezer wasn't as crazy as I'd figured. Maybe he just needed some sense slapped into him. At any rate, he didn't make any trouble when I disintegrated his ship. The old crate wasn't space-worthy to begin with, and he climbed into my cruiser meek as could be." I put the drive in low and pulled out of the system. The next planet, Pop had landed on the 3rd, was going through G14 disintegration into asteroids, but I eased through without any trouble and began to pick up speed. Just then Pop swung around in his seat and made good luck gesture 8 and long life gesture 12 toward the planet we'd left. I stared at him. "I don't get it," I said. "Just a while ago you agreed that was an ugly hunk of rock. You even made contempt gesture 15. You spat on it." "That's right," said Pop. "I did, didn't I? Right into a pool of brackish water." Then he began to chuckle. He kept on chuckling for 5 years, until I got annoyed and slapped his nerve center again. Aside from that, the return voyage was uneventful. End of The Cedar by Max Williams.
Stolen Brains by Captain S.P. Meek. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. Stolen Brains by Captain S.P. Meek. "I hope, Carnes," said Dr. Bird, "that we get good fishing." "Good fishing? Will you please tell me what you are talking about?" "I'm talking about fishing, old dear. Have you seen the evening paper?" "No. What's that got to do with it?" Dr. Bird tossed across the table a copy of the Washington Post, folded so as to bring uppermost an item on page 3. Carnes saw his picture staring at him from the center of the page. "What the dickens?" he exclaimed as he bent over the sheet. With growing astonishment he read that Operative Carnes of the United States Secret Service had collapsed at his desk that afternoon, and had been rushed to Walter Reed Hospital, where the trouble had been diagnosed as a nervous breakdown caused by overwork. There followed a guarded statement from Admiral Clay, the President's personal physician, who had been called into conference by the Army authorities. The Admiral stated that the chief of the Washington District was in no immediate danger, but that a prolonged rest was necessary. The paper gave a glowing tribute to the detective's life and work, and stated that he had been given sick leave for an indefinite period, and that he was leaving at once for the fishing lodge of his friend, Dr. Bird of the Bureau of Standards at Squapan Lake, Maine. Dr. Bird, the article concluded, would accompany and care for his stricken friend. Carnes laid aside the paper with a gasp. "Do you know what all this means?" Carnes demanded. "It means, Carnesy, old dear, that the fishing at Squapan Lake should be good right now, and that I feel the need of accurate information on the subject. I didn't want to go alone, so I engineered this outrage on the government, and am taking you along for company. For the love of Mike, look sick from now on until we are clear of Washington. We leave tonight. I already have our tickets and reservations, and all you have to do is to collect your tackle and pack your bags for a month or two in the woods, and meet me at the Pennsy station at 6 tonight." "And yet there are some people who say there is no Santa Claus," mused Carnes. "If I had really broken down from overwork, I would probably have had my pay docked for the time I was absent. But a man with official pull in this man's government wants to go fishing, and presto, the wheels move and the way is clear. Doctor, I'll meet you as directed." "Good enough," said Dr. Bird. "By the way, Carnes," he went on as the operative opened the door, "bring your pistol." Carnes whirled about at the words. "Are we going on a case?" he asked. "That remains to be seen," replied the doctor enigmatically. "At all events, bring your pistol. In answer to any questions, we are going fishing. In point of fact, we are, with ourselves as bait. If you have a little time to spare this afternoon, you might drop around the office of the Post and get them to show you all the amnesia cases they have had stories on during the past 3 months. They will be interesting reading. No more questions now, old dear. We'll have lots of time to talk things over while we are in the Maine woods." Late that next evening, they left the Bangor in a Aroostook train at Masardis and found a Ford truck waiting for them. Over a rough trail they were driven for 15 miles, winding up at a log cabin which the doctor announced was his. The truck deposited their belongings and jounced away, and Dr. Bird led the way to the cabin, which proved to be unlocked. He pushed open the door and entered, followed by Carnes. The operative glanced at the occupants of the cabin and started back in surprise. Seated at a table were 2 figures. The smaller of the two had his back to the entrance, but the larger one was facing them. He rose as they entered, and Carnes rubbed his eyes and reeled weakly against the wall. Before him stood a replica of Dr. Bird. There was the same 6'2" of bone and muscle, the same beetling brows and the same craggy chin and high forehead, surmounted by a shock of unruly black hair. In face and figure the stranger was a replica of the famous scientist, until he glanced at their hands. Dr. Bird's hands were long and slim with tapering fingers, the hands of a thinker and an artist, despite the acid stains which disfigured them but could not hide their beauty. The hands of his double were stained as were Dr. Bird's, but they were short and thick and bespoke more the man of action than the man of thought. The second figure arose and faced them, and again Carnes received a shock. While the likeness was not so striking, there was no doubt that the second man would have readily passed for Carnes himself in a dim light or at a little distance. Dr. Bird burst into laughter at the detective's puzzled face. "Carnes," he said, "shake yourself together and then shake hands with Major Trowbridge of the Coast Artillery Corps. It has been said by some people that we favor one another." "I'm glad to meet you, Major," said Carnes. "The resemblance is positively uncanny. But for your hands, I would have trouble telling you two apart." The Major glanced down at his stubby fingers. "It is unfortunate, but it can't be helped," he said. "Dr. Bird, this is Corporal Askins of my command. He is not as good a second to Mr. Carnes as I am to you, but you said it was less important." "The likeness is plenty good enough," replied the doctor. "He will probably not be subjected to as close a scrutiny as you will. Did you have any trouble in getting here unobserved?" "None at all, Doctor. Lieutenant Maynard found a good landing field within half a mile of here, as you said he would, and he has his Douglas camouflaged and is standing by. When do you expect trouble?" "I have no idea. It may come tonight, or it may come later. Personally, I hope that it comes later so that we can get in a few days of fishing before anything happens." "What do you expect to happen, Doctor?" demanded Carnes. "Every time I have asked you anything, you told me to wait until we were in the Maine woods, and we are there now. I read up everything that I could find on amnesia victims during the past 3 months, but it didn't throw much light on the matter to me." "How many cases did you find, Carnes?" 16. There may have been lots more, but I couldn't find any others in the post records. Of course, unless the victim were a local man or of some prominence, it wouldn't appear." "You got most of them at that. Did any points of similarity strike you as you read them?" "None, except that all were prominent men and all of them mental workers of high caliber. That didn't appear peculiar because it is the man of high mentality who is most apt to crack." "Undoubtedly, there were some points of similarity which you missed. Where did the attacks take place?" "Why, one is at— Thunder, Doctor, I did miss something. Every case, as nearly as I can recall, happened at some summer camp or other resort where they were on vacation." "Correct. One other point. At what time of day did they occur?" "In the morning, as well as I can remember. That point didn't register." "They were all discovered in the morning, Carnes, which means that the actual loss of memory occurred during the night. Further, every case has happened within a circle with a diameter of 300 miles. We are near the northern edge of that circle." Carnes checked up on his memory rapidly. "You're right, Doctor," he cried. "Do you think—" "Once in a while," replied Dr. Bird dryly, "I think enough to know the futility of guesses hazarded without complete data. We are now located within the limits of the amnesia belt, and we are here to find out what did happen, if anything, and not to make wild guesses about it. You have the tent set up for us, Major?" "Yes, Doctor, about 30 yards from the cabin, and hidden so well that you could pass it a dozen times a day without suspecting its existence. The gas masks and other equipment which you sent to Fort Banks are in it." "In that case, we had better dispense with your company as soon as we have eaten a bite, and retire to it. On second thought, we will eat in it. Carnes, we will go to our downy couches at once, and leave our substitutes in possession of the cabin. I trust, gentlemen, that things come out all right, and that you are in no danger." Major Trowbridge shrugged his heavy shoulders. "It is as the gods will," he said sententiously. "It is merely a matter of duty to me, you know, and thank God I have no family to mourn if anything does go wrong. Neither has Corporal Askins." "Well, good luck at any rate. Will you guide Carnes to the tent, and then return here, and I'll join him." Huddled in the tiny concealed tent, Dr. Bird handed Carnes a haversack on a web strap. "This is a gas mask," he said. "Put it on your neck, and keep it ready for instant use. I have one on, and one of us must wear a mask continually while we are here. We'll change off every hour. If the gas used is lethane, as I suspect, we should be able to detect it before it gets too concentrated. But some other gas might be used, and we must take no chances. Now look here." With the aid of a flashlight, he showed Carnes a piece of apparatus which had been set up in the tent. It consisted of 2 telescopic barrels, one fitted with an eyepiece, and the other, which was at a wide angle to the first, with an objective glass. Between the two was a covered round disc from which projected a short tube fitted with a protecting lens. This tube was parallel to the telescopic barrel containing the objective lens. "This is a new thing which I have developed, and it is getting its first practical test tonight," he said. It is a gas detector. It works on the principle of the spectroscope with modifications. From this projector goes out a beam of invisible light, and reflections are gathered and thrown through a prism of the eyepiece. While a spectroscope requires that the substance which it examines be incandescent and throw out visible light rays in order to show the typical spectral lines, this device catches the invisible ultraviolet on a fluorescent screen and analyzes it spectroscopically. Whoever has the mask on must continually search the sky with it and look for the 3 bright lines which characterize lethane, one at 230, one at 240, and a third at 670 on the illuminated scale. If you see any bright lines in those regions or any other lines that are not continually present, call my attention to it at once. I'll watch for the first hour. At the end of an hour, Dr. Bird removed his mask with a sigh of relief, and Carnes took his place at the spectroscope. For half an hour he moved the glass about, and then spoke in a guarded tone. "I don't see any of the lines you told me to look for," he said, "but in the southwest I get wideband at 310 and 2 lines at about 520. Dr. Bird advanced toward the instrument, but before he reached it, Carnes gave an exclamation. "There they are, Doctor!" he cried. Dr. Bird sniffed the air. A faint sweetish odor became apparent, and he reached for his gas mask. Slowly his hands drooped, and Carnes grasped him and drew the mask over his face. Dr. Bird rallied slightly and feebly drew a bottle from his pocket and sniffed it. In another instant he was shouldering Carnes aside and staring through the spectroscope. Carnes watched him for an instant, and then a low whirring noise attracted his attention, and he looked up. Silently he caught the doctor's arm in a vice-like grip and pointed. Hovering above the cabin was a silvery globe, faintly luminous in the moonlight. From its top rose a faint cloud of vapor which circled around the globe and descended toward the earth. The globe hovered like a giant hummingbird above the cabin, and Carnes barely stifled an exclamation. The door of the cabin opened, and Major Trowbridge, walking stiffly and like a man in a dream, appeared. Slowly he advanced for 10 yards and stood motionless. The globe moved over him, and the bottom unfolded like a lily. 2 long arms shot silently down and grasped the motionless figure and drew him up into the heart of the globe. The petals refolded, and silently as a dream the globe shot upward and disappeared. "Gad, they lost no time," commented Dr. Bird. "Come on, Carnes, run for your life, or rather, for Trowbridge's life. No, you idiot, leave your gas mask on. I'll take the spectroscope. It'll be all we need." Followed by the panting Carnes, Dr. Bird sped through the night along an almost invisible path. For half a mile he kept up a headlong pace until Carnes could feel his heart pounding as though it would burst his ribs. The pair debouched from the trees into a glade a few acres in extent, and Dr. Bird paused and whistled softly. An answering whistle came a few yards away, and a figure rose in the darkness as they approached. "Maynard," called Dr. Bird. "Good enough. I was afraid that you might not have kept your gas mask on." "My orders were to keep it on, sir," replied the lieutenant in muffled tones through his mask. "But my mechanician did not obey orders. He passed out cold without any warning about 15 minutes ago. Where's your ship?" "Right over here, sir." "We'll take off at once. Your craft is equipped with a bird silencer?" "Yes, sir." "Come on, Carnes, we're going to follow that globe. Take the front cockpit alone, Maynard. Carnes and I will get in the rear pit with the spec and guide you. You can take off your gas mask at an elevation of 1,000 feet. You have packed chutes, haven't you?" "In the rear pit, Doctor." "Put one on, Carnes, and climb in. I've got to get this spec set up before he gets too high." The Douglas, equipped with the bird silencer, took the air noiselessly and rapidly gained elevation under the urging of the pilot. Dr. Bird clamped a gas-detecting spectroscope on the front of his cockpit and peered through it. "Southwest, at about 1,000 more elevation," he directed. "Right," replied the pilot as he turned the nose of his plane in the indicated direction and began to climb. For an hour and a half the plane flew noiselessly through the night. "Bald Mountain," said the pilot, pointing. "The Canadian border is only a few miles away." "If they've crossed the border, we're sunk," replied the doctor. "The trail leads straight ahead." For a few minutes they continued their flight toward the Canadian border, and then Dr. Bird spoke. "Swing south," he directed, "and drop 1,000 feet and come back." The pilot executed the maneuver, and Dr. Bird peered over the edge of the plane and directed the spectroscope toward the ground. "Half a mile east," he said, "and drop another 1,000. Carnes, get ready to jump when I give the word." "Oh, Lord!" groaned Carnes as he fumbled for the ripcord of his parachute. "Suppose this thing doesn't open?" "They'll slide you between 2 barn doors for a coffin and bury you that way," said Dr. Bird grimly. "You know your orders, Maynard?" "Yes, sir. When you drop, I am to land at the nearest town, it'll be Lowell, and get in touch with the commandant of the Portsmouth Navy Yard if possible. If I get him, I am to tell him my location and wait for the arrival of reinforcements. If I fail to get him on the telephone, I am to deliver a sealed packet which I carry to the nearest United States Marshal. When reinforcements arrive, either from the Navy Yard or from the Marshal, I am to guide them toward the spot where I dropped you and remain, as nearly as I can judge, 2 miles away until I get a further signal or orders from you." "That is right. We'll be over the edge in another minute. Are you ready, Carnes?" "Oh, yes, I'm ready, Doctor, if I have to risk my precious life in this contraption." "Then jump." Side by side, Carnes and the doctor dropped toward the ground. The Douglas flew silently away into the night. Carnes found that the sensation of falling was not an unpleasant one as soon as he got accustomed to it. There was little sensation of motion, and it was not until a sharp whisper from Dr. Bird called it to his attention that he realized that he was almost to the ground. He bent his legs as he had been instructed, and landed without any great jar. As he rose, he saw that Dr. Bird was already on his feet and was eagerly searching the ground with the spectroscope which he had brought with him in the jump. "Fold your parachute, Carnes, and we'll stow them away under a rock where they can't be seen. We won't use them again." Carnes did so and deposited the silk bundle beside the doctor's, and they covered them with rocks until they would be invisible from the air. "Follow me," said the doctor as he strode carefully forward, stopping now and then to take a sight with the spectroscope. Carnes followed him as he made his way up a small hill which blocked the way. A hiss from Dr. Bird stopped him. Dr. Bird had dropped flat on the ground, and Carnes, on all fours, crawled forward to join him. He smothered an exclamation as he looked over the crest of the hill. Before him, sitting in a hollow in the ground, was the huge globe which had spirited away Major Trowbridge. "This is evidently their landing place," whispered Dr. Bird. "The next thing to find is their hiding place." He rose and started forward, but sank at once to the ground and dragged Carnes down with him. On the hill which formed the opposite side of the hollow, a line of light showed for an instant as though a door had been opened. The light disappeared and then reappeared, and as they watched, it widened, and against an illuminated background 4 men appeared, carrying a 5th. The door shut behind them, and they made their way slowly toward the waiting globe. They lay down their burden, and one of them turned a flashlight on the globe and opened a door in its side through which they hoisted their burden. They all entered the globe, the door closed, and with a slight whirring sound, it rose in the air and moved rapidly toward the northeast. "That's the place we're looking for," muttered Dr. Bird. "We'll go around this hollow and look for it. Be careful where you step. They must have ventilation somewhere if their laboratory is underground." Followed by the Secret Service operative, the doctor made his way along the edge of the hollow. They did not dare to show a light, and it was slow work feeling their way forward, inch by inch. When they had reached a point above where the doctor thought the light had been, he paused. "There must be a ventilation shaft somewhere around here," he whispered, his mouth not an inch from Carnes' ear. "And we've got to find it. It would never do to try the door. If any of them are still here, it is sure to be guarded. You go up the hill for 5 yards and I'll go down. Quarterback and forth on a 200-yard front and work carefully. Don't fall in, whatever you do. We'll return to this point every time we pass it and report." The operative nodded and walked a few yards up the hill and made his way slowly forward. He went 100 yards as nearly as he could judge, and then stepped 5 yards further up the hill and made his way back. As he passed the starting point, he approached, and Dr. Bird's figure rose up. "Any luck?" he whispered. Dr. Bird shook his head. "We'll try further," he said. "I think it is probably beyond us, so suppose you go 15 yards up and quarter the same as before." Carnes nodded and stole silently away. 15 yards up the hill he went and then paused. He stood on the crest of the hill, and before him was a steep, almost precipitous slope. He made his way along the edge for a few yards and then paused. Faintly he could detect a murmur of voices. Inch by inch he crept forward, going over the ground underfoot. He paused and listened intently, and decided that the sound must come from the slope beneath him. A glance at his watch told him that he had spent 10 minutes on this trip, and he made his way back to the meeting place. Dr. Bird was waiting for him, and in a low whisper, Carnes reported his discovery. The doctor went back with him, and together they renewed the search. The slope of the hill was almost sheer, and Carnes looked dubiously over the edge. "I wish we had brought the parachutes," he whispered to the doctor. "We could have taken the ropes off them, and you could have lowered me over the edge." Dr. Bird chuckled softly and tugged at his middle. Carnes watched him with astonishment in the dim light, but he understood when Dr. Bird thrust the end of a strong but light silk cord into his hands. He looped it under his arms, and the doctor, with whispered instructions, lowered him over the cliff. The doctor lowered him for a few feet, and then stopped in response to a jerk on the free end. A moment later, Carnes signaled to be drawn up, and soon stood beside the doctor. "That's the place, all right," he whispered. "The whole cliff is covered with creepers, and there is a tree growing right close to it. If we can anchor the cord here, I think that we can slide down to a safe hold on the tree." A tree stood near, and the silk cord was soon fastened. Carnes disappeared over the cliff, and in a few moments Dr. Bird slid down the cord to join him. He found the detective seated in the crotch of a tree only a few feet from the face of the cliff. From the cliff came a pronounced murmur of voices. Dr. Bird drew in his breath in excitement and moved forward along the branch. He touched the stone, and after a moment of searching, he cautiously raised one corner of a painted canvas flap and peered into the cliff. He watched for a few seconds, and then slid back and silently pulled Carnes toward him. Together the two men made their way toward the cliff, and Dr. Bird raised the corner of the flap and they peered into the hill. Before them was a cave, fitted up as a cross between a laboratory and a hospital. Almost directly opposite them, and at the left of a door in the farther wall, was a ray machine of some sort. It was a puzzle to Carnes, and even Dr. Bird, although he could grasp the principle at a glance, was at a loss to divine its use. From a set of coils attached to a generator was connected a tube of the Crookes tube type, with the rays from it gathered and thrown by a parabolic reflector onto the space where a man's head would rest when he was seated in a white metal chair with rubber-insulated feet, which stood beneath it. An operating table occupied the other side of the room, while a gas cylinder and other common hospital apparatus stood around ready for use. Seated at a table which occupied the center of the room were three men. The sound of their voices rose from an indistinct murmur to audibility as the flap was raised and the watchers could readily understand their words. Two of them sat with their faces toward the main entrance, and the third man faced them. Carnes bit his lip as he looked at the man at the head of the table. He was twisted and misshapen in body, a grotesque dwarf with a hunched back, not over 4 feet in height. His massive head, sunken between his hunched shoulders, showed a tremendous dome of cranium, and a brow wider and even higher than Dr. Bird's. The rest of his face was lined and drawn as though by years of acute suffering. Sharp black eyes stared brightly from deep-sunk caverns. The dwarf was entirely bald. Even the bushy eyebrows, which would be expected from his face, were missing. "They ought to be getting back," said the dwarf sharply. "If they get back at all," said one of the two figures facing him. "What do you mean?" growled the dwarf, his eyes glittering ominously. "They'll return all right. They know they'd better." "They'll return if they can, but I tell you again, Slavatsky, I think it was a piece of foolishness to try to take 2 men in one night. We got Bird all right, but it is getting late for a second one, and they had to take Bird over 100 miles and then go nearly 300 more for Williams. The news about Bird may have been discovered and spread, and others may be looking out for us. Carnes might have recovered.
Didn't he get a full dose of lethane?
So Frick says, and Bird certainly had a full dose, but I can't help but feel uneasy. Our operations were going too nicely on schedule, and you had to break it up and take on an extra case in the same night as a scheduled one. I tell you, I don't like it.
I'm sorry that I did it, Carson, but only because the results were so poor. We had planned on Williams for a month, and I wanted him. And Bird was so easy that I couldn't resist it.
And what did you get? Not as much menthium as would have come from an ordinary bookkeeper.
I'll admit that Bird is a grossly overrated man. He must have worked in sheer luck in his work in the past, for there was nothing in his brain to show it above average. We got barely enough menthium to replace what we used in capturing him.
We ought to have taken Carnes and left Bird alone, snorted Carson. Even a wooden-headed detective ought to have given us a better supply than Bird yielded.
We are bound to meet with disappointments once in a while. I had marked Bird down long ago as soon as I could get a chance at him.
Well, you ran that show, Slavatsky, but I'll warn you that we aren't going to let you pull off another one like it. I take no more crazy chances, even on your orders.
The hunchback rose to his feet, his eyes glittering ominously. What do you mean, Carson? He asked slowly, his hands slipping behind him as he spoke.
Don't try any rough stuff, Slavatsky, warned Carson sharply. I can pull a tube as fast as you can, and I'll do it if I have to.
Gentlemen, protested the third man, rising. We are all too deep in this to quarrel. Sit down and let's talk this over. Carson is just worried. What is there to be worried about? Grunted the dwarf as he slid back into his chair. Everything has gone nicely so far, and no suspicion has been raised.
Well, maybe it has, and then again, maybe it hasn't, growled Carson. I think this Bird episode tonight looks bad. In the first place, it came too opportunely and too easy. In the second place, Bird should have yielded more menthium. And in the third place, did you notice his hands? They weren't the type of hands to expect on a man of his type.
Nonsense, they were acid-stained.
Acid stains can be put on. They may be all right, but I am worried. While we are talking about this matter, there is another thing I want cleared up.
What is it?
I think, Slavatsky, that you are holding out on us. You are getting more than your share of the menthium.
Again the dwarf leaped to his feet, but the peacemaker intervened. Carson has a right to look at the records, Slavatsky, he said. I am satisfied, but I'd like to look at them too. None of us has seen them for 2 months.
The dwarf glared at first one and then the other.
All right,
he said shortly, and limped to a cabinet on the wall. He drew a key from his pocket and opened it and pulled out a leather-bound book.
Look all you please. I was supposed to get the most. It was my idea.
You were to get 1 share and a half, while Willis, Frink, and I got 1 share each, and the rest half a share, said Carson. I know how much has been given, and it won't take me but a minute to check up. He bent over the book, but Willis interrupted.
Better put it away, Carson, he said. Here come the rest, and we don't want them to know we suspect anything.
He pointed toward a disc on the wall which had begun to glow. Slavatsky looked at it and grasped the book from Carson and replaced it in the cabinet. He moved over and started the generator, and the tube began to glow with a violet light. A noise came from the outside, and the door opened. 4 men entered, carrying a 5th, whom they propped up in the chair under the glowing tube.
Did everything go all right?
Asked the dwarf eagerly.
Smooth as silk, replied one of the 4. I hope we get some results this time.
The dwarf bent over the ray apparatus and made some adjustments, and the head of the unconscious man was bathed with a violet glow. For 3 minutes the flood of light poured on his head, and then the dwarf shut off the light, and Carson and Willis lifted the figure and laid it on the operating table. The dwarf bent over the man and inserted the needle of a hypodermic syringe into the back of the neck at the base of the brain. The needle was an extremely long one. and Dr. Bird gasped as he saw 4 inches of shining steel buried in the brain of the unconscious man. Slowly, Slavatsky drew back the plunger of the syringe, and Dr. Bird could see it was being filled with an amber fluid. For 2 minutes the slow work continued, until a speck of red appeared in the glass syringe barrel. 7.5 cubic centimeters! Cried the dwarf in a tone of delight. Fine! Cried Carson. That's a record, isn't it? No, we got 8 once. Now hold him carefully while I return some of it. Slavatsky slowly pressed home the plunger, and a portion of the amber fluid was returned to the patient's skull. Presently he withdrew the needle and straightened up and held it toward the light. 6 centimeters net, he announced. Take 'em back, Frank. I'll give Carson and Willis their share now, and we'll take care of the rest of you when you return. Is the ship well stocked? Enough for 2 or 3 more trips. In that case, I'll inject this whole lot. Better get going, Frank. It's pretty late. The 4 men who had brought the patient in stepped forward and lifted him from the table and bore him out. Dr. Bird dropped the canvas screen and strained his ears. A faint whir told him that the globe had taken to the air. He slid back along the limb of the tree until he touched the rope and silently climbed hand over hand until he gained the crest. He bent his back to the task of raising Carnes, and the operative soon stood beside him on the ledge surmounting the cliff. What on earth were they doing? Asked Carnes in a whisper. That was Professor Williams of Yale. They were depriving him of his memory. There will be another amnesia case in the papers tomorrow. I haven't time to explain their methods now. We've got to act. You have a flashlight? Yes, and my gun. Shall we break in? There are only 3 of them, and I think we could handle the lot. Yes, but the others may return at any time, and we want to bag the whole lot. They've done their damage for tonight. You heard my orders to Lieutenant Maynard, didn't you? Yes. He should be somewhere in these hills to the south, with assistance of some sort. The signal to them is 3 long flashes, followed in turn by 3 short ones, and 3 more long. Go and find them and bring them here. When you get close, give me the same light signal, and don't try to break in unless I am with you. I am going to reconnoiter a little more, and make sure there is no back entrance through which they can escape. Good luck. Carnes, hurry all you can. There is no time to be lost. The Secret Service operative stole away into the night, and Dr. Bird climbed back down the rope and took his place at the window. Willis lay on the operating table unconscious, while Slavatsky and Carson studied the now partially emptied syringe. You gave him his full share, all right, Carson was saying. I guess you are playing square with us. I'll take mine now. He lay down on the operating table, and the dwarf fitted an anesthesia cone over his face and opened the valve of the gas cylinder. In a moment he closed it and rolled the unconscious man on his face and deftly inserted the long needle. Instead of injecting a portion of the contents of the syringe, as Dr. Bird had expected to do, he drew back on the plunger for a minute, and then took out the needle and held the syringe to the light. Well, Mr. Carson, he said with a malignant glance at the unconscious figure, that recovers the dose you got a couple of weeks ago while Willis watched me. I don't think you really need any menthium. Your brain is too active to suit me as it is. He gave an evil chuckle and walked to the far side of the cave and opened a secret panel. He drew from a recess a flask and carefully emptied a portion of the contents of the syringe into it. He replaced the flask and closed the panel, and with another chuckle he limped over to a chair and threw himself down in it. For an hour he sat motionless, and Dr. Bird carefully worked his way back along the branch and climbed the rope and started for the hollow. A faint whirring noise attracted his attention, and he could see the faintly luminous globe in the distance, rapidly approaching. It came to a stop at the point where it had previously landed, and 4 men got out. Instead of going toward the cave, they towed the globe, which floated a few inches from the earth, toward the side of the hill farthest from where the doctor stood. 3 of them held it, while the 4th went forward and bent over some controls on the ground. A creaking sound came through the night, and the men moved forward with the globe. Presently its movement stopped, and men reappeared. Again came the creaking sound, and the glow faded out as though a screen had been drawn in front of it. The four men walked toward the door of the cave. Dr. Bird dropped flat on the ground and saw them pause a few yards below him on the hill and again work some hidden controls. A glare of light showed for an instant, and they disappeared, and everything was again quiet. Dr. Bird debated the advisability of returning to the window, but decided against it and moved down the face of the hill. Inch by inch he went over the ground, but found nothing. In the darkness he could not locate the door, and he made his way around to the back of the hill. The precipice loomed above him, and he swept it with his gaze, but he could locate no opening in the darkness, and he dared not use a flashlight. As he turned, he faced the east and noticed with a start of surprise that the sky was getting red. He glanced at his watch and found that Carnes had been gone for nearly 3 hours. "Great Scott!" he exclaimed in surprise. "Time has gone faster than I realized. He ought to be back at any time now." He mounted the highest point of the hill and sent 3 long flashes, followed in turn by 3 short and 3 more long to the south, and watched eagerly for an answer. He waited 5 minutes and repeated the signal, but no answering flashes came from the empty hills. With a grunt which might have meant anything, he turned and made his way toward the opposite side of the hollow, where the globe had disappeared. Here he met with more luck. He had marked the location with extreme care, and he had not spent over 20 minutes feeling over the ground before his hand encountered a bit of metal. As he pulled on it, his eyes sought the side of the hill. The dawn had grown sufficiently bright for him to see the result of his action. A portion of the hill folded back, and the faintly glowing ship became visible. With a muttered exclamation of triumph, he approached it. The globe was about 9 feet in diameter, and was without visible doors or windows. Around and around it the doctor went, searching for an entrance. The ship now rested solidly on the ground. He failed to find what he sought, and his sensitive hands began to go over it, searching for an irregularity. He had covered nearly half of it before his finger found a hidden button and pressed it. Silently, a door in the side of the craft opened, and he advanced to enter. "Keep them up," said a sharp voice behind him. Dr. Bird froze into instant immobility, and the voice spoke again. "Turn around." Dr. Bird turned and looked full into the eye of a revolver held by the man the dwarf had addressed as Frink. Behind Frink stood the dwarf and 3 other men. As his eye fell on Dr. Bird, Frink turned momentarily pale and staggered back, the revolver wavering as he did so. Dr. Bird made a lightning-like grab for his own weapon, but before he could draw it, Frink had recovered, and the revolver was again steady. "Dr. Bird!" gasped Slavatsky. "Impossible!" "Get his gun, Harris," said Frink. One of the men stepped forward and dexterously removed the doctor's automatic and frisked him expertly to ensure himself that he had no other weapon concealed. "Bring him to the cave," directed Slavatsky, who, though obviously still shaken, had just as obviously recovered enough to be a very dangerous man. 2 of the men grasped the doctor and led him along toward the entrance to the laboratory cave, which stood wide open in the gathering daylight. Frink paused long enough to shut the side of the hill and conceal the ship, and then followed the doctor. In the cave the door was shut, and the doctor placed against the wall under the window through which he had peered earlier in the night. Slavatsky took his seat at the table, his malignant black eyes boring into the doctor. Carson and Willis sat on the edge of the operating table, evidently still partially under the effects of the anesthetic that had been administered to them. "How did you get back here?" demanded Slavatsky. "Find out," snapped Dr. Bird. The dwarf rose threateningly. "Speak respectfully to me. I am the master of the world," he roared in an angry voice. "Answer my questions when I speak, or means will be found to make you answer. How did you get back here?" Dr. Bird maintained a stubborn silence, his fierce eyes answering the dwarf's, look for look, and his prominent chin jutting out a little more squarely. Carson suddenly broke the silence. "That's not the Bird we had here earlier," he cried as he staggered to his feet. "What do you mean?" demanded Slavatsky, whirling on him. "Look at his hands," replied Carson, pointing. Slavatsky looked at Dr. Bird's long, mobile fingers, and an evil leer came over his countenance. "So, Dr. Bird," he said slowly, You thought to match wits with Ivan Slavatsky, the greatest mind of all the ages. For a time you fooled me when your double was operated on here, but not for long. I presume you thought that we had no way of detecting the substitution. You have discovered differently. Where is your friend, Mr. Carnes? Didn't your men leave him in the cabin when you kidnapped me? Slavatsky looked at Frink inquiringly. He stayed in the cabin if he was in it when we got there, the leader of the kidnapping gang replied. He got a full shot of lethane and he's due to be asleep yet. I don't know how this man recovered. I left him there myself. Fool! Shrieked Slavatsky. You brought me a double, a dummy whom I wasted my time in operating on. Was the other a dummy too? I didn't enter the cabin. Slavatsky shrugged his shoulders. If that is all the good the menthium I've injected has done you, I might as well have saved it. It doesn't matter, however, we have the one we wanted. Dr. Bird, it was very thoughtful of you to come here and offer your marvelous brain to strengthen mine. I have no doubt that you will yield even more menthium than Professor Williams did this evening, especially as I will extract your entire supply and reduce you to permanent idiocy. I will have no mercy on you as I have on the others I have operated on. Dr. Bird blanched in spite of himself at the ominous words. You have the whip hand for the moment, Slavatsky, but my time may come, and if it does, I will remember your kindness. I saw your operation on Professor Williams this evening and know your power. I also know that you stole the idea and method from Schweigart of Vienna. I saw you inject the fluid you drew into Willis's brain. Shall I tell you what else I saw? It was the dwarf's turn to blanch, but he recovered himself quickly. Into the chair with him, he roared. 3 of the men grasped the doctor and forced him into the chair, and Slavatsky started the generator. The violet light bathed Dr. Bird's head, and he felt a stiffness and contraction of his neck muscles. And as he tried to shout out his knowledge of Slavatsky's treachery, he found that his vocal cords were paralyzed. Through a gathering haze he could see Carson approaching with an anesthesia cone, and the sweet smell of lethane assailed his nostrils. He fought with all his force, but strong hands held him, and he felt himself slipping, and then falling into an immense void. His head slumped forward on his chest, and Slavatsky shut off the generator. On the table, he said briefly. 4 men picked up the Herculean frame of the unconscious doctor and hoisted him up on the table. Carson seized his head and bent it forward, and the dwarf took from a case a syringe with a 5-inch needle. He touched a point of it to the base of the doctor's brain. Slavatsky, look! Cried Frank. With an exclamation of impatience, the dwarf turned and stared at a disc set on the wall of the cave. It was glowing brightly. With an oath, he dropped the syringe and snapped a switch, plunging the cave into darkness. A tiny panel in the door opened to his touch, and he stared out into the light. Soldiers! He gasped. Quick, the back way! As he spoke, there came a sound as of a heavy body falling at the back of the cave. Slavatsky turned the switch and flooded the cave with light. At the back of the cave stood Operative Carnes, an automatic pistol in his hand. Open the main door, Carnes snapped. Slavatsky made a move toward the light, and Carnes' gun roared deafeningly in the confined space. The heavy bullet smashed into the wall an inch from the dwarf's hand, and he started back. Open the main door, ordered Carnes again. The men stared at one another for a moment, and the dwarf's eyes fell. Open the door, Frink, he said. Frink moved over to a lever. He glanced at Slavatsky, and a momentary gleam of intelligence passed between them. Frink raised his hand toward the lever, and Carnes' gun roared again, and Frink's arm felt limp from a smashed shoulder. Slavatsky, said Carnes sternly, come here. Slowly the dwarf approached. Turn around, said Carnes. He turned and felt the cold muzzle of Carnes' gun against the back of his neck. Now, tell one of your men to open the door, said the detective. If he promptly obeys your order, you are safe. If he doesn't, you die. Slavatsky hesitated for a moment, but the cold muzzle of the automatic bored into the back of his neck, and when he spoke it was in a quavering whine. Open the door, Carson, he whimpered. There was a moment of pause. "If that door isn't open by the time I count 3, said Carnes, "as far as Slavatsky is concerned, it's just too bad. I'll have 4 shots left, and I'm a dead shot at this range. 1, 2. His lips framed the word 3, and his fingers were tightening on the trigger when Carson jumped forward with an oath. He pulled a lever on the wall, and the door swung open. Carnes shouted, and through the open door came half a dozen Marines, followed by an officer. "Tie these men up," snapped Carnes. In a trice, the 6 men were securely bound, and Frink's bleeding shoulder was being skillfully treated by 2 of the Marines. Carnes turned his attention to the unconscious doctor. He rolled him over on his back and began to chafe his hands. An officer in a naval uniform came through the door and, with a swift glance around, bent over Dr. Bird. He raised one of the doctor's eyelids and peered closely at his eye, and then sniffed at his breath. "It's some anesthetic, I don't know," he said. "I'll try a stimulant." He reached in his pocket for a hypodermic, but Carnes interrupted him. "Earlier in the evening, Dr. Bird said they were using lethane," he said. "Oh, that new gas the Chemical Warfare Service has discovered," said the surgeon. "In that case, I guess it'll just have to wear off. I know of nothing that will neutralize it." Without replying, Carnes began to feverishly search the pockets of the unconscious scientist. With an exclamation of triumph, he drew out a bottle and uncorked it. A strong smell as of garlic penetrated the room, and he held the opened bottle under Dr. Bird's nose. The doctor lay for a moment without movement, and then he coughed and sat up, half strangled, with tears running down his face. "Take that confounded bottle away, Carnes," he said. "Do you want to strangle me?" He sat up and looked around. "What happened?" he demanded. "Oh, yes, I remember now. That brute was about to operate on me. How did you get here?" "Never mind that, Doctor. Are you all right?" "Right as a trivet, old dear. How did you get here so opportunely?" "I was a little slow in locating Lieutenant Maynard and the Marines. When we got here, I was afraid we couldn't find the door, so I took Maynard and a detail around to the back, and I went up to the top and slid down our cord and looked in the window. You were unconscious, and Slavatsky was bending over you with a needle in his hand. I was about to try a shot at him when something called their attention to the men in front, and I squeezed through the window and dropped in on them. They didn't seem any too glad to see me, but I overlooked that and insisted on inviting the rest of my friends in to share in the party. That's all." "Carnes," said the doctor, "you're probably lying like a trooper when you make out that you did nothing, but I'll pry the truth out of you sooner or later. Now I've got to get to work. Send for Lieutenant Maynard." One of the Marines went out to get the flyer, and Dr. Bird stepped to the cabinet from which Slavatsky had taken his record book earlier in the evening and took out the leather-bound volume. He opened it and had started to read when Lieutenant Maynard entered the cave. "Hello, Maynard," said the doctor, looking up. "Are the rest of the party on their way?" "They will be in less than 2 hours, Doctor." "Good enough. Have someone sent to guide them here. In the meanwhile, I'm going to study these records. Keep the prisoners quiet. If they make a noise, gag them. I want to concentrate." For an hour and a half, silence reigned in the cave. A stir was heard outside, and Admiral Clay, the president's personal physician, entered leading a stout gray-haired man. Dr. Bird whistled when he saw them and leaped to his feet as another figure followed the admiral. "The president!" gasped Carnes as the officers came to salute and the Marines presented arms. The president nodded to his ex-guard, acknowledged the salute of the rest, and turned to Dr. Bird. "Have you met with success, Doctor?" he asked. "I have, Mr. President, or rather I hope that I have. At the same time, I would rather experiment on some other victim of their deviltry than the one you have brought me." "My decision that the one I have brought shall be the first to be experimented on, as you term it, is unalterable." Dr. Bird bowed and turned to the dwarf who had been a sullen witness to what had gone on. "Slavatsky," he said slowly, "your game is up. I have witnessed one of your brain transfusions, and I know the method. I gather from your notes that the menthium you have hidden in that cabinet is still as potent as when it was first extracted from a living brain. But in this case I am going to draw it fresh from one of your gang. Some of the details of the operation are a little hazy to me, but those you will teach me. I am going to restore this man to the condition he was in before you did your devil's work on him, and you will direct my movements. Just what is the first step in removing the menthium from a brain?" The dwarf maintained a stubborn silence. "You refuse to answer?" asked the doctor in feigned surprise. "I thought that you would rather instruct me and have me try the operation first on other men. Since you prefer that I operate on you first, I will be glad to do so." He stepped to the opposite wall, and in a few moments had opened the dwarf's hiding place and taken out the flask of menthium. "Carson," he said, "after you had watched Slavatsky inject menthium into Willis, you took the lethane and expected him to inject menthium into your brain. Instead of doing so, he withdrew a portion from your brain and put it in this flask. I have reason to believe from his secret records, which I found in the cabinet with this flask, that he has done so regularly. Are you willing to instruct me while I remove the menthium from him?" "The dirty swine!" shouted Carson. "I'll do anything to get even with him, but I have never performed the operation. Only Slavatsky and Willis have operated." "Will you help me, Willis?" asked Dr. Bird. "I'll be glad to, Doctor. I am sick of this business anyway. At first Slavatsky just planned to give us abnormally keen brains, but lately he's been talking of setting himself up as emperor of the world, and I'm sick of it. I think I would have broken with him and told all I know soon anyway." "Throw him in that chair," said Dr. Bird. Despite the howlings and strugglings of the dwarf, 3 of the Marines strapped him in the chair beneath the tube. The dwarf howled and frothed at the mouth and directed a final appeal for mercy to the president. "Spare me, Your Excellency," he howled. "I will put my brains at your service and make you the greatest mentality of all time. Together we can conquer and rule the world. I will show you how to build hundreds of ships like mine." The president turned his back on the dwarf and spoke curtly. "Proceed with your experiments, Dr. Bird," he said. Slavatsky directed his appeals to the doctor, who peremptorily silenced him. "I told you a few hours ago, Slavatsky, that the time might come when I would remember your threats against me. I will show you the same mercy now as you promised me then. Carnes, put a cone over his face." Despite the howls of the dwarf, the operative forced an anesthesia cone over his face, and Dr. Bird turned to the valve of the lethane cylinder. With Willis directing his movements, he turned on the ray for 3 minutes and removed the unconscious dwarf to the operating table. He took the long-needled syringe from a case and sterilized it, and then turned to the president. "I am about to operate," he said, "but before I do so, I wish to explain to all just what I have learned and what I am about to do. With that data, the decision of whether I shall proceed will rest with you and Admiral Clay. Have I your permission to do so?" The president nodded. "When I first read of these amnesia cases, I took them for coincidences, until you consulted me and gave me an opportunity to examine one of the victims. I found a small puncture at the base of the brain which I could not explain, and I began to dig into old records. I knew, of course, of Schweigert of Vienna and the extravagant claims he had put forward in 1911. He was far ahead of his time, but he mixed up some profound scientific discoveries with mysticism and occultism until he was discredited. Nevertheless, he continued his experiments with the aid of his principal assistant, a man named Slavatsky. Schweigert's theory was that intellectuality, brain power, intelligence, call it what you will, was the result of the presence of a fluid which he called the menthium in the brain. He thought that it could be transferred from one person to another, and with the aid of Slavatsky, he experimented on himself. He removed the menthium from an unfortunate victim, who was reduced to a state of imbecility, and Slavatsky injected the substance into Schweigert's brain. The experiment resulted fatally, and Slavatsky was tried for murder. He was acquitted of intentional murder, but was imprisoned for a time for manslaughter. He was released when the Austro-Hungarian Empire was broken up, and for a time I lost track of him. I found translations of both the records of the trials and of Schweigert's original reports. and the thing that attracted my attention was that the puncture I found in the victim corresponded exactly with the puncture described by Schweigert as the one he made in extracting the menthium. I asked the immigration authorities to check over their records, and they found that a man named Slavatsky, whose description corresponded with the ill-fated Schweigert's assistant, had entered the United States under Austria's quota about a year ago. The chain of evidence seemed complete to me, and it only remained to find the man who was systematically robbing brains. If such a thing was really going on, I felt that my reputation would make me an attractive bait, and I secured a double, as you know, and placed him in a position where his kidnapping would be an easy matter. I was sure that the victims were being taken away by air, and that lethane was being used to reduce the neighborhood to a state of profound somnolence, so I hid myself near my double with a gas detector which would find even minute traces of lethane in the air. My fish rose to the lure and came after the bait last night. When his ship arrived, I found a strange gas in the air, and followed the ship by the trail of the substance which it left behind it. Carnes was with me, and we got here in time to witness the extraction of the menthium from my friend, Professor Williams of Yale, and to see it injected into one of Slavatsky's gang. I sent Carnes for help and messed around until I was captured myself, and help arrived just in time. That's about all there is to tell. I am now about to reverse the process and try to remove the stolen brains from the criminals and restore them to their rightful owners. I have never operated, and the result may be fatal. Shall I proceed? The President and Admiral Clay consulted for a moment in undertones. Go ahead with your experiments, Dr. Bird, said the President, and we will hold you blameless for a failure. You have worked so many miracles in the past that we have every confidence in you. Dr. Bird bowed acknowledgment to the compliment and bent over the unconscious dwarf. With Willis directing every move, he inserted the needle and drew back slowly on the plunger. 23 1/2 cubic centimeters of amber fluid flowed into the syringe before a speck of blood appeared. Enough, cried Willis. Dr. Bird withdrew the syringe and motioned to Admiral Clay. The man the Admiral had brought in was placed in the chair and lethane administered. He was laid on the table, and, with a silent prayer, Dr. Bird inserted the needle and pressed the plunger. When 5 1/4 centimeters had flowed into the man's brains, he withdrew the needle and held the bottle which Carnes had used to revive him under the man's nose. The patient coughed a moment and sat up. Where am I? He demanded. His gaze roved the cave and fell on the President. Hello, Robert, he exclaimed. What has happened? With a cry of joy, the President sprang forward and wrung the hand of the man. Are you all right, William? He asked anxiously. Do you feel perfectly normal? Of course I do. My neck feels a little stiff. What are you talking about? Why shouldn't I feel normal? How did I get here? Take him outside, Admiral, and explain to him, said the President. Admiral Clay led the puzzled man outside, and the President turned to Dr. Bird. Doctor, he said, I need not tell you that I again add my personal gratitude to the gratitude of a nation which would be yours, could the miracles you worked be told off. If there is ever any way that can serve you, either personally or officially, do not hesitate to ask. The other victims will be brought here today. Will you be able to restore them? I will, Mr. President. From Slavatsky's records, I find that I will have enough if I reduce all of his men to a state of imbecility, except Willis. In view of his assistance, I propose to leave him with enough menthium to give him the intelligence of an ordinary schoolboy. I quite approve of that, said the President as Willis humbly expressed his gratitude. Have you had time to make an examination of that ship of Slavatsky's yet? I have not. As soon as the work of restoration is completed, I will go over it, and when I master the principles, I will be glad to take them up with the Army-Navy General Board. Thank you, Doctor, said the President. He shook hands heartily and left the cave. Carnes turned and looked at the doctor. Will you answer a question, Doctor? He asked. Ever since this case started, I have been wondering at your extraordinary powers. You have ordered the Army, the Navy, the Department of Justice, and everyone else around as though you were an absolute monarch. I know the President was behind you, but what puzzles me is how he came to be so vitally interested in the case. Dr. Bird smiled quizzically at the detective. Even the Secret Service doesn't know everything, he said. Evidently you didn't recognize the man whose memory I restored. Besides being one of the most brilliant corporation executives in the country, he has another unique distinction. He happens to be the only brother of the President of the United States. End of Stolen Brains by Captain S.P. Meek.
Assignment on Venus by Carl Jacobi. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Assignment on Venus by Carl Jacobi. Sims had the toughest assignment of his career. He must fight his way through Venusian intrigue to deliver a sealed cylinder, a cylinder that held his dishonorable discharge from the service. Sims rested his paddle across the thwart and let the clumsy Jaguar drift. Ahead, where the indigo swamp growth thinned, an abutment of white metal projected from the water, its near end forming a wafer-like conning tower. Halfway jetty at last. 2 grueling weeks through Venus's blue mold swamp were behind him. Even if he knew that this station marked the halfway point to his final disgrace and humiliation, he could at least rest here, free from the incredible dangers of the marsh. He swung the dugout to a landing, wearily stretched cramped legs, and headed down the catwalk. Before him, the door of the jetty opened, and 3 men appeared in the entrance. Earthmen. "Halleck, Gately, Stearns," Sims cried. "What the devil are you doing here?" The taller of the men held the door open wider. "Come in, Sims," he said. "We've been expecting you." Inside the spherical room, the air was warm and dry. Sims unhooked his dehydration mask and surveyed the 3 quietly. They weren't a lovely trio. Halleck was tall and swarthy, with dark eyes and thin lips. He wore a stained rain helmet and flexible swamp boots. Gately undoubtedly had Martian blood in his veins, and Stearns, a typical space rat from the slums of Venus City, bore an old heat gun scar across his face. "I thought the Halleck Development Company was heading north," Sims said. "That's what you told the Commandant at Post 1. Halleck smiled. "We told your Commandant a lot of things that suited our purpose." Sims stirred uneasily. "You also said you were a geologist looking for sedimentary deposits." "Part of which is quite true." Halleck lit a cigarette deliberately, then nodded to Gately, who drew from his pocket a small bag. The man jerked the drawstring and permitted a dozen yellowish lumps to spill out on the table. "De Leon salts," Halleck said shortly. Ice touched Sim's spine. He had, of course, seen these ochre crystals before while on patrol duty in native Kamali villages, but in the possession of Earthmen. "De Leon salts," Halleck said again, blowing a shaft of smoke ceilingward. "The stuff that holds the secret of rejuvenation for the Kamalis. We're going to get a lot of it, ship it back to Earth, and sell it for a high price." But, good Lord, you can't do that." "I know what you're going to say," interrupted Halleck, "that although these salts enable the Kamalis to maintain eternal life, they mean instant death to a person of Earth. Well, we've taken care of that. We've worked out a process that makes them harmless for a year." "And after that?" Sims persisted. Halleck shrugged. "After that, we'll have made our pile. We're simply selling a drug guaranteed to erase the ravages of time. It'll go like wildfire." Up on the wall, Mercury clock pulsed rhythmically, and below the floor level sounded the faint drone of the dehydrators. Motionless, Sims sat there. Like wildfire, Halleck had said, and the words were only too true. The quest for perpetual youth was eternal. Earthmen still envied the 200-year-old Martians, the 300-year-old Jovians. Tell them that these De Leon salts were both harmless and effective, and the results would be cataclysmic. Every person on Earth would demand some of the crystals, and in a year— "Where did you get these salts?" Sims asked. For answer, Halleck reached forward and plucked something from the Venusian serviceman's belt before the latter could restrain him. Capped and sealed at both ends, it was an official mold-proof message cylinder. 3 weeks ago, Halleck said, tapping the cylinder with his finger, "you left Post 1 with this tube, bound for Venusian headquarters at Bataba. You were sent in person because any radio or visiscreen communication would, of course, be intercepted by the Kamali oligarchs. The tube contains 2 messages. One asks for reinforcements at the post because of a recent epidemic of mold fever. The other demands your resignation because of insubordination. Insubordination, refusing to obey orders. Right, isn't it? A knife of bitterness cut through Sims. Yes, it was right, every word of it. He had come here to Venus direct from the interplanet military school on Earth. At Venus City, he had waited 6 months before receiving his appointment to the Venusian Colonial Service. And then, without preamble, he'd been sent to the most remote garrison in the Blue Swamp Mold Country, Post 1. A week after his arrival, the commandant had ordered him to ferret out a certain Kamali native who had rebelled against the government and disable him with a paralysis gun. Somehow, when Sims had come face to face with the web-footed creature, his conscience had rebelled. Shooting in self-defense was one thing, but crippling in cold blood didn't seem human. He had let the Kamali go unharmed. And a week later, that same Kamali had sneaked through the impenetration walls of the post and murdered 2 servicemen. The point is, Halleck continued, we know where you stand, and we know we've got a good proposition ourselves. We've located a big DeLeon mine near Zenthar Village. That's deep mold country. All we have to do is start a little rebellion among the Kamali tribes, wait until they go on an expedition of war, and then slip in and work the mine. The man's eyes gleamed sardonically, but it was Gately who put the final offer into words. Now then, Sims, he said huskily, you're getting a lousy deal from the government anyway. If you deliver that message, you'll only lose your commission. String along with us, we'll treat you right. What do you say? Sims' face masked the battle that was waging in his soul. I'll think it over, he said at length. 3 hours later, Sims lay in one of the wall bunks, wide awake. The jetty room was in semi-darkness, lit only by the soft glow that filtered through the ports. From the bunk opposite came the regular breathing of Halleck and Stearns. Gately sat by the table, smoking a cigarette. The situation was quite clear to Sims now. He was a prisoner. The slightest attempt on his part to escape would result in the space rats taking action, for it was to their interest that his message did not get through. Post 1 had asked for reinforcements. Those reinforcements, coming back through the swamp, would interfere with their plans to get the rejuvenation salts. On the other hand, Halleck had spoken the truth when he said that Sims was heading straight into disaster. Delivery of that sealed message cylinder would mean his immediate dismissal from the Venusian Colonial Service. His hands dug into the blanket. Suppose he did throw in with these 3. Halleck would see that a tribal war of large proportion got underway among the Kamalis at once. That would mean every garrison in Blue Swamp would be in danger of complete annihilation. Post 1, with its flimsy impenetration walls and its men weakened by mold fever, would be wiped out. All because of a few crystals. For 2 generations, those DeLeon salts had been a mystery to Earthmen who colonized Venus. Chemists only knew that the Kamalis used the drug to rejuvenate their bodies and prolong life. Once, in ages past, the Kamalis had been a great race with a high culture. Then, through some great catastrophe, their numbers had been decimated and made sterile. Gradually, they had migrated into Blue Swamp, and it was here, no doubt, that they had developed their webbed feet and their elongated ears. Yet, while the DeLeon salts served to rejuvenate their bodies, their minds had gradually atrophied. Only the ruling oligarchs knew the secret of using the drug without harm to their mental powers. Abruptly, Sims tensed. Across the room, Gately's head nodded in sleep. The Venusian serviceman slid to his feet, stole noiselessly across to the 3 ports, and closed them. From his pocket he took a small paralysis fume pellet, lit it, and tossed it under the table. Back in his own bunk, he pulled on his dehydration mask and waited tensely. In 60 seconds, a gray fog of vapor was swirling through the room. In 60 seconds more, Gately's body had become rigid, his right arm suspended in space over the table. Sims made sure his message tube was in its place in his belt holster. Then he crossed unchallenged to the door. An instant later, he was outside, advancing along the catwalk. He leaped into his Jaguar and began to paddle madly, intent only on putting distance between himself and the jetty. He had 2 alternatives, to continue on to GHQ at Bataba, or to head into Forbidden Mold Country and warn Zenthar Village. Either way, his own future was doomed. But without hesitation, he chose the latter. Mile after mile, Sims fought his way along hidden channels, each of which resembled its predecessor. At first, he had no idea where Zenthar Village lay. Then in his mind's eye, he saw again that relief map of the Blue Country, which all Venusian servicemen must commit to memory. Zenthar lay to the east in an unexplored district. Huge blue priest trees bowed before him and sang their aeolian litanies as he passed. Living serpent kelp clutched at his dugout and tried to prevent his passage. He moved by his watch. Overhead, at exact 30-minute intervals, successive hordes of Polydons, Ichthyosauria, roared past in great blue clouds. As each migration came, he ceased paddling and sat motionless. The slightest movement would have sent those flying lizard birds down to attack him. Even his dehydration mask failed to keep out the odor of mold. Mold balls 2 feet across floated through the air like great puffs of bluish cotton. Sims kept a wary eye trained to see that none fell on the Jaguar. Had one done so, the saprophytic spores would have taken root and overrun the boat in a matter of seconds. On and on he went through the incessant rain. Once a huge water skipper came, leaped over the surface of the water, its huge center eye open, its mouth a slavering slit of orange. He dug his paddle deep and pushed into the blue ripgrass until the monster had passed. And finally he saw it, a rectangular floating platform constructed of mud and thatch, anchored by a network of vine cables. He made a landing at a small wharf and began to stride along a matting path. 20 feet forward, and he came face to face with a Kamali. The little man stopped short on his webbed feet, and his huge ears flapped ludicrously. With a low cry, he turned and ran. "I'm in for it now," Sims muttered. "That devil will warn the whole village." His words were a prediction. Before he had gone 50 yards more, a squad of Kamali guardsmen advanced upon him. They wore skins of chaplacat and red headdresses formed of patani, the Venusian swamp flower. But Sims, though new to the service, had had experience with interior villages before. Quietly he handed over his heat gun, let his wrists be bound, permitted himself to be escorted down the walk. The village opened before him. Sims saw a double row of rectangular huts formed of white carponium. In the center, a round hut marked the quarters of the oligarch, and before this structure a taller Kamali stood, wearing a headdress formed of some brownish plastic. Sims bowed and held his message tube in his bound hands before him, in the formality expected. "Lieutenant Sims," he said, 6 Venusian colonials, bound post 1 to General Headquarters at Betaba. I bring you information, O mighty one, which it will pay you to hear." The oligarch's eyes contracted. He motioned Sims to continue. 3 Earthmen, the lieutenant said, are headed for your village. His voice died off. Behind the oligarch, 3 familiar figures suddenly appeared in the doorway. In the foreground stood Halleck, smoking a cigarette, eyes filled with triumph. Behind him lounged Gately and Stearns. The heat gun scar on the latter's face seemed deeper and redder than before. "I'm afraid you're too late, Sims," Halleck said. "I've already explained to His Highness that you've come to this village to steal his de Leon salts. I think you know what that means." Gately laughed harshly. "You were pretty smooth back at the jetty," he said. "But you forgot that the dehydrators would dispose of the fumes from your paralysis pellet in a few moments. You also forgot that we travel by hydrocar." Sims' fists clenched. Suddenly an overpowering urge to smash Halleck's sneering face blinded all his reason. Before the Kamali guards could restrain him, he threw himself forward and planted a driving blow into the space rat's jaw with his 2 lashed fists. But that was as far as Sims got. The oligarch spoke a quick command then, and a rush of webbed feet sounded. Something heavy crashed down on the lieutenant's skull. He felt himself falling into a pit of blackness. Curiously, he was aware of no lapse of time when he opened his eyes. He lay on the floor of a low-ceilinged room that was bare of furnishings. Dizziness claimed him, and it was several minutes before he could gather sufficient strength to stand erect. He headed first for the door. It was locked, and the 2 circular windows were both grilled with stout metal bars. For the second time in a few hours, Sims was a prisoner. He turned, surveyed the room with eyes of growing despair. An antiquated paralysis gun hung from a peg on one wall. He tore it free and flipped open the charge chamber. But, as he had expected, it was green with mold and quite useless. The circular windows opened out on the extreme end of the village. Peering between the bars, Sims saw an endless line of Kamalis paddling in from the other side of a vine screen, depositing the contents of baskets on a growing pile of black slag. A dozen Kamalis squatted there, pounding pieces of the slag with little flat-nosed hammers. This, then, was the de Leon salt industry, the secret of which was so jealously guarded. Abruptly, Sims found his gaze focused on a larger conical building he had not noticed before. Even as he stared at its smooth, windowless sides, a sound emerged from it. A low drone at first, it rapidly mounted the octaves until it became a high-pitched, siren-like shriek. The sound pulsed through the walls of the hut, bludgeoned against the lieutenant's eardrums, seemed to eat into his very brain. Higher and higher it mounted, until presently it had gone beyond the hearing range. But Sims got the impression it was still climbing into the supersonic range. He saw then a native cross the square and head toward his hut, carrying a dish of food. The lieutenant glanced at the old-fashioned lock on the door, and a thought struck him. Feverishly, he searched his pockets, drew forth his watch. Made for use on all planets, the timepiece had a magno-shielded case. Quickly Sims unscrewed the back cover. The door creaked open, and the Kamali thrust the dish of food inside. But in the instant before the door clicked into position again, Sims had slipped the watch cover between the latch and the magnetic faceplate. The intervening hours until the light outside gradually faded seemed interminable. At length, however, the square outside the hut was blanketed in deep gloom. Sims boldly opened the door and emerged into the street. Without a plan of any kind, he headed instinctively toward the slag pile and the tower from which that strange vibration had come. He had reached the extreme end of the village when voices reached his ears. Quickly Sims darted into the doorway of a near hut. The men were Halleck and Gately. "Why take chances?" Gately was saying. "We got all the time in the world, and we might as well give those salts a longer vibration exposure. That way the Earth people who take the stuff won't feel any bad effects for maybe 2 years. Halleck swore in reply. "You fool," he said. "Don't you realize we're working on counted time? The IP men are after me now on Mars and Jupiter. We've got to work fast. Have you convinced the oligarch?" Gately grunted. "Yes, the whole village sets out on an expedition of war tomorrow night." "You told the oligarch that the neighboring tribes had been tampering with his De Leon mine?" There was growing satisfaction in Halleck's voice. "Sure, I told him. Stearns told him, too, and the fool would be alive now if he'd taken precautions." The voices became inaudible then, as the men passed on. Sims stood in his tracks undecidedly. Then a glimmer of flare lightning in the sodden sky illuminated that strange tower just ahead. Like a magnet, it drew him forward with its power. Crouching low, he reached its cylindrical sides. He was groping for the entrance when his hands touched something soft and yielding. Chilled, he waited for a second lightning flare. It came, and it revealed the body of the third space rat, Stearns. The man was dead. His eyes were bulging, and streams of blood were issuing from either ear. Bewildered, yet careful not to disturb the body, Sims completed his circle of the tower and found the entrance. Inside, he felt rather than saw a spiral staircase leading upward. With the utmost caution, he began to climb. He was breathing hard when he reached the top. A door barred his way. Sims pushed it open and stood staring on the threshold. A bluish radite lamp was suspended from the ceiling. Occupying a good half of the chamber was a huge parabolic horn, its small end converging on a platform upon which a circular disc slowly revolved. In the center of the disc was a rounded heap of yellow crystals. The left wall was taken up by a switchboard with a series of dials staggered across a corbite panel. At the right wall, facing the open end of the parabolic horn, was a large wire cage. Sims strode forward. The crystals on the revolving disc were De Leon salts. But what was the meaning of this other apparatus? He peered inside the cage and stared incredulously. Hydrites. The cage was filled with hundreds of the Venusian swamp insects. And then abruptly something clicked in his brain, like a puzzle piece fitting into a slot. This chamber housed the mechanism that made the rejuvenation salts adaptable to the Kamalis. The secret was vibration, a bombardment of supersonic waves causing a basic mutation of the crystal's molecular structure. The hydrites were the Venus equivalent of the Earth cricket, but where a cricket gave off vibrations of 8,000 a second, the frequency of a hydrite had never been measured. It was said to be more than 2 million cycles. The vibrations from these insects were picked up by the parabolic horn and a sensitive detector and stepped up by a cyclostat. When the sound waves struck the crystals, they responded to it at their frequency, and by its vibrations gave rise to a varying voltage. The sound waves of the hydrites were thereby converted into electrical vibrations, and these electrical waves amplified with the aid of vacuum tubes. The two were then united, and this bombardment of supersonic and electrical waves changed the structure of the de Leon crystals. No doubt the Kamali oligarchs had discovered, through long experiment, just how long a vibration exposure was necessary to make the salts potent and still not affect their mental powers. The process undoubtedly took months of Venus time. But the space rats, Halleck and Gately, had no intention of waiting that long. They planned to expose the crystals for the shortest possible time, and then to sell them to the unsuspecting citizens of Earth. Another thought struck Sims. Stearns. What had killed him? He had the answer an instant later. Up on the wall, a warning bell sounded, and a red light flashed off and on. From a microtone speaker sounded that same deep-toned drone. Again it began to mount swiftly up the octaves, rising steadily to a high-pitched shriek, preparing the way for the supersonic vibrations of the Hudrites. The lieutenant clapped his hands to his ears, fell to the floor in writhing agony. Stabbing lancets of pain darted through his brain. He felt his eyes protruding. His head seemed ready to explode. With a mighty effort, he managed to jerk on his dehydration mask, slide the protective ear caps into place. Even then, the sensation was only partly relieved, and he stood, heart pounding, waiting for the mad vibration to stop. When at length it came to an end, a glance at the de Leon salts showed that they had colored from a light yellow to a deep orange. Tiny facets of iridescent flame now played over their surfaces. Whatever method of utilizing the supersonic field the Kamalis used, it was a deadly one. As the body of Stearns proved, the action of those piezoelectric crystals was fatal to the unprotected human organism. Sims moved to the control panel. He had the secret of the de Leon salts now. But what good would it do him? In a short time his escape would be detected, But even as his gaze sped over the dials, a thought struck him. One of those dials must control the intervals of time between each supersonic bombardment. Another must control the frequency of the vibrations. Boldly Sims seized a rheostat and shoved it over to its farthest marking. He found the time dial and pushed that upward too, guessing at the length of increase. Then he was descending swiftly the spiral staircase to the ground level. He skirted the main street of the village and groped his way through inky blackness to the swamp shore. In the gloom he made out his jaguar, but he didn't stop here. He ran blindly 100 yards along the matting shore until a squat, beetle-like shape materialized out of the darkness, the space rat's hydrocar. In half a minute he had the mooring line unfastened, and then, splitting the darkness about him, came a shaft of white light. Simultaneously, Halleck's voice yelled, "Get him before he gets in the car!" There was a dull report like a melon striking, and something soft and fuzzy whizzed past Sim's head to hit the water with a hollow plop. A mold gun. In the relentless light of Halleck's search lamp, the lieutenant saw the living fungus erupt into 100 wiggling spores that germinated in a matter of seconds. Sims leaped into the cabin and fumbled for the starter switch. Once, a dozen years before, he had driven a hydrocar on a pleasure cruise a short distance up the Martian Central Canal. Now his fingers touched the stud, and the motor roared into life. But before he could press the trigger out into the swamp, he saw Halleck leap through the water and hurl himself onto the car's hood. The man broke the windscreen into 100 glass fragments and thrust a mold gun through the aperture, straight into Sim's face. But before he could press the trigger, something happened. Back in Zenthar village, a mighty wailing scream pierced the air. Like a frightened banshee, the sound raced into the upper register, leaped to a grinding, ear-shattering shriek. Halleck dropped the mold gun and clapped his hands to his ears. On shore, the Kamalis uttered cries of pain and fell groveling as the sound mounted into the supersonic range, and the piezoelectric crystals began their action. With a jerk, Sims swung the wheel, throwing Halleck off balance and plummeting him into the water. The hydrocar roared out into the swamp like a runaway comet. All night Sims drove, weaving through aisles of man-high ripgrass, circling denser groves of blue priest trees and artileptic ferns. At dawn he drew up at a small island, built a fire, and cooked some of the food he found packed away in a rear compartment of the hydrocar. He rested half an hour, re-entered the car, and drove on at a more leisurely speed. There remained now only to go to GHQ at Bataba, give his report, and hand over his message cylinder. And when the tube was opened, he would be through on Venus, dismissed from the service for insubordination. Wherever he went, that report would follow him. His lips compressed. There was a girl waiting for him back on Earth, waiting until he'd completed his hitch in the service and could graduate to the spaceways. Abruptly, his hand, reaching to his belt, stopped, and an electric shock ran through him. His message cylinder was gone. He must have lost it when he rested at the little island. For a moment he sat motionless, a cold numbness sweeping over him. He must have that cylinder when he reported at Bataba. That part of the message, pertaining to reinforcements for the garrison, could be given orally, of course, but the section regarding himself was different. If he failed to deliver the letter, sooner or later he would be accused of throwing it away. It would mean another case of insubordination. Suddenly he threw over the wheel and sent the hydrocar racing back in the direction from which it had just come. The great swamp faded out of his vision now. He drove with his thoughts. And then, as familiar landmarks began to rise up before him, he realized what he was doing. It was selfishness that had driven him along the back trail. He was returning for a kind of personal satisfaction, deliberately taking chances when the stakes were higher than himself or his own feelings. But the island lay just ahead. It would be mad to turn back now that he had come this far. He ran the hydrocar into a little inlet, switched off the motor, and climbed out. The coals of his campfire were still glowing. Carefully he began to search the trampled grass. A fern writhed in the sodden wind, and a glint of metal caught his eye. The official tube lay where it had fallen, close to the shore. But as Sims strode forward, a footstep sounded behind him. He stiffened and turned. An Earthman stood there on the little beach, hands resting triumphantly on his hips, watching him. Halleck. In the swamp back of the Space Rat lay a long Akimla canoe filled with Kamali tribesmen, drawn by 3 water skippers, their ugly beetle-like bodies lashed with an intricate network of harness. There was a mold gun in Halleck's hands, and he had it leveled before him. Out of the corner of his eye, the lieutenant was searching desperately for a way of escape. Above him, his upraised hands touched the spreading branch of a priest tree, and he saw that its farther extremity hung within a foot of Halleck's gun hand. Sims seized the branch and gave it a powerful downward jerk, and in the instant that the Space Rat's weapon was pushed out of aim, he threw himself forward in a flying tackle. He fought desperately, aware that he had seconds in which to act, and no more. A heavy kick in the groin sent a wave of nausea surging through him. Then his hands closed about the mold gun. He tore it free and pounded a hard blow into the Space Rat's jaw. Twice he struck. Then, as Halleck slumped backward, he stumbled erect and trained the weapon on the advancing Kamalis, finger tight on the trigger. "Back," he snapped. "One move and I fire. Get into that jitterbug chariot of yours and get going." 2 days later, a mud-stained, mold-encrusted hydrocar swung up to the jetty at Bataba, Venusian colonial headquarters on the outer edge of Blue Swamp. 2 haggard Earthmen climbed out, one still gripping a Kamali mold gun, the other his hands bound behind him. They paced down the catwalk, entered the lock, and a moment later stood before the post major. Sims saluted and began a graphic description of all that had occurred. "Post 1 needs help, sir," he concluded. "There were 12 cases of mold fever when I left, and the impentration walls are badly in need of repair. The Kamalis are on the verge of an intertribal war." The major looked the prisoner over and nodded. All the defiance was gone from Halleck now. He stood there, lips twisted in a sullen snarl, eyes mirroring defeat. "The IP men have been after this rat for a long time," the major said. "And now, Lieutenant, I'll have your official report." Silently, Sims handed the message cylinder across the desk. The major opened the cylinder and glanced at the scroll inside. A moment passed in silence as he read the message. "Lieutenant," he said at length, looking up, "how long have you been at Post 1? 6 weeks, sir." The major opened a humidor and took out a Martian cheroot. "It so happens your commandant is a very shrewd person. Lieutenant, take a look at this letter." Slowly, Sims picked up the scroll and read, "And am sending this letter by Lieutenant Sims, a newcomer to Post 1. The boy had the usual case of nerves brought about by the damnable solitude, the rain, and the constant dangers here at the post, and I'm taking the usual method of curing it. Let him rest over at Bataba for a month, then send him back. He has the makings." And across the desk, the major puffed his Martian cheroot and smiled. End of Assignment on Venus by Carl Jacobi. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
What's He Doing in There by Fritz Lieber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rowan Pattigal. What's He Doing in There by Fritz Lieber. The professor was congratulating Earth's first visitor from another planet on his wisdom in getting in touch with a cultural anthropologist before contacting any other scientists, or governments, God forbid, and in learning English from radio and TV before landing from his orbit-parked rocket, where the Martian stood up and said hesitantly, "Excuse me, please, but where is it?" That baffled the professor, and the Martian seemed to grow anxious. At least his long mouth curved upward, and he had earlier explained that it curling downward was his smile, and he repeated, "Please, where is it?" He was surprisingly humanoid in most respects, but his complexion was textured so like the rich dark armchair he had just been occupying that the professor's pin-striped grey suit, which he had eagerly consented to wear, seemed an arbitrary interruption between him and the chair, a sort of Mother Hubbard dress on a phantom conjured from its leather. The professor's wife, always a perceptive hostess, came to her husband's rescue by saying with equal rapidity, "Top of the stairs, end of the hall, last door." The Martian's mouth curled happily downward, and he said, "Thank you very much," and was off. Comprehension burst on the professor as he caught up with his guest at the foot of the stairs. "Here, I'll show you the way," he said. "No, I can find it myself, thank you," the Martian assured him. Something rather final in the Martian's tone made the professor desist, and after watching his visitor sway up the stairs with an almost hypnotic, softly jogging movement, he rejoined his wife in the study, saying wonderingly, "Who'd have thought it? By George! Function taboos as strict as our own." "I'm glad some of your professional visitors maintain 'em," his wife said darkly. "But this one's from Mars, darling, and to find out he's, well, similar in an aspect of his life is as thrilling as the discovery that water's burnt hydrogen. When I think of the day not far distant when I'll put his entries in the cross-cultural index—" He was still rhapsodizing when the professor's little son raced in. "Pop, the Martian's gone to the bathroom." "Hush, dear, manners." "Now it's perfectly natural, darling, that the boy should notice and be excited. Yes, son, the Martian's not so very different from us." "Oh, certainly," the professor's wife said with a trace of bitterness. "I don't imagine his turquoise complexion will cause any comment at all when you bring him to a faculty reception. They'll just figure he's had a hard night, and that he got his baby elephant nose sniffing around for assistant professorships. Really, darling, he probably thinks of our noses as disagreeably amputated and paralyzed." "Well, anyway, Pop, he's in the bathroom. I followed him when he squiggled upstairs." "Now, son, you shouldn't have done that. He's on a strange planet, and it might make him nervous if he thought he was being spied on. We must show him every courtesy. By George, I can't wait to discuss these things with Ackley Ramsbottom. When I think how much more this encounter has to give the anthropologist than even the physicist or astronomer." He was still going strong on his second rhapsody when he was interrupted by another high-speed entrance. It was the professor's coltish daughter. "Mom, Pop, the Martians—" "Hush, dear, we know." The professor's coltish daughter regained her adolescent poise, which was considerable. "Well, he's still in there," she said. "I just tried the door and it was locked." "I'm glad it was," the professor said, while his wife added, "Yes, you can't be sure what—" and caught herself. "Really, dear, that was very bad manners." "I thought he had come downstairs long ago," her daughter explained. "He's been in there an awfully long time. It must have been half an hour ago that I saw him gyre and gimble upstairs in that real gone way he has, with Nosy here following him." The professor's coltish daughter was currently soaking up both Jive and Alice. When the professor checked his wristwatch, his expression grew troubled. "By George, he is taking his time. Though, of course, we don't know how much time Martians. I wonder—" "I listened for a while, Pop," his son volunteered. "He was running the water a lot." "Running the water, eh? We know Mars is a water-starved planet. I suppose that in the presence of unlimited water he might be seized by a kind of madness, but he seemed so well adjusted." Then his wife spoke, voicing all of their thoughts. Her outlook on life gave her a naturally sepulchral voice. "What's he doing in there?" 20 minutes, and at least as many fantastic suggestions later, The professor glanced again at his watch and nerved himself for action. Motioning his family aside, he mounted the stairs and tiptoed down the hall. He paused only once to shake his head and mutter under his breath, "By George, I wish I had Fenchurch or von Gottschalk here. They're a shade better than I on intercultural contracts, especially taboo breakings and affronts." His family followed him at a short distance. The professor stopped in front of the bathroom door. Everything was as quiet as death. He listened for a minute and then rapped measuredly, steadying his hand by clutching its wrist with the other. There was a faint splashing, but no other sound. Another minute passed. The professor rapped again, and there was no response at all. He very gingerly tried the knob. The door was still locked. When they had retreated to the stairs, it was the professor's wife who once more voiced their thoughts. This time her voice carried overtones of supernatural horror. "What's he doing in there?" "He may be dead or dying," the professor's coltish daughter suggested briskly. "Maybe we should call the fire department, like they did for old Mrs. Frisbee." The professor winced. "I'm afraid you haven't visualized the complications, dear," he said gently. "No one but ourselves knows that the Martian is on Earth, or has even the slightest inkling that interplanetary travel has been achieved. Whatever we do, it will have to be on our own. But to break in on the creature engaged in, well, we don't know what primal private activity, against all anthropological practice, still—" "Dying's a primal activity," his daughter said crisply. "So's ritual bathing before mass murder," his wife added. "Please, still, as I was about to say, we do have the moral duty to succour him. As you all too reasonably suggest, he has been incapacitated by a germ or virus, or more likely by some simple environmental factor such as Earth's greater gravity. Tell you what, Pop, I can look in the bathroom window and see what he's doing. All I have to do is crawl out my bedroom window and along the gutter a little ways. It's safe as houses." The professor's question, beginning with, "Son, how do you know?" died unuttered as he refused to notice the words his daughter was voicing silently at her brother. He glanced at his wife's sardonically composed face, thought once more of the fire department, and of other and larger and even more jealous, or would it be sceptical, government agencies, and clutched at the straw offered him. 10 minutes later he was quite unnecessarily assisting his son back through the bedroom window. "Gee, Pop, I couldn't see a sign of him. That's why it took so long. Hey, Pop, don't look so scared. He's in there, sure enough. It's just that the bathtub's under the window, and you have to get real close up to see it." "The Martian's taking a bath?" "Yep, got it full up, and just the end of his little old schnozzle sticking out. Your suit, Pop, was hanging on the door." The one word the professor's wife spoke was like a death knell. "Drowned?" "No, Ma, I don't think so. His schnozzle was opening and closing regular-like." "Maybe he's a shapeshifter," the professor's coltish daughter said in a burst of evil fantasy. "Maybe he softens in water and thins out after a while, until he's like an eel, and then he'll go exploring through the sewer pipes. Wouldn't it be funny if he went under the street and knocked on the stopper from underneath, and crawled into the bathtub with President Rexford, or Mrs. President Rexford, or maybe right into the middle of one of Janie Rexford's "Oh, I'm so sexy" bubble baths?" "Please," the professor put his hand to his eyebrows and kept it there, cuddling the elbow in his other hand. "Well, have you thought of something?" the professor's wife asked him after a bit. "What are you going to do?" The professor dropped his hand and blinked his eyes hard and took a deep breath. "Telegraph Fenchurch and Ackley Ramsbottom, and then break in," he said in a resigned voice, into which, nevertheless, a note of hope seemed also to have come. "First, however, I'm going to wait until morning," and he sat down cross-legged in the hall a few yards from the bathroom door and folded his arms. So the long vigil commenced. The professor's family shared it, and he offered no objection. Other and sterner men, he told himself, might claim to be able successfully to order their children to go to bed when there was a Martian locked in the bathroom, but he would like to see them faced with the situation. Finally, dawn began to seep from the bedrooms. When the bulb in the hall had grown quite dim, the professor unfolded his arms. Just then there was a loud splashing in the bathroom. The professor's family looked toward the door. The splashing stopped, and they heard the Martian moving around. Then the door opened, and the Martian appeared, in the professor's grey pinstripe suit. His mouth curled sharply downward in a broad alien smile as he saw the professor. "Good morning," the Martian said happily. "I never slept better in my life, even in my own little wet bed back on Mars." He looked around more closely, and his mouth straightened. "But where did you all sleep?" he asked. "Don't tell me you stayed dry all night. You didn't give up your only bed to me." His mouth curled upward in misery. "Oh dear," he said. "I'm afraid I've made a mistake somehow. Yet I don't understand how. Before I studied you, I didn't know what your sleeping habits would be. But the question was answered for me. In fact, it looked so reassuringly homelike when I saw those brief TV scenes of your females ready for sleep in their little tubs. Of course, on Mars, only the fortunate can always be sure of sleeping wet. But here, with your abundance of water, I thought there would be wet beds for all." He paused. "It's true I had some doubts last night, wondering if I'd used the right words and all, but when you rapped 'good night' to me, I splashed the sentiment back at you and went to sleep in a wink. But I'm afraid that somehow I've blundered and—" "No, no, dear chap," the professor managed to say. He had been waving his hand in a gentle circle for some time in token that he wanted to interrupt. "Everything is quite all right. It's true we stayed up all night, but please consider that as a watch, an honoured guard, by George, which we kept to indicate our esteem." End of What's He Doing in There by Fritz Lieber. Recording by Rowan Pattigal.
Youth by Howard R. Marsh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Youth by Howard R. Marsh. Martin Zucker reversed the usual process. All heroes, it is well known, enjoy a kintographic review of their entire past lives in that brief, fearful second when they stand on the threshold of the hereafter and bravely stare death out of countenance. Martin Zucker, on the contrary, watched the little movie of his past life as he came back into being, as he lingered in the anesthetized zone between coma and consciousness. But Martin Zucker was not a hero. Perhaps that accounted for his revision of the usual process. This is what Zucker reviewed on his own little mental screen. A youth far distant when he starved and suffered and played in the lumber settlement of Johnstown. A love episode with Hilda Jessing, 3, 4, 5 years of labor in the woods, felling trees, suffering with the cold, sweating and freezing at once, to earn money to marry Hilda. A single flash, the murder of Hilda and Lars Bear, then the numbness, mental and physical, which endured through months, years. Gray days, monotonous days, they flickered by on the screen. Each was like the last. He began each day by dragging himself from his cell cot, dressing in the semi-darkness, marching step for step with the man ahead of him and the man behind, out past the tally guard into the chair factory. Then hours of wrapping soft paper pulp around frames to make wicker furniture, reaching for the paper strips, wrapping, reaching again, and wrapping again. A brief respite for lunch, beans, coffee, and bread and butter. and then back to the prison factory, and the everlasting rapping of chairs. At night, back to the dining hall, with 800 other gray-faced, lusterless men. A few moments to satisfy the animal desire of hunger, and then the black night in cell 656. The nights were no more distinguishable than the days. Sometimes he had visions of Hilda, but he drove them away by pounding his fists against the steel bars until his knuckles were raw and bleeding, and the ache of his hands occupied his mind. To Martin Zucker, there was no such thing as time. Day and night, night and day, work and eat and sleep. That was all. From time to time, the men who worked beside him told him with elation of their approaching freedom. From time to time, men left their benches, and Zucker appreciated that they were going back to that dim fragment, the world. He didn't envy them their freedom, for to him it meant nothing. Except food and sleep and work, nothing meant anything to Zucker. Least of all, time. Then there was a sudden change. A doctor had talked to him, cross-examined him, asked a question, which Zucker scarcely understood. But as he labored mentally over the doctor's words in his cell that night, he began to understand. The doctor had promised him youth. From that moment of realization, the mental pictures became clearer. There was, the next day, the prison hospital, a white clinic room, a dozen avid doctors, and in the center one who fingered instruments with a certain gloating delight. He treasured a tiny, gelatin-filled bottle, but did not always treasure his words, the subtleties of the drama. This transplanting of glands, the paunchy surgeon explained, is no longer an experimental operation. Its results are now generally considered absolute. There is a rejuvenation of all bodily tissues and glands. In short, a return to youth. I foresee a time when man, at his choice, can enjoy the glow of youth far beyond his allotted time. Wonderful. Martin Zucker, still reviewing the film of his past life as he hesitated on the threshold of consciousness, couldn't remember all of the doctor's words. He recalled his desire that the doctor would cease talking, hurry with the wonderful operation. Then, more vividly, came back to him the doctor's description. This man Zucker, 69 years old, approaching senile decay, has agreed to submit to the transplanting of glands before the clinic. He is a prisoner in this institution, has been for years. Yet he is a particularly favorable patient for the operation. As far as I can determine, his family history is without pathology or psychological incident. His forebears were poor, sturdy woodsmen. He followed in their footsteps and has an unusually rugged physique. Except for the commission of a single crime, a crime of an emotional nature, his own life is without interesting features. He approaches the operation in an optimistic frame of mind, believing, as I do, that he will leave the hospital a young man, rejuvenated, that he will have another lifetime ahead of him, virile. Nurse, place the cone. The operation. Pituitary region. Careful suturing. Zucker recalled now how the doctor's words faded out in the sweet oblivion of ether. And now the operation was over, and Martin Zucker, on a bed in the hospital, was resting with half-closed eyes and reviewing all the events that had brought him there. He was not in great pain. True, there was nausea. There was aggravating dryness in his throat, which water could not relieve. And there had been moments of terror as he came from under the influence of ether, moments in which he felt clutched through space. Other moments in which he again beat Lars Baer to death with his fists, took the white throat of Hilda Jessing in his hands and strangled her. But these terrors left him as his brain cleared. Suddenly he smiled. Youth. He, Martin Zucker, 69 years old, was a young man. Wonderful. No call now to review his past life. No, he would think only of the future. He began to picture youth. He pictured it in many ways. At first, the vision was only of physical strength and vigor, of freedom from fatigue and aches. Then it widened and included the woods in which he had worked in his prime. He was back there again, young and stalwart, sinking his two-bitted axe into the odorous wood of a Norway pine. He was scuffing through the snow, dragging a logging chain which few men could lift. He was in the bunkhouse, challenging all the jacks to a free-for-all. Gradually that picture faded, and another, even more brightly tinted, came. There was a woman in this picture. Of course, Hilda was gone. But there were other fair-haired, physically attractive girls, such as Hilda had been, and they would love Martin Zucker. Love him because he was young and powerful and virile. They would see him, smile at him, almost court him. Youth seeking youth. Girls seeking Martin Zucker. He smiled happily. He was smiling in a superior sort of way when the prison warden walked to his bedside and asked, "How are you feeling this morning, Zucker?" Martin's smile was sufficient answer. He was much too happy for words. "The doctor says the operation was entirely successful," the warden assured him. "He says that you may have another 30 or 40 years of comparative youth. Of course, he is rabid on the subject. But at that, I wouldn't be surprised if you outlived me here. I'm only 40. Outlived me here. The word stuck in Martin Zucker's mind. Here. Just what did the warden mean? Certainly not the hospital, for the doctor had promised him that he would be disabled only a week or two. But here, that certainly didn't mean the odorous pine woods of the north. It didn't mean the place where he would find a beautiful, fair-haired successor to Hilda. Here. Martin Zucker's face aged. A terrible thought brought the cold sweat to his brow. He groaned and turned his face to the wall. Here. Ah, a long time here. For Martin Zucker, to whom time had meant nothing, and to whom the future promised nothing, had suddenly been shown the pricelessness of time and the promise of the future. The operation had done that. The operation had made him young, too. And the operation promised him another lifetime in prison. For Martin Zucker was serving a life sentence. The end of Youth by Howard R. Marsh.
Mystery Eyes Over Earth by Richard M. Elam, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Myron Lowenthal, gaunt, keen-eyed, and 60, shuffled over to the receptionist's desk in an office in the Pentagon. Clutched tightly between one spidery arm was a worn briefcase. "May I see Mr. Goodnight, miss?" Dr. Lowenthal asked. "Who shall I say is calling, sir?" the young woman asked mechanically, not looking up. "Lowenthal." The young woman's eyes lighted alertly as if the name were of great significance to her. "Of course, Dr. Lowenthal. Mr. Goodnight is expecting you. Go right in." At the sight of Dr. Lowenthal and his briefcase, Mr. Goodnight rose slowly to his feet his face reflecting deep interest, not unmixed with apprehension. You have finished the translation?" he asked. Dr. Lowenthal placed the briefcase on the desk, and Goodnight's fingers were far from steady as he opened the case and pulled out top-secret manuscripts. First, he laid aside the sheaf of strange charred papers, each protected by a cellophane envelope. The sheets were of very thin, amazingly tough material of unknown substance, and they were covered with tiny, neat hieroglyphics. The papers had been found by a farm boy 12 months before in Wickenburg, Arizona, and Dr. Lowenthal, archaeologist and cryptographer, had been all this time trying to decipher the hidden message. Before reading the translation, Goodnight asked, "Is it your belief that this sheaf of papers was dropped from a flying saucer as we first thought?" "Undoubtedly," Lowenthal replied. "Is it good or bad?" Goodnight asked tremulously. "Perhaps you had better read it, sir, and judge for yourself." Mr. Goodnight began reading the manuscript translation. From Kalpota Tekala, Observer 13 J07, Group 507, to Grand Council, Federation of the Triple Suns, Planet Yaka, Takarela, Sector GZ 50007076, Milky Way Galaxy. Subject: Planets of Sun 00836Y, specifically 3rd Takarela, Sector GZ 50007070. Planet called Earth, Charon, year 37,811. It is now my 10th year of observation in the planetary group called the Solar System. In this brief report, I shall review somewhat randomly a few of the things I've witnessed on Earth, only planet of intelligent life in this system, and therefore the only world of interest to us in the Federation. I arrived in Earth the year 1947. What a youthful civilization this is, but about average in their development as compared to some 28,000 other worlds the Federation has so far observed. I pride myself on being among the first of us, Group 507, to be detected by Earthmen in recent times. This was, of course, the sighting by one Kenneth Arnold near Mount Rainier in America, the most advanced country of Earth. Our receivers picked up the newscasts of the sighting and translated. Arnold's description of having seen what looked like saucers led to our craft being thereafter named Flying Saucers. Soon after this sighting, our receivers told us that nearly all the nations of Earth had taken up the cry of "Saucers! Saucers!" Indeed, the men of Earth must truly have been overwhelmed by the abundance of our craft in the sky at this time when our greatest concentration of observers viewed the planet. It is hard to realize that many Earth inhabitants still doubt that there are other planets of habitation beside their own in the universe. This is an opinion formed from reports of news commentators. Yet how they can close their minds to such a fact when they know that there are many billions of suns and planets is beyond my comprehension. Of course, Earth has been an island to itself since the beginning of its civilization, and since they have not even yet ventured into space, I can understand their skepticism somewhat. Incidentally, the skepticism of Earthmen is remarkable. Yes, even after the evidence of our heavy concentration of craft in their skies for 10 years, at our latest visit, many even now doubt our reality. This is in spite of our near collisions with Earth craft, reported by reputable witnesses, especially the Childs Whitted episode near Montgomery, Alabama, United States of America. Yet those who do believe in us are very staunch supporters, and I have heard newscasters say There have been some convincing books written on the subject. Someday, when we make contact, all must surely believe. Earth is a planet of many races and different political groups. Although an effort is being made for cooperation through an organization called United Nations, not to be confused with United States, there is no real enforceable unity among the countries of Earth. The planet has not even advanced to the point of a common tongue. Without being able to speak the same language, there is too much opportunity for misunderstanding, and this must be one of the causes of the deplorable bloodshed this planet has gone through in its history. It is good to know that democracy presently seems to hold the balance of power on Earth. The world leader, America, has been a champion of democracy since its colonization by Europeans, and perhaps has saved Earth from total disaster by intervention on 2 occasions in recent years. There is one major threat to the democratic life of Earth. This is the nation of Russia, located in the Eurasian area. Its leaders have taken to the archaic system of totalitarianism. But at the present time, the democracies are so strong that Russia appears hesitant to take the path of conquest. Besides this, I believe all realize that Earth cannot stand another world war because of the frightful nuclear weapons that would be used. In such a war, there would be no victor, only losers and world destruction. If Earth avoids the pitfall of major warfare, I believe she is on the threshold of great things. Even now she is launching satellites into space in the first step towards space travel. The aircraft of Earth are attaining greater speed, height, and maneuverability. They are still slow and awkward, of course, compared to the craft we have, but the engineers are learning, even as we had to do thousands of years ago. Since Earthmen have still not gone into space, there has been no experimentation on craft utilizing force fields, but after observing our craft for the past 10 years, I am sure the scientists have come up with some theories as to how we get about. They are baffled by our motions that seem to defy the laws of physics. They report that no living person can withstand the abrupt turns and acceleration of which we are capable. When they have utilized the cosmic rays of space and understand that a force field will permit a flyer to spin and soar with his craft without distress of any kind, then they will have unlocked the key to what they believe to be a dark mystery. Their attempts to overtake us in their jet craft have been laughable. I often wonder what they would do if we should suddenly stop and dare them to approach closer. Should they fire on us, it would undoubtedly fill them with fear and dismay to see their shots bounce harmlessly off our force field. It is my opinion that the more prosperous races of the planet are not the leaders that they could be. There is much frivolity and lack of emotional discipline about them, and few seem to employ their fullest mental capabilities. Their radio and picture radio are entirely in the realm of entertainment, and formal education seems to be largely abandoned after an Earthman has passed his school years. Our receivers constantly pick up, day in and day out, music of definite rhythms which seem to be enjoying current popularity. These melodies survive for only a few weeks. Then new ones take their place and are, in turn, played to their deaths. There is a noble class of music that is heard less frequently and usually at late hours. This never seems to lose popularity, for some of our recorded pickups of these long compositions have been compared with recordings made some 200 years ago by our prior observers, and they are identical. Regarding the subject of frivolity, there is a deadly game being played unceasingly across the pathways of Earth, particularly in prosperous America. Although not really a game, of course, I am reminded of one as I see it going on. Each player is in control of a free vehicle, or guided missiles, I think of it, and he attempts to survive by avoiding collision with another player. Some are indifferent to the game and drive their cars unexcitedly and with caution. Other players, and there are many of them, appear to enjoy the game very much and drive their weapons with reckless haste and seeming indifference to their own safety and the safety of others. Many of these players lose the game, and their remains are carried away systematically. It is very disturbing to see this bloody game going on without end, and I should feel better if America would abandon it in favor of travel of a less dangerous nature. But they seem years away from a truly safe, fully automatic car of our type with electronic protection shield. While on the subject of fatality, it is with regret that I heard of the disintegration of Palta Vezek and his craft some days ago. Palta and I were boys together, barely 300 Earth years ago on the Symphony Lake plantation. We went through sleep absorption education together for 20 years, and he was my dear friend. Palta's force field collapsed when he was escaping a fleet of Earthcraft which were rising into the sky in pursuit. At an acceleration of some 5,000 miles an hour, his craft collided with air in inertia, and he and his saucer were vaporized in a blinding flash and thunderous roar. The radio commentators calmly informed the world that it was merely a large meteor burning itself up in the atmosphere. The stubborn refusal of Earthmen to accept our existence continually baffles me. From what I have heard these radio spokesmen say, Earthmen who believe in us seem to regard us with a sort of awe. They rightly consider us much farther advanced than themselves, but you should hear the outlandish descriptions some have given us, and after the weird appearance they present to us too. I have judged the people of Earth to be excitable and unpredictable. Therefore, I can understand the Federation's reluctance to have us make contact. Earthmen undoubtedly regard us as invaders, and would treat us as such, although they must realize we have shown no acts of aggression. Nevertheless, there have been a few unfortunate instances that might tend to make them think we are belligerent, namely the Mantell case in 1948. Paltar, pilot of the involved craft, I understand, has been recalled to Yaka because of his mistake in permitting an Earthcraft to venture into his force field, thereby destroying the alien craft and violating our strict orders to avoid any incidents with Earthcraft. In spite of the obvious risk, it is my greatest anticipation to meet these Earth folk face to face. Our observations have been from afar, and therefore lacking much that we could really know about these people. I'm sure there are things they could teach us, and, of course, there is much that we could do to make happier their own existence. Some day, I know, the Federation will give the word to land on Earth's soil. Should I be one of those fortunate ones, I am ready, and if it costs me my life, I shall be satisfied to have first enjoyed making contact with other men who live so many light years from our own Yaka. When will this contact be, my friends? Today? Tomorrow? When? As he concluded his reading of the report, Mr. Goodnight's eyes reflected the relief he felt. "It is reassuring, Doctor, isn't it?" he asked huskily. "I think so," Dr. Lewinthal replied. "Even with my liberal translation, the non-aggressive attitude comes through continually. This is the final proof we needed as to the authenticity of the saucers," Goodnight remarked. "This couldn't possibly be a hoax, could it?" "Not a chance. The substance of the original paper is completely alien in its composition and manufacture. and the language is undoubtedly the creation of minds farther advanced than our own. Mr. Goodnight sighed as if a great burden had been lifted from him. Well, our part in this is closed, Dr. Lewinthal, he said. It is out of our hands. And now? Lewinthal prompted. It is the job of others to determine if the manuscript is to be made public. This thing could be revolutionary in impact, Dr. Lewinthal. It could change the thinking and living of every person on Earth. The scientist nodded in agreement. You know, Mr. Goodnight, he said after a meditative pause, I believe that Kalpota Tekala would be a rather nice fellow to know. I should really like to meet him. So would I, Goodnight replied, then added significantly, with a sparkle of anticipation in his eyes, Who knows? Perhaps some day, Doctor, not too distant, we shall. The things to know are Mystery Eyes Over Earth by Richard M. Elam, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brianna Childs at briannachilds.com.
The Star Mouse by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by The Gribschnabler. The Star Mouse by Frederick Brown. Robinson Crusoe, Gulliver, Paul Bunyan, the story of their adventures is nothing compared to the saga of Mitke. Mitke, the mouse, wasn't Mitke then. He was just another mouse who lived behind the floorboards and plaster of the house of the great Herr Professor Oberberger, formerly of Vienna and Heidelberg, then a refugee from the excessive admiration of more powerful of his fellow countrymen. The excessive admiration had concerned not Herr Oberberger himself, but a certain gas which had been a byproduct of an unsuccessful rocket fuel, which might have been a highly successful something else. If, of course, the professor had given them the correct formula, which the professor had made good his escape and now lived in a house in Connecticut. And so did Mitke. A small gray mouse and a small gray man. Nothing unusual about either of them. Particularly, there was nothing unusual about Mitke. He had a family and he liked cheese, and if there were Rotarians among mice, he would have been a Rotarian. The Herr Professor, of course, had his mild eccentricities. A confirmed bachelor, he had no one to talk to except himself, but he considered himself an excellent conversationalist and held constant verbal communion with himself while he worked. That fact, it turned out later, was important, because Mitke had excellent ears and heard those night-long soliloquies. He didn't understand them, of course. If he thought about them at all, he merely thought of the professor as a large and noisy super mouse who squeaked overmuch. Und now, he would say to himself, we will see whether this exhaust tube was properly machined. It should fit within 1/100,000th of an inch. Ah, it is perfect. And now, night after night, day after day, month after month, the gleaming thing grew, and the gleam in Herr Oberberger's eyes grew apace. It was about 3.5 feet long, with weirdly shaped veins, and it rested on a temporary framework on a table in the center of the room that served the Herr Professor for all purposes. The house in which he and Mitke lived was a 4-room structure, but the professor hadn't yet found it out, seemingly. Originally, he had planned to use the big room as a laboratory only, but he found it more convenient to sleep on a cot in one corner of it, when he slept at all, and to do the little cooking he did over the same gas burner over which he melted down golden grains of TNT into a dangerous soup which he salted and peppered with strange condiments, but did not eat. And now I shall bore it into tubes, and see whether one tube adjacent to another explodes the second tube when the first tube is. That was the night Mitke almost decided to move himself and his family to a more stable abode. One that did not rock and sway and try to turn handsprings on its foundations. But Mitke didn't move after all because there were compensations. New mouse holes all over, and joy of joy, a big crack in the back of the refrigerator where the professor kept, among other things, food. Of course, the tubes had been not larger than capillary size, or the house would not have remained around the mouse holes. And of course, Mitke could not guess what was coming, nor understand the Herr Professor's brand of English, nor any other brand of English for that matter, or he would not have let even a crack in the refrigerator tempt him. The professor was jubilant that morning. "The fuel! It works! The second tube, it did not explode! Und the worst, ingestions! As I had expected! Und it is more powerful. There will be plenty of room for the compartment." Ah, yes, the compartment. That was where Mitke came in, although even the professor didn't know it yet. In fact, the professor didn't even know that Mitke existed. "Und now," he was saying to his favorite listener, "it is but a matter of combining the fuel tubes so they work in opposite pairs. And then..." That was the moment when the Herr Professor's eyes first fell on Mitke. Rather, they fell upon a pair of gray whiskers and a black shiny little nose protruding from a hole in the baseboards. "Well," he said, "what have we here? Mitke Mouse himself. Mitke, how would you like to go for a ride next week? We shall see." That is how it came about that the next time the professor sent into town for supplies, his order included a mousetrap. Not one of the vicious kind that kills, but one of the wire cage kind. And it had not been set with cheese for more than 10 minutes before Mitke's sharp little nose had smelled out that cheese and he had followed his nose into captivity. Not, however, an unpleasant captivity. Mitke was an honored guest. The cage reposed now on the table at which the professor did most of his work, and cheese in indigestion-giving abundance was pushed through the bars, and the professor didn't talk to himself anymore. "You see, Mitke, I was going to send to the laboratory in Hartford for a white mouse, but why should I, with you here? I am sure you are more sound and healthy and able to withstand a long journey than those laboratory mices, no? Ah, you wiggle your whiskers and that means yes, no? And being used to living in dark holes, you should suffer less than they from claustrophobia, no?" And Mitke grew fat and happy and forgot all about trying to get out of the cage. I fear that he even forgot about the family he had abandoned. But he knew, if he knew anything, that he need not worry about them in the slightest. At least not until and unless the professor discovered and repaired the hole in the refrigerator. And the professor's mind was most emphatically not on refrigerators. "And so, Mitke, we shall place this vane so it is only of assistance into landing in an atmosphere. It and these will bring you down safely and slowly enough that the shock absorbers in the movable compartment will keep you from bumping your head too hard, I think." Of course, Mitke missed the ominous note to that, "I think," qualification because he missed all the rest of it. He did not, as has been explained, speak English. Not then. But Herr Oberberger talked to him just the same. He showed him pictures. "Did you ever see the mouse you was named after, Mitke? What? No? Look, this is the original Mitke Mouse by Walt Disney. But I think you are cuter, Mitke." Probably the professor was a bit crazy to talk that way to a little gray mouse. In fact, he must have been crazy to make a rocket that worked. But the odd thing was that the Herr Professor was not really an inventor. There was, as he carefully explained to Mitke, not one single thing about that rocket that was new. The Herr Professor was a technician. He could take other people's ideas and make them work. His only real invention, the rocket fuel that wasn't one, had been turned over to the United States government and had proved to be something already known and discarded because it was too expensive for practical use. As he explained very carefully to Mitke, "It is purely a matter of absolute accuracy and mathematical correctness, Mitke. It is all here, we merely combine, and we achieve what, Mitke? Escape velocity, Mitke. Just barely it adds to escape velocity, maybe. There are yet unknown factors, Mitke, in there upper atmosphere, the troposphere, the stratosphere. We think we know exactly how much air there is to calculate resistance against, but are we absolutely sure? No, Mitki, we are not. We have not been there. And the margin is so narrow that so much as an air current might affect it. But Mitki cared not a whit. In the shadow of the tapering aluminum alloy cylinder, he waxed fat and happy. Der Tag, Mitki, der Tag! Und I shall not lie to you, Mitki. I shall not give you false assurances. You go on a dangerous journey, my little friend. A 50-50 chance we give you, Mitki. Not der moon or bust, but der moon und bust, or else maybe safely back to Earth. You see, my poor little Mitki, der moon is not made of green cheese, and if it were, you would not live to eat it because there is not enough atmosphere to bring you down safely, and with your whiskers still on. And why then, you may well ask, do I send you? Because the rocket may not attain escape velocity, and in that case, it is still an experiment, but a different one. The rocket, if it goes not to the moon, falls back on the Earth, no? And in that case, certain instruments shall give us further information than we have yet about things up there in space. And you shall give us information by whether or not you are yet alive, whether the shock absorbers and vanes are sufficient in an Earth-equivalent atmosphere. You see? Then later, when we send rockets to Venus, maybe where an atmosphere exists, we shall have data to calculate the needed size of vanes and shock absorbers, no? And in either case, and whether or not you return, Mitki, you shall be famous. You shall be the first living creature to go out beyond the atmosphere of the Earth, out into space. Mitki, you shall be the star mouse. I envy you, Mitki, and I only wish I were your size, so I could go too. The tag and the door to the compartment. Goodbye, little Mitki Mouse. Darkness, silence, noise. The rocket, if it goes not to the moon, falls back onto Earth, no? That was what the Herr Professor thought. But the best laid plans of mice and men gang aft agley, even star mice, all because of Prixel. The Herr Professor found himself very lonely. After having had Mitki to talk to, soliloquies were somehow empty and adequate. There may have been some who say that the company of a small gray mouse is a poor substitute for a wife, but others may disagree. And anyway, the professor had never had a wife. And he had a mouse to talk to, so he missed one. And if he missed the other, he didn't know it. During the long night after the launching of the rocket, he had been very busy with his telescope. A sweet little 8-inch reflector, checking its course as it gathered momentum. The exhaust explosions made a tiny, fluctuating point of light that was possible to follow, if one knew where to look. But the following day there seemed to be nothing to do, and he was too excited to sleep, although he tried. So he compromised by doing a spot of housekeeping, cleaning the pots and pans. It was while he was so engaged that he heard a series of frantic little squeaks and discovered that another small gray mouse, with shorter whiskers and a shorter tail than Mitki, had walked into the wire cage mousetrap. Well, well, said the professor, what have we here? Minnie? Is it Minnie come to look for her Mitki? The professor was not a biologist, but he happened to be right. It was Minnie. Rather, it was Mitki's mate, so the name was appropriate. What strange vagary of mind had induced her to walk into an unbaited trap, the professor neither knew nor cared. But he was delighted. He promptly remedied the lack of bait by pushing a sizable piece of cheese through the bars. Thus it was that Minnie came to fill the place of her far-traveling spouse as repository for the professor's confidences. Whether she was worried about her family or not, there is no way of knowing, but she need not have done so. They were now large enough to fend for themselves, particularly in a house that offered abundant cover and easy access to the refrigerator. Ah, and now it is dark enough, Minnie, that we can look for that husband of yours, his fiery trail across the sky. True, Minnie, it is a very small fiery trail, and the astronomers will not notice it, because they do not know where to look, but we do. He is going to be a very famous mouse, Minnie, this Mitki of yours. Then we tell the world about him, and about mine rocket. You see, Minnie, we have not told them yet. We shall wait and give the complete story all at once. By dawn of tomorrow we'll... there he is, Minnie. Wait, but there. I'd hold you up to the scope to let you look, but it would not be focused right for your eyes, and I do not know how to. almost 100,000 miles, Minnie, and still accelerating, but not for much longer. Our Mitki is on schedule. In fact, he is going faster than we figured, no? It is sure now that he will escape the gravitation of the Earth and fall upon the moon. Of course, it was purely coincidental that Minnie squeaked. Ah, yes, Minnie, little Minnie, I know. We shall never see our Mitki again, and I almost wish our experiment had failed. But there are compensations, Minnie. He shall be the most famous of all mices, the star mouse, first living creature ever to go beyond the gravitational pull of Earth. The night was long. Occasionally high clouds obscured vision. Minnie, I shall make you more comfortable than in that so small wire cage. You would like to seem to be free, would you not? Without bars, like the animals at modern zoos, with moats instead? And so, to fill in an hour when a cloud obscured the sky, the Herr Professor made Minnie her new home. It was the end of a wooden crate, about half an inch thick and a foot square, laid flat on the table and with no visible barrier around it. But he covered the top with metal foil at the edges, and he placed the board on another, larger board, which also had a strip of metal foil surrounding the island of Minnie's home, and wires from the two areas of metal foil to opposite terminals of a small transformer which he placed nearby. And now, Minnie, I shall place you on your island, which shall be liberally supplied with cheese and water, and you shall find it is an excellent place to live. But you will get a mild shock or two when you try to step off the edge of the island. It will not hurt much, but you will not like it, and after a few tries, you will learn not to try again, no? And night again. Minnie happy on her island, her lesson well learned. She would no longer so much as step on the inner strip of metal foil. It was a mouse paradise of an island, though. There was a cliff of cheese bigger than Minnie herself. It kept her busy. Mouse and cheese. Soon, one would be a transmutation of the other. But Professor Oberberger wasn't thinking about that. The professor was worried. When he had calculated and recalculated and aimed his 8-inch reflector through the hole in the roof and turned out the lights. Yes, there are advantages to being a bachelor after all. If one wants a hole in the roof, one simply knocks a hole in the roof, and there is nobody to tell one that one is crazy. If winter comes or if it rains, one can always call a carpenter or use a tarpaulin. But the faint trail of light wasn't there. The professor frowned and recalculated and recalculated and shifted his telescope 0.3 of a minute, and still the rocket wasn't there. Minnie, something's wrong. Either the tubes have stopped firing, or the rocket was no longer traversing a straight line relative to its point of departure. By straight, of course, is meant parabolically curved relative to everything other than velocity. So the Herr Professor did the only thing remaining for him to do, and began to search, with the telescope, in widening circles. It was 2 hours before he found it, 5 degrees off course already, and veering more and more into well, there was only one thing you could call it, a tailspin. The darned thing was going in circles, circles which appeared to constitute an orbit about something that couldn't possibly be there, then narrowing into a concentric spiral. Then, out, gone, darkness, no rocket flares. The professor's face was pale as he turned to Minnie. It is impossible, Minnie, mine own eyes, but it could not be. Even if one side stopped firing, it could not have gone into such sudden circles. His pencil verified a suspicion. Und, Minnie, it decelerated faster than possible. Even with no tubes firing, its momentum would have been more. The rest of the night, telescope and calculus, yielded no clue. That is, no believable clue. Some force, not inherent in the rocket itself and not accountable by gravitation, even of a hypothetical body, had acted. Mein poor Mitki. The gray, inscrutable dawn. Mein Minnie, it will have to be a secret. We dare not publish what we saw, for it would not be believed. I am not sure I believe it myself, Minnie. Perhaps because I was overtired from not sleeping. I just imagined that I saw. Later. But Minnie, we shall hope 150,000 miles out it was. It will fall back upon the Earth, but I cannot tell where. I thought that if it did, I would be able to calculate its course. But after those concentric circles, Minnie, not even Einstein could calculate where it will land. Not even me. All we can do is hope that we shall hear of where it falls. Cloudy day. Black night jealous of its mysteries. Minnie, our poor Mitki. There is nothing could have caused... But something had. Prixel. Prixel is an asteroid. It isn't called that by earthly astronomers because, for excellent reasons, they have not discovered it. So we shall call it by the nearest possible transliteration of the name its inhabitants use. Yes, it's inhabited. Come to think of it, Professor Oberberger's attempt to send a rocket to the moon had some strange results. Or rather, Prixel did. You wouldn't think that an asteroid could reform a drunk, would you? But one Charles Winslow, a besotted citizen of Bridgeport, Connecticut, never took a drink when, right on Grove Street, a mouse asked him the road to Hartford. The mouse was wearing bright red pants and vivid yellow gloves. But that was 15 months after the professor lost his rocket. We'd better start over again. Prixel is an asteroid, one of those despised celestial bodies which terrestrial astronomers call vermin of the sky, because the darned things leave trails across the plates that clutter up the more important observations of novae and nebulae. 50,000 fleas on the dark dog of night. Tiny things, most of them. Astronomers have been discovering recently that some of them come close to Earth. Amazingly close. There was excitement in 1932 when Amor came within 10 million miles astronomically, a mere Massey shot. Then Apollo cut that almost in half, and in 1936, Adonis came within less than 1.5 million miles. In 1937, Hermes, less than 500,000, but the astronomers got really excited when they calculated its orbit and found that the little mile-long asteroid can come within a mere 220,000 miles, closer than Earth's own moon. Someday they may be still more excited, if and when they spot the 3/8-mile asteroid Prixel, that obstacle of space, making a transit across the moon, and discover that it frequently comes within a mere 100,000 miles of our rapidly whirling world. Only in event of a transit will they ever discover it, though, for Prixel does not reflect light. It hasn't, anyway, for several million years since its inhabitants coated it with a black, light-absorbing pigment derived from its interior. Monumental task painting a world for creatures half an inch tall, but worth it at the time. When they'd shifted its orbit, they were safe from their enemies. There were giants in those days, 8-inch tall marauding pirates from Deimos. Got to Earth a couple of times, too, before they faded out of the picture. Pleasant little giants who killed because they enjoyed it. Records in now-buried cities on Deimos might explain what happened to the dinosaurs, and why the promising Cro-Magnons disappeared at the height of their promise only a cosmic few minutes after the dinosaurs went west. But Prixel survived. Tiny world no longer reflecting the sun's rays, lost to the cosmic killers when its orbit was shifted. Prixel, still civilized, with a civilization millions of years old, its coat of blackness preserved and renewed regularly, more through tradition than fear of enemies in these later degenerate days. Mighty but stagnant civilization, standing still on a world that whizzes like a bullet. And Mickey Mouse. Klarloff, head scientist of a race of scientists, tapped his assistant Bemge on what would have been Bemge's shoulder if he had had one. "Look," he said, "what approaches Prixel? Obviously artificial propulsion." Bemge looked into the wall plate and then directed a thought wave at the mechanism that jumped the magnification of 1,000-fold through an alteration of the electronic field. Bemge looked into the wall plate and then directed a thought wave at the mechanism that jumped the magnification of 1,000-fold through an alteration of the electronic field. That image leaped, blurred, then steadied. "Fabricated," said Bemge. "Extremely crude, I must say. Primitive explosive-powered rocket. Wait, I'll check where it came from." He took the readings from the dials about the viewplate. and hurled them as thoughts against the psychocoil of the computer, then waited while that most complicated of machines digested all the factors and prepared the answer. Then, eagerly, he slid his mind into rapport with its projector. Klarloth, likewise, listened in to the silent broadcast. Exact point on Earth and exact time of departure. Untranslatable expression of curve of trajectory, and point on that curve where deflected by gravitational pull of Prixel. The destination, or rather the original intended destination, of the rocket was obvious. Earth's moon. Time and place of arrival on Prixel if present course of rocket was unchanged. Earth, said Klarloth meditatively. They were a long way from rocket travel the last time we checked them. Some sort of a crusade or battle of beliefs going on, wasn't there? Bemge nodded. Catapults, bows and arrows, they've taken a long stride since, even if this is only an early experimental thing of a rocket. Shall we destroy it before it gets here? Klarloth shook his head thoughtfully. Let's look it over. Maybe save us a trip to Earth. We can judge their present state of development pretty well from the rocket itself. But then we'll have to, of course, call the station, tell them to train their attracto-repulsors on it and to swing it into a temporary orbit until they prepare a landing cradle. And not forget to damp out the explosive before they bring it down. Temporary force field around point of landing, in case. Naturally. So, despite the almost complete absence of atmosphere in which the vanes could have functioned, the rocket came down safely, and so softly that Mitke, in the dark compartment, knew only that the awful noise had stopped. Mitke felt better. He ate some more of the cheese with which the compartment was liberally provided. Then he resumed trying to gnaw a hole in the inch-thick wood with which the compartment was lined. That wooden lining was a kind thought of the Herr Professor for Mitke's mental well-being. He knew that trying to gnaw his way out would give Mitke something to do en route, which would keep him from getting the screaming meanies. The idea had worked. Being busy, Mitke hadn't suffered mentally from his dark confinement. And now that things were quiet, he chewed away more industriously and more happily than ever, sublimely unaware that when he got through the wood, he'd find only metal, which he couldn't chew. But better people than Mitke have found things they couldn't chew. Meanwhile, Klarloth and Bemge and several thousand other Prixilians stood gazing up at the huge rocket which, even lying on its side, towered high over their heads. Some of the younger ones, forgetting the invisible field of force, walked too close and came back, ruefully rubbing bumped heads. Klarloth himself was at the psychograph. There is life inside the rocket, he told Bemge, but the impressions are confused. One creature, but it cannot follow its thought processes. At the moment, it seems to be doing something with its teeth. It could not be an Earthling, one of the dominant race. One of them is much larger than this huge rocket. Gigantic creatures. Perhaps unable to construct a rocket large enough to hold one of themselves, they sent an experimental creature, such as our Warafs. I believe you have guessed right, Bemge. Well, when we have explored its mind thoroughly, we may still learn enough to save us a checkup trip to Earth. I am going to open the door. But, creatures of Earth would need a heavy, almost a dense atmosphere. It could not live. We retain the force field, of course. It will keep the air in. Obviously, there is a source of supply of air within the rocket, or the creature would not have survived the trip. Klarloth operated controls, and the force field itself put forth invisible pseudopods and turned the outer screw door. Then reached within and unlatched the inner door to the compartment itself. All Prixel watched breathlessly as a monstrous gray head pushed out of the huge aperture yawning overhead. Thick whiskers, each as long as the body of a Prixilian. Mitke jumped down and took a forward step that bumped his black nose hard into something that wasn't there. He squeaked and then jumped backwards against the rocket. There was disgust in Bemge's face as he looked up at the monster. Obviously much less intelligent than a Warath. Might just as well turn on the ray. Not at all, interrupted Klarloth. You forget certain very obvious facts. The creature is unintelligent, of course, but the subconscious of every animal holds in itself every memory, every impression, every sense image to which it has ever been subjected. If this creature has ever heard the speech of the Earthlings or seen any of their works, besides this rocket, every word and every picture is indelibly graven. You see now what I mean? Naturally. How stupid of me, Klarloth. Well, one thing is obvious from the rocket itself. We have nothing to fear from the science of Earth for at least a few millennia. So there is no hurry, which is fortunate. For to send back the creature's memory to the time of its birth and to follow each sensory impression in the psychograph will require, well, a time at least equivalent to the age of the creature, whatever that is, plus the time necessary for us to interpret and assimilate each. But that will not be necessary, Bemj. No? Oh, you mean the X-19 waves? Exactly. Focused upon this creature's brain center, they can, without disturbing his memories, be so delicately adjusted as to increase his intelligence. Now probably about 0.0001 in the scale, to the point where he is a reasoning creature. Almost automatically, during the process, he will assimilate his own memories and understand them just as he would if he had been intelligent at the time he received those impressions. See, Bemj? He will automatically sort out irrelevant data, and will be able to answer our questions. What would you make him as intelligent as? As we? No, the X-19 waves would not work so far. I would say to about 0.2 on the scale. That, judging from the rocket coupled with what we remember of Earthlings from our last trip there, is about their present place on the intelligence scale. Yes. At that level, he would comprehend his experiences on Earth just sufficiently that he would not be dangerous to us, too. Equal to an intelligent Earthling. Just about right for our purpose. Then shall we teach him our language? Wait, said Klarloth. He studied the psychograph closely for a while. No, I do not think so. He will have a language of his own. I see in his subconscious memories of many long conversations. Strangely, they all seem to be monologues by one person. But he will have a language, a simple one. It would take him a long time, even under treatment, to grasp the concepts of our own method of communication, but we can learn his, while he is under the X-19 machine, in a few minutes. Does he understand now any of that language? Klarloth studied the psychograph again. No, I do not believe he... wait, there is one word that seems to mean something to him. The word Mitki. It seems to be his name, and I believe that, from hearing it many times, he vaguely associates it with himself. And quarters for him, with airlocks and such? Of course, order them built. 5. To say it was a strange experience for Mitki is understatement. Knowledge is a strange thing, even when it is acquired gradually. To have it thrust upon one. And there were little things that had to be straightened out, like the matter of vocal cords. His weren't adapted to the language he now found he knew. Bemj fixed that. You would hardly call it an operation because Mitki, even with his new awareness, didn't know what was going on, and he was wide awake at the time. And they didn't explain to Mitki about the J dimension with which one can get at the inwardness of things without penetrating the outside. They figured things like that weren't in Mitki's line, and anyway they were more interested in learning from him than teaching him. Bemj and Klarloth and a dozen others deemed worthy of the privilege. If one of them wasn't talking to him, another was. Their questioning helped his own growing understanding. He would not, usually, know that he knew the answer to a question until it was asked. Then he'd piece together, without knowing just how he did it, any more than you or I know how we know things, and give them the answer. Bemj. Is this language which you speak a universal one? And Mitki, even though he'd never thought about it before, had the answer ready. No, it is not. It is English. But I remember the Herr Professor speaking of other tongues. I believe he spoke another himself originally, but in American he always spoke English to become more familiar with it. It is a beautiful speech, is it not? Said Bemj. Klarloth. And your race, the Mices, are they treated well? Not by most people, Mitki told him, and explained. I would like to do something for them, he added. Look, could I not take back with me this process which you used upon me, apply it to other Mices, and create a race of super Mices? Why not? Asked Bemj. He saw Klarloth looking at him strangely, and threw his mind into rapport with the chief scientists, with Mitki left out of the silent communion. Yes, of course, Bemj told Klarloth. It will lead to trouble on Earth, grave trouble. 2 equal classes of beings so dissimilar as mice and men cannot live together in amity. But why should that concern us, other than favorably? The resulted mess will slow down progress on Earth. Give us a few more millennia of peace before Earthlings discover we are here, and trouble starts. You know these Earthlings. But you would give them the X-19 waves? They might. No, of course not. But we can explain to Mitke here how to make a very crude and limited machine for them. A primitive one which would suffice for nothing more than the specific task of converting mouse mentality from point 0001 to point 2. Mitke's own level and that of the bifurcated Earthlings. It is possible, communicated Klarloff. It is certain that for eons to come they will be incapable of understanding its basic principle. But they could not even use a crude machine to raise their own level of intelligence. You forget, Benj, the basic limitation of the X-19 rays, that no one can possibly design a projector capable of raising any mentality to a point on the scale higher than his own. Not even we. All this, of course, over Mitke's head in silent Prixilian. More interviews and more. Klarloff again. Mitke, we warn you of one thing. Avoid carelessness with electricity. Der new molecular rearrangement of your brain center, it is unstable und... Benj. Mitke, are you sure your Herr Professor is the most advanced of all who experiment with the rockets? In general, yes, Benj. There are others who on one specific point, such as explosives, mathematics, astrophysics, may know more, but not much more. And for combining these knowledges, he is ahead. It is well, said Benj. Small gray mouse towering like a dinosaur over tinier half-inch Prixilians. Meek, herbivorous creature though he was, Mitke could have killed any one of them with a single bite. But of course, it never occurred to him to do so, nor to them to fear that he might. They turned him inside out mentally. They did a pretty good job of study on him physically too, but that was through the J dimension, and Mitke didn't even know about it. They found out what made him tick, and they found out everything he knew and some things he didn't even know he knew, and they grew quite fond of him. Mitke, said Klarloff one day, all the civilized races on Earth wear clothing, do they not? Well, if you are to raise the level of mices to men, would it not be fitting that you wear clothes too? An excellent idea, Herr Klarloff. And I know just what kind I would like. The Herr Professor once showed me a picture of a mouse painted by the artist Disney. And the mouse wore clothing. The mouse was not a real live one, but an imaginary mouse in a burrable. And the Professor named me after the Disney mouse. What kind of clothing was it, Mitke? That was on the eve of Mitke's departure. Originally, Benj had suggested awaiting the moment when Prixel's eccentric orbit would again take it within 150,000 miles of Earth. But, as Klarloff pointed out, that would be 55 Earth years ahead, and Mitke wouldn't last that long. Not unless they and Benj agreed that they had better not risk sending a secret like that back to Earth. Bright red pants with 2 big yellow buttons in front and 2 in back, and yellow shoes for the back feet with a pair of yellow gloves for the front. A hole in the seat of the pants to accommodate the tail. Okay, Mitke, such shall be ready for you in 5 minutes. So they compromised by refueling Mitke's rocket with something that would cancel out the 1.25 million odd miles he would have to travel. That secret they didn't have to worry about, because the fuel would be gone by the time the rocket landed. Day of departure. We have done our best, Mitke, to set and time the rocket so it will land on or near the spot from which you left Earth. But you cannot expect accuracy in a voyage so long as this. But you will land near, the rest is up to you. We have equipped the rocket ship for every contingency. Thank you, Herr Klarloff, Herr Benj. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mitke. We hate to lose you. Goodbye, Mitke. Goodbye, goodbye. 6. The rocket landed in Long Island Sound, 10 miles out from Bridgeport, about 60 miles from the house of Professor Oberberger near Hartford. They had prepared for a water landing, of course. The rocket went down to the bottom, but before it was more than a few dozen feet under the surface, Mitke opened the door, especially re-equipped to open from the inside, and stepped out. Over his regular clothes, he wore a neat little diving suit that would have protected him at any reasonable depth, and which, being lighter than water, brought him to the surface quickly where he was able to open his helmet. He had enough synthetic food to last him for a week, but it wasn't necessary, as things turned out. The night boat from Boston carried him into Bridgeport on its anchor chain, and once in sight of land, he was able to divest himself of the diving suit and let it sink to the bottom after he'd punctured the tiny compartments that made it float, as he'd promised Klarloth he would do. Almost instinctively, Mitke knew that he'd do well to avoid human beings until he'd reached Professor Oberberger and told his story. His worst danger proved to be the rats at the wharf where he swam ashore. They were 10 times Mitke's size and had teeth that could have taken him apart in 2 bites. But mind has always triumphed over matter. Mitke pointed an imperious yellow glove and said, "Scram!" And the rats scrammed. They'd never seen anything like Mitke before, and they were impressed. So, for that matter, was the drunk of whom Mitke inquired the way to Hartford. We mentioned that episode before. That was the only time Mitke tried direct communication with strange human beings. He took, of course, every precaution. He addressed his remarks from a strategic position only inches away from a hole into which he could have popped. But it was the drunk who did the popping, without even waiting to answer Mitke's question. But he got there, finally. He made his way afoot to the north side of town and hid out behind a gas station, until he heard a motorist who had pulled in for gasoline inquire the way to Hartford. And Mitke was a stowaway when the car started up. The rest wasn't hard. The calculations of the Praxilians showed that the starting point of the rocket was 5 miles northwest of what showed on their telescopomaps as a city, and which from the professor's conversation Mitke knew would be Hartford. He got there. 7. "Hello, Professor." The Herr Professor Oberberger looked up, startled. There was no one in sight. "What?" he asked, of the air. "Who is?" "It is I, Professor, Mitke, the mouse whom you sent to the moon, but I was not there. Instead, What? It is impossible. Someone blazed a joke." But nobody knows about that rocket. When it failed, I didn't told nobody. Nobody but me knows." "And me, Professor." The Herr Professor sighed heavily. "Overwork. I am going what they call badly in the bell." "No, Professor. This is really me, Mitke. I can talk now, just like you." "You say you can. I do not believe it. Why can I not see you then? Where are you? Why don't you?" "I am hiding, Professor. In the wall just behind the big hole. I wanted to be sure everything was okay before I showed myself. Then you would not get excited and throw something at me, maybe." "What? Why, Mitke, if it is really you and I am not asleep or going... Why, Mitke, you know better than to think I might do something like that." "Okay, Professor." Mitke stepped out of the hole in the wall, and the professor looked at him, and rubbed his eyes, and looked again, and rubbed his eyes, and... "I am crazy," he said finally. "Red fancy wears yet, and yellow? It cannot be. I am crazy." "No, Professor, listen. I'll tell you all about..." And Mitke told him. Gray dawn, and a small gray mouse still talking earnestly. "But Mitke..." "Yes, Professor? I see your point, that you think an intelligent race of mice and an intelligent race of men could not get along side by sides. But it would not be side by sides. As I said, there are only a very few people in the smallest continent of Australia. And it would cost little to bring them back and turn over that continent to us mices. We would call it Maustralia instead of Australia. And we would instead of Sydney call their capital Disney in honor of... But Mitke." "But Professor, look what we offer for that continent. All of mices would go there. We civilize a few, and the few help us catch others and bring them in to put them under the rain machine. And the others help catch more and build more machines, and it grows like a snowball rolling downhill. And we sign a non-aggression pact with humans and stay on Australia and raise our own food and..." "But Mitke..." "And look what we offer you in exchange, Herr Professor. We will exterminate your worst enemy, the rats. We do not like them either. And 1 battalion of 1,000 mice armed with gas masks and small gas bombs could go right in every hole after the rats and could exterminate every rat in a city in 1 day or 2. In the whole world we could exterminate every last rat in a year, and at the same time catch and civilize every mouse and ship him to Australia and..." But Mitki, what, Professor? It would work, but it would not work. You could exterminate the rats, yes, but how long would it be before conflicts of interests would lead to the mice trying to exterminate the people, or the people trying to exterminate the... They would not dare, Professor. We would make weapons that would... You see, Mitki? But it would not happen. If men will honor our rights, we will honor... The Herr Professor sighed. I will act as your intermediary, Mitki, and offer your proposition, and... Well, it is true that getting rid of rats would be a great boon to the human race, but... Thank you, Professor. By the way, Mitki, I have Minnie, your wife. I guess it is, unless there was other mice around. She is in the other room. I put her there just before you arrived, so she would be in the dark and you could sleep. You want to see her? Wife? Said Mitki. It had been so long that he had really forgotten the family he had perforce abandoned. The memory returned slowly. Well, he said, yes, we will get her and I shall construct quick a small X-19 projector and... Yes, it will help you in your negotiations with the governments if there are several of us already, so they can see I am not just a freak like they might otherwise suspect. 8. It wasn't deliberate. It couldn't have been, because the professor didn't know about Klarloff's warning to Mitki about carelessness with electricity. The new molecular rearrangement of your brain center, it is unstable and the professor was still back in the lighted room, where Mitki ran into the room where Minnie was in her barless cage. She was asleep, and the sight of her, memory of his earlier days, came back like a flash, and suddenly Mitki knew how lonesome he had been. Minnie! He called, forgetting that she could not understand, and stepped up on the board where she lay. Squeak! The mild electrical current between the two strips of tinfoil got him. There was silence for a while. Then, Mitki, called the Herr Professor. Come on back, and we will discuss this. He stepped through the doorway and saw them, there in the gray light of dawn, two small gray mice cuddled happily together. He couldn't tell which was which, because Mitki's teeth had torn off the red and yellow garments which had suddenly been strange, confining, and obnoxious things. What on earth? Asked Professor Oberberger. Then he remembered the current and guessed, Mitki, can you no longer talk? Is the... Silence. Then the professor smiled. Mitki, he said, my little star mouse, I think you are more happier now. He watched them a moment, fondly, then reached down and flipped the switch that broke the electrical barrier. Of course, they didn't know they were free, but when the professor picked them up and placed them carefully on the floor, one ran immediately for the hole in the wall. The other followed, but turned around and looked back. Still a trace of puzzlement in the little black eyes, a puzzlement that faded. Goodbye, Mitki. You will be happier this way, and there will always be cheese. Squeak, said the little gray mouse, and it popped into the hole. Goodbye, it might, or might not, have meant. End of The Star Mouse by Frederick Brown.
The Pendulum by Ray Bradbury. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pendulum by Ray Bradbury. Up and down, back and forth, up and down. First the quick flight skyward, gradually slowing, reaching the pinnacle of the curve, poising a moment, then flashing earthward again, faster and faster at a nauseating speed, reaching the bottom and hurtling aloft on the opposite side. Up and down, back and forth, up and down. How long it had continued this way, Layville didn't know. It might have been millions of years he'd spent sitting here, in the massive glass pendulum, watching the world tip one way and another, up and down, dizzily before his eyes until they ached. Since first they had locked him in the pendulum's round glass head and set it swinging, it had never stopped or changed. Continuous, monotonous movements over and above the ground. So huge was this pendulum that it shadowed 100 feet or more with every majestic sweep of its gleaming shape, dangling from the metal intestines of the shining machine overhead. It took 3 or 4 seconds for it to traverse the 100 feet one way, 3 or 4 seconds to come back. The prisoner of time. That's what they called him now. Now, fettered to the very machine he had planned and constructed. A prisoner of time. A prisoner of time. With every swing of the pendulum it echoed in his thoughts. Forever like this, until he went insane. He tried to focus his eyes on the arching hotness of the earth as it swept beneath him. They had laughed at him a few days before. Or was it a week? A month? A year? He didn't know. This ceaseless pitching had filled him with an aching confusion. They had laughed at him when he said, sometime before all this, he could bridge time gaps and travel into futurity. He had designed a huge machine to warp space, invited 30 of the world's most gifted scientists to help him finish his colossal attempt to scratch the future wall of time. The hour of the accident spun back to him now through misted memory. The display of the time machine to the public. The exact moment when he stood on the platform with the 30 scientists and pulled the main switch. The scientists, all of them, blasted into ashes from wild electrical flames. Before the eyes of 2 million witnesses who had come to the laboratory or were tuned in by television at home, he had slain the world's greatest scientists. He recalled the moment of shocked horror that followed. Something radically wrong had happened to the machine. He, Layville, the inventor of the machine, had staggered backward, his clothes flaming and eating up about him. No time for explanations. Then he had collapsed into the blackness of pain and numbing defeat. Swept to a hasty trial, Layville faced jeering throngs calling out for his death. "Destroy the time machine!" they cried. "And destroy this murderer with it!" Murderer! And he had tried to help humanity. This was his reward. One man had leaped onto the tribunal platform at the trial, crying, "No, don't destroy the machine. I have a better plan, a revenge for this man." His finger pointed at Layville where the inventor sat, unshaven and haggard, his eyes failure glazed. "We shall rebuild his machine, take his precious metals, and put up a monument to his slaughtering. We'll put him on exhibition for life within his executioning device." The crowd roared with approval like thunder shaking the tribunal hall. Then, pushing hands, days in the prison, months. Finally, led forth into the hot sunshine, he was carried into a small rocket car to the center of the city. The shock of what he saw brought him back to reality. They had rebuilt his machine into a towering timepiece with a pendulum. He stumbled forward, urged on by thrusting hands, listening to the roar of thousands of voices damning him. Into the transparent pendulum head they pushed him and clamped it tight with weldings. Then they set the pendulum swinging and stood back. Slowly, very slowly, it rocked back and forth, increasing in speed. Layville had pounded futilely on the glass, screaming. The faces became blurred, were only tearing pink blobs before him. On and on like this. For how long? He hadn't minded it so much at first, that first night. He couldn't sleep, but it was not uncomfortable. The lights of the city were comets, with tails that pelted from right to left like foaming fireworks. But as the night wore on, he felt a gnawing in his stomach that grew worse. He got very sick and vomited. The next day he couldn't eat anything. They never stopped the pendulum. Not once. Instead of letting him eat quietly, they slid the food down the stem of the pendulum in a special tube, in little round parcels that plunked at his feet. The first time he attempted eating, he was unsuccessful. It wouldn't stay down. In desperation, he hammered against the cold glass with his fists until they bled, crying hoarsely. But he heard nothing but his own weak, fear-racked words muffled in his ears. After some time had elapsed, he got so that he could eat, even sleep while traveling back and forth this way. They allowed him small glass loops on the floor and leather thongs with which he tied himself down at night and slept a soundless slumber without sliding. People came to look at him. He accustomed his eyes to the swift flight and followed their curiosity-etched faces, first close by in the middle, then far away to the right, middle again, and to the left. He saw the faces gaping, speaking soundless words, laughing and pointing at the prisoner of time traveling forever nowhere. But after a while, the town people vanished, and it was only tourists who came and read the sign that said, "This is the prisoner of time, John Layville, who killed 30 of the world's finest scientists." The school children on the electrical moving sidewalk stopped to stare in childish awe. The prisoner of time. Often he thought of that title. God, but it was ironic that he should invent a time machine and had it converted into a clock, and that he, in its pendulum, should mete out the years, traveling with time. He couldn't remember how long it had been. The days and nights ran together in his memory. His unshaven cheeks had developed a short beard, and then ceased growing. How long a time? How long? Once a day, they sent down a tube after he ate, and vacuumed up the cell, disposing of any wastes. Once in a great while they sent him a book, but that was all. The robots took care of him now. Evidently, the humans thought it a waste of time to bother over their prisoner. The robots brought the food, cleaned the pendulum cell, oiled the machinery, worked tirelessly from dawn until the sun crimsoned westward. At this rate, it could keep on for centuries. But one day, as Layville stared at the city and its people in the blur of ascent and descent, he perceived the swarming darkness that extended in the heavens. The city rocket ships that crossed the sky on pillars of scarlet flame darted helplessly, frighteningly for shelter. The people ran like water splashed on tiles, screaming soundlessly. Alien creatures fluttered down, great gelatinous masses of black that sucked out the life of all. They clustered thickly over everything, glistening momentarily upon the pendulum and its body above, over the whirling wheels and roaring bowels of the metal creature, once a time machine. An hour later, they dwindled away over the horizon and never came back. The city was dead. Up and down, Layville went on his journey to nowhere, in his prison, with a strange smile etched on his lips. In a week or more, he knew, he would be the only man alive on Earth. Elation flamed within him. This was his victory. Where the other men had planned the pendulum as a prison, it had been an asylum against annihilation now. Day after day the robots still came, worked, unabated by the visitation of the Black Horde. They came every week, brought food, tinkered, checked, oiled, cleaned. Up and down, back and forth. The pendulum. 1,000 years must have passed before the sky again showed life over the dead earth. A silvery bullet of space dropped from the clouds, steaming, and hovered over the dead city, where now only a few solitary robots performed their tasks. In the gathering dusk, the lights of the metropolis glimmered on. Other automatons appeared on the rampways, like spiders on twisting webs, scurrying about, checking, oiling, working in their crisp mechanical manner. And the creatures in the alien projectile found the time mechanism, the pendulum swinging up and down, back and forth, up and down. The robot still cared for it, oiled it, tinkering. 1,000 years this pendulum had swung. Made of glass, the round disc at the bottom was. But now, when food was lowered by the robots through the tube, it lay untouched. Later, when the vacuum tube came down and cleaned out the cell, it took that very food with it. Back and forth, up and down. The visitors saw something inside the pendulum. Pressed closely to the glass side of the cell was the face of a whitened skull, a skeleton visage that stared out over the city with empty sockets and an enigmatical smile wreathing its lipless teeth. Back and forth, up and down. The strangers from the void stopped the pendulum in its course, ceased its swinging, and cracked open the glass cell, exposing the skeleton to view. And in the gleaming light of the stars, the skull face continued its weird grinning, as if it knew that it had conquered something, had conquered time. The prisoner of time, Layville, had indeed traveled along the centuries. End of The Pendulum by Ray Bradbury.
The Worlds of If by Stanley Grauman Weinbaum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. The Worlds of If by Stanley Grauman Weinbaum. I stopped on the way to the Staten Island airport to call up, and that was a mistake, doubtless, since I had a chance of making it otherwise. But the office was affable. We'll hold the ship 5 minutes for you, the clerk said. That's the best we can do. So I rushed back to my taxi, and we spun off to the 3rd level and sped across the Staten Bridge like a comet treading a steel rainbow. I had to be in Moscow by evening, by 8 o'clock in fact, for the opening of bids on the Ural Tunnel. The government required the personal presence of an agent of each bidder, but the firm should have known better than to send me, Dixon Wells, even though the N.J. Wells Corporation is, so to speak, my father. I have an undeserved reputation for being late to everything. Something always comes up to prevent me from getting anywhere on time. It's never my fault. This time it was a chance encounter with my old physics professor, old Haskell van Manderpootz. I couldn't very well just say hello and goodbye to him. I'd been a favor of his back in the college days of 2014. I missed the airliner, of course. I was still on the Staten Bridge when I heard the roar of the catapult, and the Soviet rocket Baikal hummed over us like a tracer bullet with a long tail of flame. We got the contract anyway. The firm wired our man in Beirut, and he flew up to Moscow, but it didn't help my reputation. However, I felt a great deal better when I saw the evening papers. The Baikal, flying at the north edge of the eastbound lane to avoid a storm, had locked wings with a British fruit ship, and all but 100 where 500 passengers were lost. I had almost become the late Mr. Wells in a grimmer sense. I'd made an engagement for the following week with old Van Manderpootz. It seems he transferred to NYU as head of the Department of Newer Physics, that is, of relativity. He deserved it. The old chap was a genius if ever there was one. And even now, 8 years out of college, I remember more from his course than from half a dozen calculus, steam and gas, mechanics, and other hazards on the path to an engineer's education. So on Tuesday night I dropped in an hour or so late, to tell the truth, since I'd forgotten about the engagement until mid-evening. He was reading in a room as disorderly as ever. Humph, he grunted. Time changes everything but habit, I see. You were a good student, Dick, but I seem to recall that you always arrived in class toward the middle of the lecture. I had a course in East Hall just before, I explained. I couldn't seem to make it in time. Well, it's time you learned to be on time, he growled. Then his eyes twinkled. Time, he ejaculated. The most fascinating word in the language. Here we've used it 5 times, and there goes the 6th time, and the 7th, in the first minute of conversation. Each of us understands the other, yet science is just beginning to learn its meaning. Science? I mean that I am beginning to learn. I sat down. You and science are synonymous, I grinned. Aren't you one of the world's outstanding physicists? One of them, he snorted. One of them, eh? And who are the others? Oh, Corvée and Hastings and Shrimsky. Bah! Would you mention them in the same breath with the name of Van Manderpootz? A pack of jackals eating the crumbs of ideas that drop from my feast of thoughts. Had you gone back to the last century now, had you mentioned Einstein and De Sitter, there perhaps are names worthy to rank with, or just below, Van Manderpootz. I grinned again in amusement. Einstein was considered pretty good, wasn't he? I remarked. After all, he was the first to tie time and space to the laboratory. Before him, they were just philosophical concepts. He didn't, rasped the professor. Perhaps in a dim, primitive fashion he showed the way, but I, Van Manderpootz, am the first to seize time, drag it into my laboratory, and perform an experiment on it. Indeed, and what sort of experiment? What experiment other than simple measurement is it possible to perform? He snapped. I don't know, to travel in it? Exactly. Like these time machines that are so popular in the current magazines? To go into the future or the past? Bah! Many bahs! The future or the past? Pfui! It needs no Van Manderpootz to see the fallacy in that. Einstein showed us that much. How? It's conceivable, isn't it? Conceivable. And you, Dixon Wells, studied under Van Manderpootz? He grew red with emotion, then grimly calm. Listen to me. You know how time varies with the speed of a system, Einstein's relativity? Yes. Very well. Now suppose then the great engineer Dixon Wells invents a machine capable of traveling very fast, enormously fast, 9/10 as fast as light. Do you follow? Good. Then you fuel this miracle ship for a little jaunt of 500,000 miles, which, since mass, and with it inertia, increases according to the Einstein formula with increasing speed, takes all the fuel in the world. But you solve that. You use atomic energy. Then, at 9/10 light speed, your ship weighs about as much as the sun. You disintegrate North America to give you sufficient motive power. You start off at that speed, 168,000 miles per second, and you travel for 204,000 miles. The acceleration has now crushed you to death, but you have penetrated the future. He paused, grinning sardonically. Haven't you? Yes. And how far? I hesitated. Use your Einstein formula, he screeched. How far? I'll tell you. 1 second. He grinned triumphantly. That's how possible it is to travel into the future. And as for the past, in the first place, you'd have to exceed light speed, which immediately entails the use of more than an infinite number of horsepowers. We'll assume that the great engineer Dixon Wells solves that little problem too, even though the energy output of the whole universe is not an infinite number of horsepowers. Then he applies this more than infinite power to travel at 204,000 miles per second for 10 seconds. He has then penetrated the past. How far? Again I hesitated. I'll tell you. 1 second. He glared at me. Now, all you have to do is design such a machine, and then Van Manderpootz will admit the possibility of traveling into the future for a limited number of seconds. As for the past, I have just explained that all the energy in the universe is insufficient for that. But, I stammered, you just said that you... I did not say anything about traveling into either the future or past, which I have just demonstrated to you to be impossible, a practical impossibility in the one case and an absolute one in the other. Then how do you travel in time? Not even Van Manderpootz can perform the impossible, said the professor, now faintly jovial. He tapped a thick pad of typewriter paper on the table beside him. See, Dick, this is the world, the universe. He swept a finger down it. It is long in time, and, sweeping his hand across it, it is broad in space, but, now jabbing his finger against its center, it is very thin in the fourth dimension. Van Manderpootz takes always the shortest, the most logical course. I do not travel a long time into past or future. No. Me, I travel across time, sideways. I gulped. Sideways into time? What's there? What would naturally be there? He snorted. Ahead is the future, behind is the past. Those are real, the worlds of past and future. What worlds are neither past nor future, but contemporary and yet extemporal, existing as it were in time parallel to our time. I shook my head. Idiot, he snapped. The conditional worlds, of course. The worlds of if. Ahead is the worlds to be, behind are the worlds that were, to either side of the worlds that might have been. The worlds of if. Eh? I was puzzled. Do you mean that you can see what will happen if I do such and such? No, he snorted. My machine does not reveal the past nor predict the future. It will show, as I told you, the conditional worlds. You might express it by, if I had done such and such, so-and-so would have happened. The worlds of the subjunctive mode. Now, how the devil does it do that? Simple for Van Manderpootz. I use polarized light, polarized not in the horizontal or vertical planes, but in the direction of the fourth dimension. An easy matter. One uses Iceland spar under colossal pressures, that is all. And since the worlds are very thin in the direction of the fourth dimension, the thickness of a single light wave, though it be but millionths of an inch, is sufficient. A considerable improvement over time traveling in past or future with its impossible velocities and ridiculous distances. But are those worlds of if real? Real? What is real? They are real, perhaps, in the sense that 2 is a real number as opposed to square root of -2, which is imaginary. They are of the worlds that would have been if. Do you see? I nodded. Dimly, you could see, for instance, what New York would have been like if England had won the revolution instead of the colonies. That's the principle, true enough, but you couldn't see that on the machine. A part of it you'll see is a Hostin psychomat, stolen from one of my ideas, by the way. And you, the user, become part of the device. Your own mind is necessary to furnish the background. For instance, if George Washington could have used the mechanism after the signing of peace, he could have seen what you suggest. We can't. You can't even see what would have happened if I hadn't invented the thing, but I can. You understand? Of course, you mean the background has to rest in the past experiences of the user. You're growing brilliant, he scoffed. Yes, the device will show 10 hours of what would happen if, condensed, of course, as in a movie, to half an hour actual time. Say, that sounds interesting. You'd like to see it? Is there anything you'd like to find out? Any choice you'd alter? I'll say 1,000 of them. I'd like to know what would have happened if I'd sold out my stocks in 2009 instead of 10. I was a millionaire in my own right then, but I was a little late in liquidating. As usual, remarked Van Manderpootz. Let's go over to the laboratory then. The professor's quarters were but a block from the campus. He ushered me into the physics building, and thence into his own research laboratory, much like the one I had visited during my courses under him. The device, he called it his subjunctivizer, since it operated in hypothetical worlds, occupied the entire center table. Most of it was merely a Horston psychomat, but glittering crystalline and glassy was the prism of Iceland spar, the polarizing agent that was the heart of the instrument. Van Manderpootz pointed to the headpiece. Put it on, he said, and I sat staring at the screen of the psychomat. I suppose everyone is familiar with the Horston psychomat. It was as much a fad a few years ago as the Ouija board a century back. Yet it isn't just a toy. Sometimes, much as the Ouija board, it's a real aid to memory. A maze of vague and colored shadows is caused to drift slowly across the screen, and one watches them, meanwhile visualizing whatever scene or circumstances he is trying to remember. He turns a knob that alters the arrangement of lights and shadows, and when, by chance, the design corresponds to his mental picture, presto, there is his scene recreated under his eyes. Of course, his own mind adds the details. All the screen actually shows are these tinted blobs of light and shadow, but the thing can be amazingly real. I've seen occasions when I could have sworn the psychomat showed pictures almost as sharp and detailed as reality itself. The illusion is sometimes as startling as that. Van Manderpootz switched on the light, and the play of shadows began. Now, recall the circumstances of, say, a half year after the market crash. Turn the knob until the picture clears, then stop. At that point, I direct the light of the subjunctivisor upon the screen, and you have nothing to do but watch. I did as directed. Momentary pictures formed and vanished. The inchoate sounds of the device hummed like distant voices, but without the added suggestion of the picture, they meant nothing. My own face flashed and dissolved, and then, finally, I had it. There was a picture of myself, sitting in an ill-defined room. That was all. I released the knob and gestured. A click followed. The light dimmed, then brightened. The picture cleared, and amazingly, another figure emerged, a woman. I recognized her. It was Whimsy White, erstwhile star of television and premier of the Vision Varieties of '09. She was changed on that picture, but I recognized her. I'll say I did. I'd been trailing her all through the boom years of '07 to '10, trying to marry her, while old N.J. raved and ranted and threatened to leave everything to the Society for Rehabilitation of the Gobi Desert. I think those threats were what kept her from accepting me, but after I took my own money and ran it up to a couple of million in that crazy market of '08 and '09, she softened. Temporarily, that is. When the crash of the spring of '10 came and bounced me back on my father and into the firm of N.J. Wells, her favor dropped a dozen points to the market's 1. In February, we were engaged. In April, we were hardly speaking. In May, they sold me out. I'd been late again. And now there she was on the psychomat screen, obviously plumping out and not nearly so pretty as memory had pictured her. She was staring at me with an expression of enmity, and I was glaring back. The buzzes became voices. "You nitwit!" she snapped. "You can't bury me out here. I want to go back to New York where there's a little life. I'm bored with you and your golf. And I'm bored with you and your whole dizzy crowd. At least they're alive. You're a walking corpse. Just because you were lucky enough to gamble yourself into the money, you think you're a tin god. Well, I don't think you're Cleopatra. Those friends of yours, they trail after you because you give parties and spend money. My money. Better than spending it to knock a white walnut along a mountainside. Indeed, you ought to try it, Marie." That was her real name. "It might help your figure, though I doubt if anything could." She glared in rage, and, well, that was a painful half hour. I won't give all the details, but I was glad when the screen dissolved into meaningless colored clouds. "Phew," I said, staring at Van Manderpootz, who had been reading. "You liked it?" "Liked it? Say, I guess I was lucky to be cleaned out. I won't regret it from now on." "That," said the professor grandly, "is Van Manderpootz's great contribution to human happiness. Of all sad words of tongue or pen, the saddest are these, 'It might have been.' True no longer, my friend Dick. Van Manderpootz has shown that the proper reading is, 'It might have been thus.'" It was very late when I returned home, and as a result, very late when I rose, and equally late when I got to the office. My father was unnecessarily worked up about it, but he exaggerated when he said I'd never been on time. He forgets the occasions when he's awakened me and dragged me down with him. Nor was it necessary to refer so sarcastically to my missing the Baikal. I reminded him of the wrecking of the liner, and he responded very heartlessly that if I'd been aboard, the rocket would have been late, and so would have missed colliding with a British fruit ship. It was likewise superfluous for him to mention that when he and I had tried to snatch a few weeks of golfing in the mountains, even the spring had been late. I had nothing to do with that. "Dixon," he concluded, You have no conception whatever of time. None whatever. The conversation with Van Manderpootz recurred to me. I was impelled to ask, "And have you, sir?" "I have," he said grimly. "I most assuredly have. Time," he said oracularly, "is money." You can't argue with a viewpoint like that. But those aspersions of his rankled, especially that about the Baikal. Tardy I might be, but it was hardly conceivable that my presence aboard the rocket could have averted the catastrophe. It irritated me. In a way, it made me responsible for the deaths of those unrescued hundreds among the passengers and crew, and I didn't like the thought. Of course, if they'd waited an extra 5 minutes for me, or if I'd been on time and they'd left on schedule instead of 5 minutes late, or if the word called up Van Manderpootz in his subjunctivizer, the worlds of if, the weird, unreal worlds that existed beside reality, neither past nor future, but contemporary, yet extemporal. Somewhere among their ghostly infinities existed one that represented the world that would have been had I made the liner. I had only to call up Haskell Van Manderpootz, make an appointment, and then find out. Yet it wasn't an easy decision. Just suppose that I found myself responsible. Not legally responsible, certainly. There'd be no question of criminal negligence or anything of that sort. Not even morally responsible, because I couldn't possibly have anticipated that my presence or absence could weigh so heavily in the scales of life and death. Nor could I have known in which direction the scales would tip. Just responsible, that was all. Yet I hated to find out. I hated equally not finding out. Uncertainty has its pangs too, quite as painful as those of remorse. It might be less nerve-wracking to know myself responsible than to wonder, to waste thoughts in vain doubts and futile reproaches. So I seized the visiphone, dialed the number of the university, and at length gazed on the broad, humorous, intelligent features of Van Manderpootz, dragged from a morning lecture by my call. I was all but prompt for the appointment the following evening, and might actually have been on time but for an unreasonable traffic officer who insisted on booking me for speeding. At any rate, Van Manderpootz was impressed. "Well," he rumbled, "I almost missed you, Dixon. I was just going over to the club, since I didn't expect you for an hour. You're only 10 minutes late." I ignored this. "Professor, I want to use your subjunctivizer." "Eh? Oh, yes, you're lucky then. I was just about to dismantle it." "Dismantle it? Why?" "It has served its purpose. It has given birth to an idea far more important than itself. I shall need the space it occupies." "But what is the idea, if it's not too presumptuous of me to ask?" "It is not too presumptuous. You and the world which awaits it so eagerly may both know, but you hear from the lips of the author. It is nothing less than the autobiography of Van Manderpootz." He paused impressively. I gaped. "Your autobiography?" "Yes. The world, though perhaps unaware, is crying for it. I shall detail my life, my work. I shall reveal myself as the man responsible for the 3 years' duration of the Pacific War of 2004. "You?" "None other. Had I not been a loyal Netherlands subject at that time, and therefore neutral, the forces of Asia would have been crushed in 3 months instead of 3 years. The subjunctivizer tells me so. I would have invented a calculator to forecast the chances of every engagement. Van Manderpootz would have removed the hit or miss element in the conduct of war." He frowned solemnly. "There's my idea. The autobiography of Van Manderpootz. What do you think of it?" I recovered my thoughts. It's colossal," I said vehemently. "I'll buy a copy myself. Several copies. I'll send them to my friends." "I," said Van Manderpootz expansively, "shall autograph your copy for you. It will be priceless. I shall write in some fitting phrase, perhaps something like magnificus sed non superbus, great but not proud. That well describes Van Manderpootz, who despite his greatness is simple, modest, and unassuming. Don't you agree?" "Perfectly. A very apt description of you. But couldn't I see your subjunctivizer before it's dismantled to make way for the greater work?" "Ah, you wish to find out something?" "Yes, Professor. Do you remember the Baikal disaster of a week or 2 ago? I was to have taken that liner to Moscow. I just missed it." I related the circumstances. "Humph!" he grunted. You wish to discover what would have happened had you caught it, eh? Well, I see several possibilities. Among the world of if is the one that would have been real had you been on time, the one that depended on the vessel waiting for your actual arrival, and the one that hung on your arriving within the 15 minutes they actually waited. In which are you interested? Oh, the last one. That seemed the likeliest. After all, it was too much to expect that Dixon Wells could ever be on time. And as to the second possibility, well, they hadn't waited for me, and that in a way removed the weight of responsibility. Come on, rumbled Van Manderpootz. I followed him across to the physics building and into his littered laboratory. The device still stood on the table, and I took my place before it, staring at the screen of the Horston psychomat. The clouds wavered and shifted as I sought to impress my memories on their suggestive shapes, to read into them some picture of that vanished morning. Then I had it. I made out the vista from the Staten Bridge and was speeding across the giant span toward the airport. I waved the signal to Van Manderpootz, the thing clicked, and the subjunctivisor was on. The grassless clay of the field appeared. It is a curious thing about the psychomat that you see only through the eyes of your image on the screen. It lends a strange reality to the working of the toy. I suppose a sort of self-hypnosis is partly responsible. I was rushing over the ground toward the glittering, silver-winged projectile that was the Baikal. A glowering officer waved me on, and I dashed up the slant of the gangplank and into the ship. The port dropped, and I heard a long phew of relief. Sit down, barked the officer, gesturing toward an unoccupied seat. I fell into it, the ship quivered under the thrust of the catapult, grated harshly into motion, and then was flung bodily into the air. The blasts roared instantly, then settled to a more muffled throbbing, and I watched Staten Island drop down and slide back beneath me. The giant rocket was underway. Phew! I breathed again. Made it! I caught an amused glance from my right. I was in an aisle seat. There was no one to my left, so I turned to the eyes that had flashed, glanced, and froze staring. It was a girl. Perhaps she wasn't actually as lovely as she looked to me. After all, I was seeing her through the half-visionary screen of a psychomat. I've told myself since that she couldn't have been as pretty as she seemed, that it was due to my own imagination filling in the details. I don't know. I remember only that I stared at curiously lovely silver-blue eyes and velvety brown hair, and a small amused mouth, and an impudent nose. I kept staring until she flushed. I'm sorry, I said quickly. I was startled. There's a friendly atmosphere aboard a transoceanic rocket. The passengers are forced into a crowded intimacy for anywhere from 7 to 12 hours, and there isn't much room for moving about. Generally, one strikes up an acquaintance with his neighbors. Introductions aren't all that necessary, and the custom is simply to speak to anybody you choose, something like an all-day trip on the railroad trains of the last century, I suppose. You make friends for the duration of the journey, and then 9 times out of 10, you never hear of your traveling companions again. The girl smiled. Are you the individual responsible for the delay in starting? I admitted it. I seem to be chronically late. Even watches lose time as soon as I wear them. She laughed. Your responsibilities can't be very heavy. Well, they weren't, of course, though it's surprising how many clubs, caddies, and chorus girls have depended on me at various times for appreciable portions of their incomes. But somehow I didn't feel like mentioning those things to the silvery-eyed girl. We talked. Her name, it developed, was Joanna Caldwell, and she was going as far as Paris. She was an artist, or hoped to be one day, and of course there is no place in the world that can supply both training and inspiration like Paris. So it was there she was bound for a year of study, and despite her demurely humorous lips and laughing eyes, I could see that the business was of vast importance to her. I gathered that she had worked hard for the year in Paris, had scraped and saved for 3 years as fashion illustrator for some women's magazine, though she couldn't have been many months over 21. Her painting meant a great deal to her, and I could understand it. I felt that way about polo once. So you see, we were sympathetic spirits from the beginning. I knew that she liked me, and it was obvious that she didn't connect Dixon Wells with the N.J. Wells Corporation. And as for me, well, after that first glance into her cool silver eyes, I simply didn't care to look anywhere else. The hours seemed to drip away like minutes while I watched her. You know how those things go. Suddenly I was calling her Joanna, and she was calling me Dick, and it seemed as if we'd been doing just that all our lives. I decided to stop over in Paris on my way back from Moscow, and I'd secured her promise to let me see her. She was different, I tell you. She was nothing like the calculating Whimsy White, and still less like the dancing, simpering, giddy youngsters one meets around at social affairs. She was just Joanna, cool and humorous, yet sympathetic and serious, and pretty as a Mahalika figurine. We could scarcely realize it when the steward passed along to take orders for luncheon. 4 hours out? It seemed like 40 minutes. And we had a pleasant feeling of intimacy in the discovery that both of us liked lobster salad and detested oysters. It was another bond. I told her whimsically that it was an omen, nor did she object to considering it so. Afterwards we walked along the narrow aisle to the glassed-in observation room up forward. It was almost too crowded for entry, but we didn't mind that at all, as it forced us to sit very close together. We stayed long after both of us had begun to notice the stuffiness of the air. It was just after we had returned to our seats that the catastrophe occurred. There was no warning save a sudden lurch, the result, I suppose, of the pilot's futile last-minute attempt to swerve. Just that, and then a grinding crash and a terrible sensation of spinning, and after that a chorus of shrieks that were like the sounds of battle. It was battle. 500 people were picking themselves up from the floor, were trampling each other, milling around, being cast helplessly down as the great rocket plane, its left wing but a broken stub, circled downward toward the Atlantic. The shouts of officers sounded and a loudspeaker blared. "Be calm," it kept repeating, and then, "There has been a collision. We have contacted a surface ship. There is no danger. There is no danger." I struggled up from the debris of shattered seats. Joanna was gone. Just as I found her crumpled between the rows, the ship struck the water with a jar that set everything crashing again. The speaker blared, "Put on the cork belts under the seats. The life belts are under the seats." I dragged the belt loose and snapped it around Joanna, then donned one myself. The crowd was surging forward now, and the tail end of the ship began to drop. There was water behind us, sloshing in the darkness as the lights went out. An officer came sliding by, stooped, and fastened a belt about an unconscious woman ahead of us. "You all right?" he yelled, and passed on without waiting for an answer. The speaker must have been cut on to a battery circuit. "And get as far away as possible," it ordered suddenly. "Jump from the forward port and get as far away as possible. A ship is standing by. You will be picked up. Jump from the—" It went dead again. I got Joanna untangled from the wreckage. She was pale. Her silvery eyes were closed. I started dragging her slowly and painfully toward the forward port, and the slant of the floor increased until it was like the slide of a ski jump. The officer passed again. "Can you handle her?" he asked, and again dashed away. I was getting there. The crowd around the port looked smaller, or was it simply huddling closer? Then suddenly a wail of fear and despair went up, and there was a roar of water. The observation room walls had given. I saw the green surge of waves, and a billowing deluge rushed down upon us. I had been late again. That was all. I raised shocked and frightened eyes from the subjunctivizer to face Van Manderputz, who was scribbling on the edge of the table. "Well?" he asked. I shuddered. "Horrible," I murmured. I guess we wouldn't have been among the survivors." "We? Eh? We?" His eyes twinkled. I did not enlighten him. I thanked him, bade him good night, and went dolorously home. Even my father noticed something queer about me. The day I got to the office only 5 minutes late, he called me in for some anxious questioning as to my health. I couldn't tell him anything, of course. How could I explain that I had been late once too often, and had fallen in love with a girl 2 weeks after she was dead? The thought drove me nearly crazy. Joanna! Joanna with her silvery eyes now lay somewhere at the bottom of the Atlantic. I went around half dazed, scarcely speaking. One night I actually lacked the energy to go home and sat smoking in my father's big overstuffed chair in his private office until I finally dozed off. The next morning, when old N.J. entered and found me there before him, he turned pale as paper, staggered, and gasped. "My heart!" It took a lot of explaining to convince him that I wasn't early at the office, but just very late going home. At last I felt that I couldn't stand it. I had to do something, anything at all. I thought finally of the subjunctivizer. I could see what would have transpired if the ship hadn't been wrecked. I could trace out that weird, unreal romance hidden somewhere in the worlds of if. I could, perhaps, wring a somber, vicarious joy from the things that might have been. I could see Joanna once more. It was late afternoon when I rushed over to Van Manderputz's quarters. He wasn't there. I encountered him finally in the hall of the physics building. "Dick," he exclaimed, "are you sick?" "Sick? No, not physically, Professor. I've got to use your subjunctivizer again. I've got to." That toy. You're too late, Dick. I've dismantled it. I have a better use for the space." I gave a miserable groan and was tempted to damn the autobiography of the great Van Manderputz. A gleam of sympathy showed in his eyes, and he took my arm, dragging me into the little office adjoining his laboratory. "Tell me," he commanded. I did. I guess I made the tragedy plain enough for his heavy brows knit in a frown of pity. "Not even Van Manderputz can bring back the dead," he murmured. "I'm sorry, Dick. Take your mind from the affair. Even were my subjunctivizer available, I wouldn't permit you to use it. That would be but to turn a knife in the wound." He paused. "Find something else to occupy your mind. Do as Van Manderputz does. Find forgetfulness in work." "Yes," I responded dully, "but who'd want to read my autobiography? That's all right for you." "Autobiography? Oh, I remember. No, I've abandoned that. History itself will record the life and works of Van Manderputz. Now I am engaged in a far grander project." Indeed? I was utterly gloomily disinterested. "Yes, Gogli has been here. Gogli the sculptor. He is to make a bust of me. What better legacy can I leave to the world than a bust of Van Manderputz, sculptured from life? Perhaps I shall present it to the city, perhaps to the university. I would have given it to the Royal Society if they had been a little more receptive. If the last in a shout. Huh? If, cried Van Manderputz. What you saw in the subjunctivizer was what would have happened if you had caught the ship. I know that. But something quite different might really have happened, don't you see? Where's those old newspapers? He was pawing through a pile of them. He flourished one finally. Here are the survivors. Like letters of flame, Joanna Caldwell's name leaped out at me. There was even a little paragraph about it, as I saw once my reeling brain permitted me to read. At least a score of survivors owe their lives to the bravery of 28-year-old navigator Horace Hope, who patrolled both isles during the panic, lacing life belts on the injured and helpless, and carrying many to the port. He remained on the sinking liner until the last, finally fighting his way to the surface through the broken walls of the observation room. Among those who owe their lives to the young officer are Patrick Owensby, New York City, Mrs. Campbell Warren, Boston, Miss Joanna Caldwell, New York City. I suppose my shout of joy was heard over in the administration building, blocks away. I didn't care. If Van Manderputz hadn't been armored in stubby whiskers, I'd have kissed him. Perhaps I did anyway. I can't be sure of my actions during those chaotic minutes in the professor's tiny office. At last I calmed. I can look her up, I gloated. She must have landed with the other survivors, and they were all on that British tramp freighter, the Osgood, that docked here last week. She must be in New York. And if she's gone over to Paris, I'll find out and follow her. Well, it's a queer ending. She was in New York. But, you see, Dixon Wells had, so to speak, known Joanna Caldwell by means of the professor's subjunctivizer. But Joanna had never known Dixon Wells. What the ending might have been if... But it wasn't. She had married Horace Hope, the young officer who had rescued her. I was late again. End of The Worlds of If by Stanley Grauman Weinbaum.
No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Wales. No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. I can't tell anyone about it. In the first place, they'd never believe me. And, if they did, I'd probably be punished for having her, because we aren't allowed to have pets of any kind. It wouldn't have happened if they hadn't sent me way out there to work. But you see, there are so many things I can't do. I remember the day the chief of vocation took me before the council. "I've tried him on a dozen things," he reported. "People always talk about me as if I can't understand what they mean, but I'm really not that dumb." "There doesn't seem to be a thing he can do," the chief went on. "Actually, his intelligence seems to be no greater than that which we believe our ancestors had back in the 20th century. "As bad as that," observed one of the council members. "You do have a problem." "But we must find something for him to do," said another. "We can't have an idle person in the state. It's unthinkable." "But what?" asked the chief. "He's utterly incapable of running any of the machines I've tried to teach him. The only things he can do are already being done much better by robots." There was a long silence, broken at last by one little old council member. "I have it," he cried. "The very thing. We'll make him guard of the treasure." "But there's no need of a guard. No one will touch the treasure without permission. We haven't had a dishonest person in the state for more than 3,000 years. "That's it exactly. There aren't any dishonest people, so there won't be anything for him to do, but we will have solved the problem of his idleness." "It might be a solution," said the chief, "at least a temporary one. I suppose we'll have to find something else later on, but this will give us time to look for something." So I became guard of the treasure, with a badge and nothing to do, unless you count watching the key. The gates were kept locked, just as they were in the old days, with a large key hung beside them. Of course, no one wanted to bother carrying it around. It was too heavy. The only ones who ever used it, anyway, were members of the council. As the man said, we haven't had a dishonest person in the state for thousands of years. Even I know that much. Of course, this left me with lots of time on my hands. That's how I happened to get her in the first place. I'd always wanted one, but pets were forbidden. Busy people didn't have time for them, so I knew I was breaking the law, but I figured that no one would ever find out. First I fixed a place for her and made a brush screen so she couldn't be seen by anyone coming into the gates. Then one night I sneaked into the forest and got her. It wasn't so lonely after that. Now I had something to talk to. She was small when I got her. It would be too dangerous to go near a full-grown one, but she grew rapidly. That was because I caught small animals and brought them to her. Not having to depend on what she could catch, she grew to almost twice as fast as usual, and was so sleek and pretty. Really, she was a pet to be proud of. I don't know how I could have stood the 4 months there alone if I hadn't her to talk to. I don't think she really understood me, but I pretended she did, and that helped. Every 3 or 4 weeks, 3 of the council members came to take a part of the treasure or to add to it, always 3 of them. That's why I was so surprised one day to see one man coming by himself. It was Graham, the little old member who had recommended that I be given this job. I was happy to see him, and we talked for a while, mostly about my work and how I liked it. I almost told him about my pet, but I didn't, because he might be angry at me for breaking the law. Finally, he asked me to give him the key. "I've been sent to get something from the treasure," he explained. I was unhappy to displease him, but I said, "I can't let you have it. There must be 3 members, you know that." "Of course I know it, but something came up suddenly, so they sent me alone. Now, let me have it." I shook my head. That was the one order they had given me, never give the key to any one person who came alone. Graham became quite angry. "You idiot," he shouted. "Why do you think I put you out here? It was so I could get in there and help myself to the treasure." "But that would be dishonest, and there are no dishonest people in the state. For 3,000 years, I know." His usually kind face had an ugly look to it I hadn't seen before. "But I'm going to get part of that treasure, and it won't do you any good to report it, because no one is going to take the word of a fool like you against a respected council member. They'll think you are the dishonest one. Now give me that key." It's a terrible thing to disobey a council member, but if I disobeyed him, I would be disobeying all the others, and that would be worse. "No!" I shouted. He threw himself upon me. For his size and age, he was very strong, stronger even than I fought. I fought as hard as I could, but I knew I wouldn't be able to keep him away from the key for very long. And if he took the treasure, I would be blamed. The council would have to think a new punishment for dishonesty. Whatever it was, it would be terrible indeed. He drew back and rushed at me. Just as he hit me, my foot caught upon a root, and I fell. His rush carried him past me, and he crashed through the brush screen beside the path. I heard him scream twice, then there was silence. I was bruised all over, but I managed to pull myself up and take away what was left of the screen. There was no sign of Graham, but my beautiful pet was waving her pearl green feelers, as she always did in thanks for a good meal. That's why I can't tell anyone what happened. No one would believe that Graham would be dishonest, and I can't prove it because she ate the proof. Even if I did tell them, no one is going to believe that a flycatcher plant, even a big one like mine, would actually be able to eat a man. So they think that Grem disappeared, and I'm still out here with her. She's grown so much larger now, and more beautiful than ever. But I hope she hasn't developed a taste for human flesh. Lately, when she stretches out her feelers, it seems that she's trying to reach me. End of No Pets Allowed, M.A. Cummings.
The Vilbar Party by Evelyn E. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anamika. The Vilbar Party by Evelyn E. Smith. The Purzels are giving a Vilbar party tomorrow night, Professor Slood said cajolingly. You will come this time, won't you, Gnarly? Gnarly Gazan rubbed his forehead fretfully. You know how I feel about parties, Karn. He took a frismil nut out of the tray on his desk and nibbled it in annoyance. But this is in your honor, Gnarly. A farewell party. You must go. It would be unthinkable if you didn't. Karn Slood's eyes were pleading. He could not possibly be held responsible for his friend's antisocial behavior, and yet, Gnarly knew, he would somehow feel at fault. Gnarly sighed. He supposed he would have to conform to public sentiment on this particular instance, but he was damned if he would give in gracefully. After all, what's so special about the occasion? I'm just leaving to take another teaching job, that's all. He took another nut. That's all? Slood's face swelled with emotion. You can't really be that indifferent. Another job, that's all it is to me, Gnarly persisted. At an exceptionally high salary, of course, where I wouldn't dream of accepting a position so inconveniently located. Slood was baffled and hurt and outraged. You have been honored by being the first of our people to be offered an exchange professorship on another planet, he said stiffly, and you call it just another job. Why, I would have given my right antenna to get it. Gnarly realized that he had again overstepped the invisible boundary between candor and tactlessness. He poked at the nuts with a stylus. Honored by being the first of our species to be offered a guinea pig ship, he murmured. He had not considered this aspect of the matter before, but now that it occurred to him, he was probably right. Oh, I don't mind, really. He waved away the other's sudden commiseration. You know I like being alone most of the time, so I won't find that uncomfortable. Students are students, whether they're terrestrials or Saturnians. I suppose they'll laugh at me behind my back, but then, even here, my students always did that. He gave a hollow laugh and unobtrusively put out one of his hands for a nut. At least on Earth I'll know why they're laughing. There was pain on Slood's expressive face as he firmly removed the nut tray from his friend's reach. I didn't think of it from that angle, Gnarly. Of course you're right. Human beings, from what I've read of them, are not noted for tolerance. It will be difficult, but I'm sure you'll be able to... He choked on the kindly lie. Win them over. Gnarly repressed a bitter laugh. Anyone less likely than he to win over a hostile alien species through sheer personal charm could hardly be found on Saturn. Gnarly Gazan had been chosen as first exchange professor between Saturn and Earth because of his academic reputation, not his personality. But although the choosers had probably not had that aspect of the matter in mind, the choice, he thought, was a wise one. As an individual of solitary habits, he was not apt to be much lonelier on one planet than another. And he had accepted the post largely because he felt that, as an alien being, he would be left strictly alone. This would give him the chance to put in a lot of work on his definitive history of the solar system, a monumental project from which he begrudged all the time he had to spend in fulfilling even the minimum obligations expected of a professor on sociable Saturn. The salary was a weighty factor too. Not only was it more than twice what he had been getting, but since there would be no necessity for spending more than enough for bare subsistence, he would be able to save up a considerable amount and retire while still comparatively young. It was pleasant to imagine a scholarly life unafflicted by students. He could put up with a good deal for that goal. But how could he alleviate the distress he saw on Karn's face? He did not consciously want to hurt the only person who, for some strange reason, seemed to be fond of him, so he said the only thing he could think of to please. All right, Karn, I'll go to the Purzels tomorrow night. It would be a deadly bore. Parties always were. And he would eat too much, but, after all, the thought that it would be a long time before he'd ever see any of his own kind again would make the affair almost endurable. And just this once, it would be all right for him to eat as much as he wanted. When he was on Earth, out of reach of decent food, he would probably trim down considerably. "I just know you're going to love Earth, Professor Gazan," the hostess on the interplanetary liner gushed. "I'm sure I shall," he lied politely. She smiled at him too much, overdoing her professional cordiality. Underneath the effusiveness, he sensed the repulsion. Of course, he couldn't blame her for trying not to show her distaste for the strange creature. The effort at concealment was, as a matter of fact, more than he had expected from a terrestrial. But he wished she would leave him alone to meditate. He had planned to get a lot of meditation done on the journey. "You speak awfully good English," she told him. He looked at her. "I am said to have some scholarly aptitude. I understand that's why I was chosen as an exchange professor. It does seem reasonable, doesn't it?" She turned pink, a sign of embarrassment with these creatures, he had learned. "I didn't mean to question your ability, Professor. It's just that, well, you don't look like a professor." "Indeed," he said frostily. "And what do I look like then?" She turned even rosier. "Oh, I don't know exactly. It's just that, well," and she fled. He couldn't resist flicking his antennae forward to catch her sotto voce conversation with the co-pilot. It was so seldom you got the chance to learn what others were saying about you behind your back. "But I could hardly tell him he looks like a teddy bear, could I?" "He probably doesn't even know what a teddy bear is." "Perhaps I don't," Gnarly thought resentfully, "but I can guess." With low cunning, the terrestrials seemed to have ferreted out the identity of all his favorite dishes, and kept serving them to him incessantly. By the time the ship made planetfall on Earth, he had gained 10 grisbots. "Oh well," he thought. "I suppose it's all just part of the regular diplomatic service. On Earth, I'll have to eat crude native foods, so I'll lose all the weight again." President Purrington of North America came himself to meet Gnarly at the airfield, because Gnarly was the first interplanetary exchange professor in history. "Welcome to our planet, Professor Gazan," he said with warm diplomatic cordiality, wringing Gnarly's upper right hand after a moment of indecision. "We shall do everything in our power to make your stay here a happy and memorable one." "I wish you would begin by doing something about the climate," Gnarly thought. It was stupid of him not to have realized how hot it would be on Earth. He was really going to suffer in this torrid climate, especially in the tight terrestrial costume he wore over his fur for the sake of conformity. Of course, justice compelled him to admit to himself, the clothes wouldn't have become so snug if he hadn't eaten quite so much on board ship. Purrington indicated the female beside him. "May I introduce my wife?"
"Oh," the female gasped. "Isn't he cute?"
The president and Gnarly stared at her in consternation. She looked abashed for a moment, then smiled widely at Gnarly and the press photographers. "Welcome to Earth, dear Professor Gazan," she exclaimed, mispronouncing his name, of course. Bending down, she kissed him right upon his fuzzy forehead. Kissing was not a Saturnian practice, nor did Gnarly approve of it. However, he had read enough about Earth to know that Europeans sometimes greeted dignitaries in this peculiar way. Only this place, he had been given to understand, was not Europe but America. "I am having a cocktail party in your honor this afternoon," she beamed, smoothing her flowered print dress down over her girdle. "You'll be there at 5 sharp, won't you, dear?" "Delighted," he promised dismally. He could hardly plead a previous engagement a moment after arriving. "I've tried to get all the things you like to eat," she went on anxiously, "but you will tell me if there's anything special, won't you?" "I am on a diet," he said. He must be strong. Probably the food would be repulsive anyhow, so he'd have no difficulty controlling his appetite. "Digestive disorders, you know. A glass of Vichy and a biscuit will be—" He stopped, for there were tears in Mrs. Purrington's eyes. "Your tummy hurts? Oh, you poor little darling." "Gladys," the president said sharply. There were Frisnel nuts at Mrs. Purrington's cocktail party, and Vilbar, and even Slipness Brooks, all imported at fabulous expense, Gnarly knew. But then, this was a government affair, and expense means nothing to a government since, as far as it is concerned, money grows on taxpayers. Some of the native foods proved surprisingly palatable, too. Pâté de foie gras and champagne, and little puff pastries full of delightful surprises. Gnarly was afraid he was making a zloogle of himself. However, he thought, trying not to catch sight of his own portly person in the mirrors that walled the room, the lean days were just ahead. Besides, what could he do when everyone insisted on pressing food on him? "Try this, Professor Gazan. Do try that, Professor Gazan. Doesn't he look cunning in his little dress suit?" They crowded around him. The women cooed, the men beamed, and Gnarly ate. He would be glad when he could detach himself from all this cloying diplomacy and get back to the healthy rancor of the classroom. At school, the odor of chalk dust, ink, and rotting apple cores was enough like its Saturnian equivalent to make Gnarly feel at home immediately. The students would dislike him on sight, he knew. It is in the nature of the young to be hostile toward whatever is strange and alien. They would despise him and jeer at him, and he, in his turn, would give them long, involved homework assignments and such difficult examinations that they would fail. Gnarly waddled briskly up to his desk, which had, he saw, been scaled down to Saturnian size, whereas he had envisioned himself struggling triumphantly with ordinary Earth-sized furniture. But the atmosphere was as hot and sticky and intolerable as he had expected. Panting as unobtrusively as possible, he rapped with his pointer. "Attention, students!" Now should come the derisive babble. But there was a respectful silence, broken suddenly by a shrill feminine whisper of, "Ooh, he's so adorable!" followed by the harsh, "Shh, Ava! You'll embarrass the poor little thing." Gnarly's face swelled. "I am your new professor of Saturnian studies. Saturn, as you probably know, is a major planet. It is much larger and more important than Earth, which is only a minor planet." The students obediently took this down in their notebooks. They carefully took down everything he said. Even a bout of coughing that afflicted him halfway through seemed to be getting a phonetic transcription. From time to time, they would interrupt his lecture with questions so pertinent, so well thought out, and so courteous that all he could do was answer them. His antennae lifted to catch the whispers that from time to time were exchanged between even the best behaved of the students. "Isn't he precious? Seems like a nice fellow. Sound grasp of his subject. Sweet little thing. Unusually interesting presentation. Doesn't he remind you of Winnie the Pooh? Able chap. Just darling." After class, instead of rushing out of the room, they hovered around his desk with intelligent, solicitous questions. Did he like Earth? Was his desk too high? Too low? Didn't he find it hot with all that fur? Such lovely, soft, fluffy fur, though. "Do you mind if I stroke one of your paws? Hands, Professor?" So cuddly looking. He said yes, as a matter of fact, he was hot. And no, he didn't mind being touched in a spirit of scientific investigation. He had a moment of uplift at the teacher's cafeteria when he discovered lunch to be virtually inedible. The manager, however, had been distressed to see him pick at his food, and by dinner time a distinguished chef with an expert knowledge of Saturnian cuisine had been rushed from Washington. Since the school food was inedible for all intelligent life forms, everyone ate the Saturnian dishes and praised Gnarly as a public benefactor. That night, alone in the quiet confines of his small room at the men's faculty club, Gnarly had spread out his notes and was about to start work on his history when there was a knock at the door. He trotted over to open it, grumbling to himself. The head of his department smiled brightly down at him. "Some of us are going out for a couple of drinks and a gab-fest. Care to come along?" Gnarly did not see how he could refuse and still carry the Saturnian's burden, so he accepted. Discovering that gin fizzes and Alexanders were even more palatable than champagne and more potent than Vilbar, he told several Saturnine locker room stories, which were hailed with loud merriment. But he was being laughed at, not with, he knew. All this false cordiality, he assured himself, would die down after a couple of days, and then he would be able to get back to work. He must curb his intellectual impatience. In the morning he found that enrollment in his classes had doubled, and the room was crowded to capacity with the bright, shining, eager faces of young terrestrials athirst for learning. There were apples, chocolates, and imported Frismil nuts on his desk, as well as a pressing invitation from Mrs. Purrington for him to spend all his weekends and holidays at the White House. The window was fitted with an air conditioning unit, which, he later discovered, his classes had chipped in to buy for him, and the temperature had been lowered to a point where it was almost comfortable. All the students wore coats. When he went out on the campus, women, students, teachers, even strangers, stopped to talk to him, to exclaim over him, to touch him, even to kiss him. Photographers were perpetually taking pictures, some of which turned up in the student union as full-color postcards. They sold like Lagel out of season. Gnarly wrote in Saturnian on the back of one, "Having miserable time, be glad you're not here," and sent it to Slood. There were cocktail parties, musicales, and balls in Gnarly's honor. When he tried to refuse an invitation, he was accused of shyness and virtually dragged to the affair by laughing members of the faculty. He put on so much weight that he had to buy a complete new terrestrial outfit, which set him back a pretty penny. As a result, he had to augment his income by lecturing to women's clubs. They slobbered appallingly. Gnarly students did all their homework assiduously, and, in fact, put in more work than had been assigned. At the end of the year, not only did all of them pass, but with flying colors. "I hope you'll remember, Professor Gazan," the president of the university said, "that there will always be a job waiting for you here. A non-exchange professorship. Love to have you." "Thank you," Gnarly replied politely. Mrs. Purrington broke into loud sobs when he told her he was leaving Earth. "Oh, I'll miss you so, Gnarly. You will write, won't you?" "Yes, of course," he said grimly. That made 218 people to whom he'd had to promise to write. It was fortunate he was traveling as a guest of the North American government, he thought, as he supervised the loading of his matched interplanetary luggage, his 8 steamer baskets, his leather-bound Encyclopedia Terrestria with his name imprinted in gold on each volume, his Indian war bonnet, his oil painting of the president, and his 6 cases of champagne, all parting gifts, onto the liner. Otherwise, the fee for excess luggage would take what little remained of his bank account. There had been so many expenses, clothes and hostess gifts and ice. Not all his mementos were in his luggage. A new rare metal watch gleamed on each of his 4 furry wrists. A brand new Tropskin wallet, platinum keychain, and uranium fountain pen were in his pocket, and a diamond and curium bauble clasped a tie lovingly hand-painted by a female student. The argyles on his fuzzy ankles had been knitted by another. Still another devoted pupil had presented him with a hand-woven plastic case full of Frismil nuts to eat on the way back. "Well, Gnarly," Slood said, his face swelling with joy. "Well, well. You've put on weight, I see." Gnarly dropped into his old chair with a sigh. Surely Slood might have picked something else to comment on first. His haggardness, for instance, or the increased spirituality of his expression. "Nothing else to do on Earth in your leisure moments but eat, I suppose," Slood said, pushing over the nut tray. "Even their food. Have some Frismils." "No, thank you," Gnarly replied coldly. Slood looked at him in distress. "Oh, how you must have suffered! Was it very, very bad, Gnarly?" Gnarly hunched low in his chair. "It was just awful." "I'm sure they didn't mean to be unkind," Slood assured him. "Naturally, you were a strange creature to them, and they're only—" "Unkind?" Gnarly gave a bitter laugh. "They practically killed me with kindness. It was fuss, fuss, fuss all the time." "Now, Gnarly, I do wish you wouldn't be quite so sarcastic." "I'm not being sarcastic. And I wasn't a strange creature to them. It seems there's a sort of popular child's toy on Earth known as a—" he winced. "Teddy bear. I aroused pleasant childhood memories in them, so they showered me with affection and edibles." Slood closed his eyes in anguish. "You are very brave, Gnarly," he said, almost reverently. "Very brave and wise and good. Certainly that would be the best thing to tell our people. After all, the terrestrials are our allies. We don't want to stir up public sentiment against them. But you can be honest with me, Gnarly. Did they refuse to serve you in restaurants? Were you segregated in public vehicles? Did they shrink from you when you came close? Gnarly beat the desk with all 4 hands. I was hardly ever given the chance to be alone. They crawled all over me. Restaurants begged for my trade. I had to hire private vehicles because in public ones I was mobbed by admirers. Such a short time, Slood murmured, and already suspicious of even me, your oldest friend. But don't talk about it if you don't want to, Gnarly. Tell me, though, did they sneer at you and whisper half-audible insults? Did they— You're right, Gnarly snapped. I don't want to talk about it. Slood placed a comforting hand upon his shoulder. Perhaps that's wisest, until the shock of your experience has worn off. Gnarly made an irritable noise. The Purzels are giving a Vilbar party tonight, Slood said. But I know how you feel about parties. I've told them you're exhausted from your trip and won't be able to make it. Oh, you did you? Gnarly asked ironically. What makes you think you know how I feel about parties? But there's an interesting saying on Earth. Travel is so broadening. He looked down at his bulges with tolerant amusement. In more ways than one, in case the meaning eludes you. Very sound psychologically. I've discovered that I like parties. I like being liked. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to inform the Purzels that I shall be delighted to come to their party. Care to join me? Well, Slood mumbled. I'd like to, but I have so much work. Introvert, said Gnarly, and he began dialing the Purzels. End of the Vilbar Party by Evelyn E. Smith.
One Martian Afternoon by Tom Leahy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Allison. One Martian Afternoon by Tom Leahy. The clod burst in a cloud of red sand, and the little Martian sand dog ducked quickly into his burrow. Mary Lou threw another at the aperture in the ground and then ran over, and with the inside of her foot she scraped sand into it until it was filled to the surface. She started to leave, but stopped. The little fellow might choke to death, she thought. It wasn't his fault he had to live on Mars. Satisfied that the future of something was dependent on her whim, she dug the sand from the hole. His little yellow eyes peered out at her. "Go on and live," she said magnanimously. She got up and brushed the sand from her knees and dress and walked slowly down the red road. The noon sun was relentless. Nowhere was there relief from it. Mary Lou squinted and shaded her eyes with her hand. She looked in the sky for one of those infrequent Martian rain clouds, but the deep blue was only occasionally spotted by fragile white puffs. Like the sun, they had no regard for her either. They were too concerned with moving toward the distant mountains, there to cling momentarily to the peaks and then continue on their endless route. Mary Lou dabbed the moisture from her forehead with the hem of her dress. "I know one thing," she mumbled. "When I grow up, I'll get to Earth and never come back to Mars, no matter what." She broke into a defiant, cadenced step. "And I won't care whether you and Mommy like it or not," she declared aloud, sticking out her chin at an imaginary father before her. Before she realized it, a tiny lime-washed stone house appeared not 100 yards ahead of her. That was the odd thing about the Martian midday. Something small and miles away would suddenly become large and very near as you approached it. The heat waves did it, her father had told her. "Really?" she had replied. And, "You think you know so goddamn much," she had thought. "Auntie Tweely!" She broke into a run. By the Joshua trees through the stone gateway she ran, and with a leap she lit like a young frog on the porch. "Hi, Auntie Tweely," she said breathlessly. An ancient Martian woman sat in a rocking chair in the shade of the porch. She held a bowl of purple river apples in her lap. Her papyrus-like hands moved quickly as she shaved the skin from one. In a matter of seconds it was peeled. She looked up over her bifocals at the panting Mary Lou. Gracious, child, you shouldn't run like that at this time of day, she said. You Earth children aren't used to our Martian heat. It'll make you sick if you run too much.
I don't care. I hate Mars. Sometimes I wish I could just get good and sick, so I get to go home.
Mary Lou, you are a little tyrant, Aunt Tweely laughed.
What you doing, Aunt Twylee?
Mary Lou asked, getting up from her frog posture and coming near the old Martian lady's chair. Oh, peeling apples, dear. I'm going to make a cobbler this afternoon. She dropped the last apple, peeled, into the bowl. There. Done. Would you like a little cool apple juice, Mary Lou?
Sure, you betcha. Hey, could I watch you make the cobbler, Aunt Tweely? Could I? Mommy can't make it for anything. It tastes like glue. Maybe if I could see how you do it, maybe I could show her. Do you think?
Now, Mary Lou, your mother must be a wonderful cook to have raised such a healthy little girl. I'm sure there's nothing she could learn from me, Aunt Tweely said as she rose. Let's go inside and have that apple juice. The kitchen was dark and cool and filled with the odors of the wonderful edibles the old Martian had created on and in the Earth-made stove. She opened the Earth-made refrigerator that stood in the corner and withdrew an Earth-made bottle filled with Martian apple juice. Mary Lou jumped on the table and sat cross-legged. Here, dear. Aunt Twylee handed her a glass of the icy liquid.
Thanks,
Mary Lou said and gulped down half the contents.
That tastes dreamy, Aunt Twylee.
The little girl watched the old Martian as she lit the oven and gathered the necessary ingredients for the cobbler. As she bent over to get a bowl from the shelf beneath Mary Lou's perch, her hair brushed against the child's knee. Her hair was soft and white as a puppy's, soft and white like the down from a dandelion. She smiled at Mary Lou. She always smiled. Her pencil-thin mouth was a perpetual arc. Mary Lou drained the glass.
Aunt Tweely, is it true what my daddy says about the Martians?
True? How can I say, dear? I don't know what he said.
Well, I mean, that was when us Earth people came. You Martians did
Infanticide? Aunt Tweely interrupted, rolling the dough on the board a little flatter, a little faster.
Yes, that's it. Killed babies,
Mary Lou said and took an apple from the bowl.
My daddy says you were real primitive and killed your babies for some silly religious reason. I think that's awful. How could it be religious? God couldn't like it to have little babies killed.
She took a big bite of the apple. The juice ran from the corners of her mouth. Your daddy is a very intelligent man, Mary Lou, but he's partially wrong. It is true, but not for religious reasons. It was a necessity. You must remember, dear, Mars is very arid, sterile, unable to sustain many living things. It was awful, but it was the only way we knew to control the population. Mary Lou looked down her button nose as she picked a brown spot from the apple.
Humph, I'll tell him he's wrong, she said. He thinks he knows so damn much.
Mary Lou, Aunt Twylee exclaimed as she looked over her glasses. A sweet child like you shouldn't use such language. Mary Lou giggled and popped the remaining portion of the apple in her mouth. Do your parents know where you are, child? Aunt Twylee asked as she took the bowl from Mary Lou's hands. She began dicing the apples into dough-lined casserole. No, they don't, Mary Lou replied. She sprayed the air with little particles of apples as she talked.
Everybody's gone to the hills to look for the boys.
The boys? Aunt Twylee stopped her work and looked at the little girl.
Yes, Jimmy and Eddie and some of the others disappeared from the settlement this morning. The men are afraid they've run off to the hills and the renegades got them.
Gracious, Aunt Twylee said, her brow knitted into a crisscross of wrinkles.
Oh, I know those dopes. They're probably down at the canals fishing or something.
Just the same, your mother will be frantic, dear. You should have told her where you were going.
I don't care,
Mary Lou said with unadulterated honesty.
She'll be all right when I get home.
Aunt Tweely shook her head and clucked her tongue.
Can I have another glass, please?
The old lady poured the glass full again, and then she sprinkled sugar down among the apple cubes in the casserole and covered them with a blanket of dough. She cut an uneven circle of half-moons in it and put it in the oven. "There, all ready to bake, Mary Lou," she sighed.
"It looks real yummy, Aunt Twylee."
"Well, I certainly hope it turns out good, dear," she said, wiping her forehead with her apron. She looked out the open back door. The landscape was beginning to gray as heavier clouds moved down from the mountains and pressed the afternoon heat closer, more oppressively to the ground. "My, it's getting hot. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we didn't get a little rain this afternoon, Mary Lou." She turned back to the little girl. "Tell me some more about your daddy, dear. We Martians certainly owe a lot to a man like your father."
"That's what he says, too. He says you Martians would have died out in a few years if we hadn't come here. We're so much more
Civilized?
Yeah, he says we were so much more civilized than you that we saved your lives when we came here with all our modern stuff."
"Well, that's true enough, dear. Just look at that wonderful earth stove," Aunt Tweely said, and laughed. "We wouldn't be able to bake an apple cobbler like that without it, would we?" A rumble of thunder shouldered through the crowded hot air.
"No, he says you Martians are kind of likable, but you can't be trusted. He's nuts. I like you Martians."
"Thank you, child, but everyone's entitled to his own opinion. Don't judge your daddy too severely," Aunt Twylee said as she scraped spilled sugar from the table and put little bits of it on her tongue.
"He says that you'd bite the hand that feeds you. He says we brought all these keen things to Mars, and that if you got the chance, you'd kill all of us."
"Gracious!" Aunt Twylee said, as she speared scraps of dough with the point of her long paring knife.
"He's a dope,"
Mary Lou said. Aunt Twylee opened the oven and peeked in at the cobbler. The aroma of the simmering apples rushed out and filled the room.
"Could I have some cobbler when it's done?"
Mary Lou asked, her mouth filling with saliva. "I'm afraid not, child. It's getting rather late." The thunder rumbled again, a little closer, a little louder. The old lady washed the blade of the knife in the sink. "Tell me more of what your father says, dear," she said as she adjusted the bifocals on her thin nose and ran her thumb along the length of the knife's blade.
"Oh, nothing much more. He just says that you'd kill us if you had the chance. That's the way the inferior races always act, he says. They want to kill the people that help them, 'cause they resent them."
"Very interesting."
"Well, it isn't so, isn't Aunt Twylee?"
The room was filled with blinding blue-white light, and the walls quaked at the sound of a monstrous thunderclap. The old Martian glanced nervously at the clock on the wall. "My, it is getting late," she said as she fondled the knife in her hands. "You want the truth, don't you, dear?" Aunt Twylee asked, smiling as she walked to the table where Mary Lou sat.
"Course I do, Aunt Twylee,"
she said. Her scream was answered and smothered by the horrendous roar of the thunder and the piercing hiss of the rain that fell in sheets. In great volumes of water it fell, as though the heavens were attempting to wash the sins of man from the universe and into non-existence in the void beyond the void. Mary Lou lay beside the other children. Aunt Twylee smiled at them, closed the bedroom door, and returned to the kitchen. The storm had moved on. The thunder was the faint grumbling of a pacified old man. What water fell was a monotonous trickle from the eaves of the lime-washed stone house. Aunt Twylee washed the blood from the knife and wiped it dry on her apron. She opened the oven and took out the browned cobbler. Sweet apple juice bubbled to the surface through the half-moons and burst into lights of sugary aroma. The sun broke through the thinning edge of the thunderhead. Aunt Twylee brushed a lock of her feathery white hair from her moist cheek. "Gracious," she said. "I must tidy up a bit before the others come." End of One Martian Afternoon by Tom Leahy. Recording by Allison.